Hey there, and welcome to episode 15 of Bad Apologetics, a series where me and James look at how apologists are making and overstating the case for Christianity. Today's episode is on the argument from reason, which is from C.S. Lewis, and the evolutionary argument against naturalism from Alvin Plantinga. Anything that you want to say in the sort of introduction to this one, James? Your thoughts, impressions?
I originally came across this in the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, which is sort of like the, evidential apologist Bible in so much as there is one. Well, I guess the second Bible. And we've talked through a few chapters of that before. We've talked about the Kalam drawing on that chapter there, and also the fine-tuning argument drawing on that chapter. And just having a look what else is there, and I found this argument from reason. And didn't actually realize that this had been developed originally by C.S. Lewis, and then kind of extended on, in a way at least, by Plantinga and his evolutionary argument against naturalism. So we sort of expanded the episode to cover those topics as well. I think Plantinga's argument is more interesting. The argument from reason per se, I think, is just an awful argument. Par for the course here, I suppose. But it is fairly influential, actually, even if it doesn't necessarily go by that name. I guess the pre-sup is use a variant of this, so there's some commonality there, but the way the argument's presented is a little different. As a kind of I guess you can think of it as a reductio of naturalism, or an internal critique of naturalism, or something like that. The idea that it's inconsistent to believe in reason or the reliability of our cognitive faculties, and also be a naturalist. And this is sort of seeped into popular apologetics, it seems, by talking about how you can't be a free thinker if you're an atheist because you can't think freely, and then so you can't rationally believe in arguments or something like that. So it's a little bit like the moral argument, actually. It's sort of like, well, you can't have grounds for rationality under naturalism, just as you apparently can't have grounds for morality under naturalism. And I think it's mostly just as insubstantial. But I mean, it's very easy to say, and that's one of the troubles with these sorts of arguments. I mean, it's super easy just to say, oh, you can't ground this, or this doesn't make sense. But explaining how it makes sense often takes sort of more time than that. So what I want to look at today is both how naturalists have made sense of meaning and rationality and other things without appeal to God or anything, but also how appealing to God is supposed to help, because it's often left extremely vague in these arguments as to what the appeal to a deity or anything non-natural is supposed to do in aiding the project. So those are two sort of aspects that I'm hoping to look at. Oh, one more thing. The argument from reason appears to have been developed by Craig into what he calls his argument from intentionality. So although he gives it a different name, intentionality is one of the things that's mentioned in the Blackwell Companion chapter on the argument from reason. So even Craig and others seem to have sort of developed forms of this argument as well. So I discuss it briefly in my book, and we'll be discussing some aspects of that today. Yeah, so that's all from me to start out. What about you, Nathan? Any initial remarks?
I mean, I guess I was familiar with the arguments in a more sort of vague sense than over this past week or two of reading through the Blackwell chapter. I also have been reading through some of the stuff in this Naturalism Defeated book. There's some interesting essays in there for and against. So yeah, I guess I'm not a fan of knockdown arguments. This idea that from one particular worldview you can just sort of paint this picture about, especially when it comes to telling other people what they're committed to in this way. I don't really like that. Here's what you think, and here's why it's self-defeating and silly. And it's like, so are they actually going to agree to that? I don't know. So that's kind of because I don't think, aside from maybe Jerry Fodor, and I think some of his ideas are extremely sort of fringe, and it's more to do with critiquing the way that people use natural selection as an explanation for things, I suppose, and some potential problems there. I don't know that anyone would really be committed to any of the sort of ideas. It's just like there's this vague question, and it basically boils down to what is a mind, what is consciousness, and then what is it for thoughts to be about something. What's a theory of content, as a naturalist might say. What is logic? What's your philosophy of logic? Maybe a bit of what's your philosophy of mathematics or something. And these big questions, and then it just says, well, naturalists can't have that, as if, if you were to do like an undergrad in philosophy or something, as if the vast majority of your time wouldn't be spent reading these various competing theories that try to account for these things that may not involve theism by and large. And as you said, often it's just like, well, we don't have any of these problems because God. And then it's like, really? You got especially the Blackwell companion chapter. What really frustrated me about that was that it was quite poorly written. It was quite difficult to get.
Man.
Yeah.
There were so many typos and grammatical errors in that chapter. I mean, I know there are some in my book, right? But this was ridiculous for a relatively short chapter, and being published by a sort of main publisher. I was surprised. And
really difficult, I think, even to conceptual, like big text blocks, and very difficult to kind of conceptually, I think, pin down what was trying to be said.
It wasn't very well organized because there were so many quotes. It's sort of like, here's what this guy said, like here's what I can't remember the names, and then here's what this other guy says. It's like, well, yeah, but what are you saying? It's like when there's so many quotations that you lose the narrative or the voice of the author, or at least it's hard to pick up. I found that in numerous sections as well. I think it was quite poorly written.
And then, and then there's about, I don't know, 20 or so pages where it's like, well, here's all these necessary preconditions for having rationality, like you mentioned, intentionality, like Craig's developed. And then he goes into quite a lot of detail about what the issues are for various ways of explaining them. Sort of, like here's a problem for epiphenomenalism, here's a problem for emergentism, here's a problem for computational theory of mind. But then when it comes to his, and we'll point this out when we go through it, I guess, but he's literally just like, oh, and it's not a problem for me because God's rational, so rationality can make rationality. What? It's like, what? Like, that's okay. You
that
go
was
into
embarrassing. It was like 3 sentences. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to that part.
And then, but I also think that one of the things that I want to raise is, I do think there's some super interesting questions at the core of this about, why should we think that evolution would give rise to reliable cognitive mechanisms? What is a reliable cognitive mechanism? What is reason? How are we able to do it? What kind of existence do thoughts have? How are they about things? Like, these are really fascinating questions. Ones that even, I think, a theist, someone could rationally believe the theist story about them. But then what I don't like off the back of raising these interesting questions is the way that apologists have picked this up. And I want to contrast sort of the interesting philosophical questions again against how in popular apologetics, it's just been picked up to this, you're just a moist robot, just matter in motion. You mentioned you can't be a free thinker when you're not free. Why don't I just kill myself right now and jump off this bridge? It's like, whoa, hold your horses there. I mean, have we even attempted here to engage with, Frege's that? And this is the issue as well. It's an argument against against naturalism, against like natural reductionism. It doesn't tell you anything about theism. I mean, okay, suppose you're convinced that the argument works. Where does that leave you? Well, maybe you're just going to accept like a Fregean theory, right? Maybe you're just going to accept some form of Platonism or Aristotelianism. There's miles to go before theism. So, hopefully all that stuff will come out in the course of this one. There was kind of like a flippy noise just then. I don't know if you've got a fan or something near your mic or...
No, that's just my scroll wheel. I'll mute if I need to scroll in the future. Apologies.
It's okay. So on that note then, shall we go into the argument from reason stuff?
Let's do it.
Good? Yeah. So let me figure out what I think the best way to share this is, because I'm going to go full screen, I guess, with this. And if you could let me know if you're able to see. Oh, why is that doing that? That doesn't look too good, does it? That's going to give someone.
It's flashing.
Yeah. What can I do about that? Maybe if I share like a specific Chrome tab. If not, then I'll have to do something else to figure it out. Please don't flash. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So I want to say, like, I was thinking, what's the purpose of this overall anyway? Because it's not like the reason I wanted to caveat this is because I didn't want to paint the picture like I was coming out of the gate and saying, well, there's this really obvious and easy solution to all these questions that are going to be raised, and that theists are clearly like so dumb to think that there's issues here or whatever. Like, I think that people could rationally believe that this is a successful argument against some forms of naturalism. Wanted to point out a fundamental flaw in presenting knockdown style arguments, point out how it's used in apologetics, as you just said. Also, ask the question, do apologists always share the sort of for and against in this debate in a way that's representative of the wider discussion that's actually going on in philosophy? And yeah, the argument raises interesting questions, but there's multiple solutions. So the first point, and I hope people are going to be able to actually read this, I'm literally just going to pull directly out of C.S. Lewis's book, Miracles, which I guess he wanted to try and provide an account for why we'd be able to, or like what miracles are. If you've watched any of our stuff, or you're interested in counter-apologetics, you've probably seen apologists talk about miracles in various sort of inconsistent ways with each other. So, you can't a priori rule out miracles. It's a new event injected into the system. God can do that if he wants, or it's not a violation of the laws of nature. It is a violation of the laws of nature. So I guess this is C.S. Lewis's attempt to kind of do that. And within it, part of that is to raise some skeptical worries about naturalism. So this chapter 2, which is the naturalist and the supernaturalist, I don't know if you can you make that out, do you think? Or, I mean, if you're on a phone or something, is that going to be difficult?
Hard. Probably better to do maybe one page at a time.
Okay. I'll just read the highlighted sections because they're probably the main point. So the first highlight here, C.S. Lewis is saying, I use the word miracle to mean an interference with nature by supernatural power. Unless there exists, in addition to nature, something else we may call supernatural, there can be no miracles. I just thought that was interesting because a lot of modern theists want to say, well, this is a pointless distinction, invented by naturalists to try and make us sound silly by talking about some supernatural, if God exists, it's just natural. And I think the distinction is actually meaningful because by natural, it seems like we want to refer to these, the appearance of these regularities in, you could use the word created in the created world or something if you're a theist, or in the natural world, if you're a non-theist, and you want to be able to refer to, an angel doing something as opposed to whatever the previous state of the universe is leading to the next state, I think. I don't know. Feel free to comment at any time.
Yeah, just the natural supernatural distinction is interesting here. Obviously, this is supposed to be an evolutionary argument. Well, sorry, that's Plantinga's version, but C.S. Lewis here is still thinking kind of along those lines, as you'll see. But so this is supposed to be an argument against naturalism, and so obviously then the distinction between naturalism and supernaturalism is relevant there. And it's true, I have heard more recently certain. I think more popularized. I know Cameron has said this. I think Braxton has also said this.
Yeah.
That
seems like a kind of buzzword, really.
That they're skeptical about the distinction between natural and supernatural, or that they don't believe in that or something along those lines. It's a little vague to me. But what I don't understand is why we're seeing that pushback, because this is not something atheists have invented, right? Pretty much throughout history, humans have distinguished between sort of this worldly and something beyond this world, although they may not have used the exact wording of natural and supernatural. But, there's stuff that happens here, and then there's, things that God does. That there's a notion of a miracle, which is, why is a miracle surprising? Well, it's something that normally doesn't happen, right? As the part of the ordinary operation of affairs. There may be slightly different ways of conceptualizing that. But I guess the point is, Christian theology says that God created the world as separate from him and it operates according to laws. This is what we're told by those who say that Christianity is necessary for the development of science, right? Because we needed to have this idea that God made the universe that operates according to laws, which maybe he can intervene with. But then somehow, at least, that argument goes out the window when now there's sort of somehow no distinction between creator and creation, that they're somehow fundamentally the same, which is to say that there's a blurring of the natural supernatural distinction. I just don't get this. This is a very old idea, and even if you want to critique it, what is the exact definition of natural, which is fine, but the basic distinction seems to me very important, useful,
what it's driving
and fundamental, and old as well. So I'm not. C.S. Lewis is using that distinction here, so this is not really an argument against him. Because I've heard this recently, I find it interesting that there's pushback against the distinction.
Yeah. Well, he talks about, here he gives 3 examples of, I think, the different senses of natural that he thinks there are. And he says, in all these examples, nature means what happens of itself or of its own accord, what you don't need to labor for, or what you'll get if you take no measures to stop it. So what the naturalist believes is that the ultimate fact, the thing you can't go behind, is the vast process in space and time, which is going on of its own accord. Inside that total system, every particular event happens because some other event has happened. I guess we'd both be in agreement with that statement.
Every event happens because... What was the first part of it? Sorry, which sentence are you looking at here? That's the highlight here.
Over here. Yeah, the naturalist believes the ultimate fact, the thing you can't get behind, is a vast process in space and time, which is going on of its own accord. Inside that total system, every particular event happens because some other event has happened.
Yeah, well, broadly, I'm all right with that. It's there are a few issues here of use of the word space and time, because I don't know if those are fundamental, and whether there are events that can occur without causes, which I'm also not sure about, because quantum mechanics may be fundamentally indeterminate. But look, I don't think those issues are important here. So broadly, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
So then he goes on to say, and this isn't all the pages in Miracles, by the way. This is just me pulling out, I think, some of the key passages and things that sort of paint the picture of what C.S. Lewis is getting at, and then his argument and things that he wants to say. So he says here, supernaturalism is a monarchical picture of reality. The naturalist thinks that the privilege of being on its own resides in the total mass of things. Just as in a democracy, sovereignty resides in the whole mass of the people. The supernaturalist thinks that this privilege belongs to some things, or more probably one thing, and not to others. Do you think we'd broadly be in agreement with that?
So this is why I don't like reading C.S. Lewis. The privilege of being on its own, which is in quotes, resides in the total mass of things. What's he talking about here?
Look, I know these are value-laden terms, so it's not really...
It's not even value-laden. I just, what does he mean? Things exist because they're part of things that exist. Yes. I think what he's trying to say with the second sentence is that God, which obviously he's referring to, is the most fundamental self-existent thing, and everything else is sort of derived from him, which the naturalist doesn't agree with. But just as in a real monarchy, the king has sovereignty and the people have not. Yeah, but see, it's like he's trying to say, how do naturalists think about ontological sovereignty? But it's a meaningless question. Naturalists don't believe in any such thing, or at least, I don't think any naturalist would believe in such a thing. I can't see how it would work. It's not like they believe it's a democracy. There's what exists and there's what doesn't exist. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing the point here, but I just think it's unnecessarily confusing way of saying things.
I think it's a little bit of poetic license, it's not.
Yes, that's why I don't like reading C.S. Lewis, because he's always trying to be poetic about things, where it's like, I just want a bit more clarity of what you're talking about. But yeah, that's just my That's just my particular preference for writing.
But I guess the idea is, from a theistic point of view, you're looking at the world and you're looking at it, in this, what he means by this monarchical sense is that things are kind of laden with providence and stuff, and that's all. It all comes down from its dependence on this sort of theistic being, whereas the naturalist, that's a very alien way of thinking about things, because things just exist. We provide descriptions of the way it is, and I think he's kind of trying to draw a wedge between those two ways of looking at things there. I suppose maybe not that important overall, but yeah, just to get a picture of like some of the definitions that Lewis is using when he's talking about supernatural and natural.
Should I mention at this point Reppert's definition of the supernatural? I know that's a different paper, but it just might be useful because
I guess we could do.
This.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Reppert's stuff later on, but it's fine to like.
Just his definition, because we were just talking about it.
Yeah.
Of course, now I have to find it. Well, what he says. Well, I'll talk about it and see if I can find the quote. But his. Oh yeah, here it is. I just found it here. So, the level of what I call basic physics is free of purpose, free of meaning or intentionality, free of normativity, and free of subjectivity. So his basic idea of what is naturalistic is something that doesn't have fundamental or ultimate purpose, meaning, normativity, or subjectivity. And so that's, I don't think he's implying there that these things like by definition can't exist under naturalism, but they're not fundamental. They always exist at a higher level of operation, or of, like a complex derived phenomena, which I'm actually quite happy with, because it seems that is true of any naturalistic theory, that purpose, meaning, normativity and subjectivity are not fundamental. Now, there may be some who will, I don't know what panpsychists would say about this, if they consider themselves naturalists or not. I probably would not.
I think they would want to.
But at least from my point of view, in terms of how I think about things, I think that's not a bad starting point.
Yeah, I think, I mean, even, Bernardo Kastrup, the idealist, like he'll always be like, yeah, I'm a naturalist. Of course I'm a naturalist. It's just a different kind of account, I guess, that he's giving these appearances and stuff. Again, it can be really difficult and tricky to, because it seems to me like that should violate naturalism, because that seems kind of pretty different to the way that most people want to use naturalism. But
yes.
Yeah. This is where he starts introducing some of these ideas about his like criticism in the argument. So the cardinal difficulty of naturalism, if naturalism is true, every finite thing or event must be, in principle, explicable in terms of the total system. I think that's probably right.
Everything or event must be, in principle, explicable in terms of the total system. I don't like the word explicable, because I feel like it's confusing epistemology with ontology, which is, I think, a fairly common mistake with critiquing naturalism. To explain what I mean there, everything that exists if naturalism is true, everything that exists must, in principle, exist. No, I shouldn't say in principle. If naturalism is true, everything that exists must exist in virtue of or because of the fundamental material or natural constituents of reality. So there wouldn't be sort of spirits or something, or magical forces that existed separately from,
but it might
no
not
dualism
be
and things
explicable.
like that. But it may not be explicable, yes. And that's about whether something's understandable or knowable. And metaphysical naturalism doesn't make any commitment as to whether something is knowable. There may be many natural facts or states of affairs that are not explicable to us. Now, I don't really know if C.S. Lewis is trying to make that distinction here, or
I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's just assuming that you can know.
I do think it's important, so that's why I mentioned the clarification.
Yeah. So then he says, but if naturalism is to be accepted, we have a right to demand that every single thing should be such that we see in general how it could be explained in terms of the total system. If any one thing exists which is of such a kind that we see in advance the impossibility of ever giving it that kind of explanation, then naturalism would be in ruins.
Yeah, see, this is why this distinction matters, right? Because this isn't true. It's only true if naturalists claim that they can explain everything in natural terms. But generally, they just say that everything that exists exists in virtue of other natural facts, right? they may not be explicable because we may not have the ability to understand them. In fact, you may say, in principle, we're never capable of understanding a certain phenomenon. I personally wouldn't go that far, but like you could say that. It's perfectly consistent. That would just be a limitation of our own minds. So I don't agree at all here that explanatory limits imply the falsity of something. Now, they may be a weakness because if someone else has a worldview according to which they can explain a bunch of stuff that I can't, well, then maybe that's an argument against. But it's certainly not like a knockdown, as he says here. It's not an internal contradiction.
So over here on the right, I think that this is where that key idea from of that there's something naturalism can't explain. Why does Lewis care about it? If the movements of the individual units are events on their own, events which do not interlock with all other events in that naturalistic story, then these movements are not part of nature. So the idea is that if you can pick out some feature of the world that doesn't seem to fit in, it doesn't seem to be explicable on a naturalist story, then you've given the naturalists something to think about, a problem, and then that's going to have to drive them to some other worldview. I mean, that's the thrust of what he's trying to say. But I mean, as James just raised, there's a bunch of issues with maybe the characterization of quite exactly what that means. Like it's not just so simple as I can just point to something and say you can't tell the story about it. It's like, is there a competing story about it? What should that actually do?
Yeah, someone mentioned the problem of evil in the chat. I'm not sure if the context is the same here, but it strikes me as that there's an analogy here. If one is going to make a skeptical theist response to the problem of evil, which is relatively popular, I think, among evidential apologists, and I think is the best response, then it's going to be hard to say that the naturalist has to provide an explanation for every apparent or alleged explanatory inadequacy of their worldview, because you could just take a skeptical response and say, well, I don't know, but there's no reason to think that we would know how to answer that. Again, I don't know whether I don't think C.S. Lewis makes that particular argument, but I'm just saying that one of the points that I like to bring to bear with these arguments is to point out implications of taking one view with respect to one problem on other views that you have with respect to other problems. This is what I do in my book where I talk about Craig, right? You can't just throw everything you have at one particular issue without regard to your position on other things, because it's really the whole worldview that matters. And if you say if you are committed to one thing in one context that is inconsistent with what you want to say with respect to something else, then the worldview as a whole is in tension. And that's true for every view, of course. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that.
I found out a fact the other day that the place Aristotle went to retire, there's like a really weird tide there. It sort of, there's like a bunch of cross currents that get caught up, and there's this weird emergent sort of phenomena that comes out of it. And I think scholars think that Aristotle died there of stomach cancer. But there was the early Christians came up with a story about what happened, that Aristotle in his retirement was stood looking at this tide and he couldn't explain why it was happening, so he killed himself.
Really?
And they had it, and they invented it as a cautionary tale against the idea that, that rationality on its own can understand everything about the world, and trying to do that without being dependent on God was like a kind of sinful thing or something. So that's an interesting little side story to sidetrackers.
Speaking of sidetrack, I see that the chat's become focused on debating evolution for some strange reason. I guess it's the evolution argument against naturalism, but like the thing is that the argument doesn't critique evolution. The argument presupposes evolution. So I don't. Yeah, you can talk about that if you like. It's just I just find amusing.
Let's keep it on.
Completely goes on to something else.
Let's try and keep it on. I mean, I think it's probably GPL in the chat who tends to sort of be like, bro, young Earth creationism, bro, or whatever. But yeah, let's try and keep it a bit focused. Anyway, so C.S. Lewis introduces this idea here about, so we have these appearances, and everything that we do in terms of trying to make sense of the world involves in making inferences based on these appearances. So, like naturalism, for example, is going to be a particular kind of story that makes an inference from sensory appearances to the way the world is. So he says, all possible knowledge then depends on the validity of reasoning. He says, but if our reasoning, and our certainty about our reasoning is merely a feeling in our own minds and not a genuine insight into realities beyond them. If it merely represents the way our minds happen to work, then we can have no knowledge. Unless human reasoning is valid, no science can be true. And just stop me at any time, or I can just keep reading these quotes.
Well, this point will come back later on when we get to, I mean, it's Reppert and Plantinga particularly actually talks about this, the idea of whether reasoning is reliable. Well, Plantinga says valid here. Again, I think that's just sloppiness here. In philosophy, validity is a property of arguments, not reasoning. You generally say reasoning is reliable or something like that. But anyway,
or fiducial, maybe, yeah.
Unless I'm not truth apt. I mean, yeah, there are different things you can say, but unless human reasoning is valid, no science can be true. Again, science isn't true or false. That doesn't even make sense. Like, what does it mean for science to be true? This is why I don't like reading C.S. Lewis, because he's just so imprecise. Like, that sentence there, there's so much, like, I'm not saying it has to be a paragraph. Just be more careful when you write a sentence like that. Anyway.
I guess he means, like the kind of propositions that science is going to generate, like,
they won't be truth tracking in general. Sure. Yeah. Well, we'll talk more about this later, I think. But the big problem here is in lumping all human reasoning into one and saying it all has to be, valid, or it's all invalid. Like, obviously that's silly. This is sort of the way that some Christians think about the Bible. It's like, well, it's all true or it's all nonsense, right? Imagine if I treated any book like that. Like, I don't know, here's a neuroscience textbook. I'm just pulling a random book off my shelf. Unless everything this book says is true, it's all rubbish. I can just throw it out. No, that's not how it works. It doesn't have to all be true or false. I mean, that's such a basic point. Human reasoning as a whole doesn't have to be valid.
Yeah.
Parts of it, particular avenues of reasoning, ways of reasoning could be valid or reliable, even if a lot of it isn't.
Yeah.
Is that not a possibility? I think that's actually the way it is, but at least it's a possibility. Yeah. And he doesn't even consider this.
So he says, for the materialists, there's this problem. If my mental processes are determined wholly by the motions of atoms in my brain, I have no reason to suppose that my beliefs are true, and hence I have no reason for supposing my brain to be composed of atoms. Now, I guess I get that on the face of it. That doesn't, it doesn't seem like if I just say, billiard balls are smashing into each other, where's truth? There doesn't seem to be in that description. But I mean, is that really an honest attempt to investigate what's going on in the natural kind of brain as someone's reasoning and figure out whether there's some stuff there that could actually be true? I mean, I think just on the face of it, for example, we'd all be, obviously a computer isn't representing anything to itself. There's not like thoughts that are going, like doing inference. But in a computer, we'd be committed to the idea that it can obviously do some kind of make some kind of logical inference. I don't think we think there's like special computerness that sort of has to be involved in order for it to I don't want to do cognition, I suppose, maybe. And yet it's just atoms smashing into each other. There's just these billiard balls smashing into each other. How does it execute the instructions? How does it produce this image on the screen? I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, just if we talk about something that's complicated in these like really low effort ways of describing the physical world, of course it's going to sound implausible because there's a lot more, like that's not even like a high school level of science, like just atoms are smashing into each other in my brain or whatever. Let's make a bit more of an attempt at it at least.
Yeah, well, see, take the computer example or a calculator. Reppert talks a bit about this, but I think the general response is going to be, well, humans built those things using their intelligence. And so that's the only, it's sort of a derived intelligence. The problem with that, though, is that it seems to me that that's shifting the argument, right? So what C.S. Lewis is saying here, it's not about where our brains came from. He doesn't say anything about the origin. It's just the fact that it contains atoms means that it can't be thinking. Now, that's not an argument against, the natural origin. It's not an argument that we had to be created. It's an argument that we have to be more than just material brains. So this is an argument for substance dualism, not an argument for having a creator. And so the problem there is saying that we made a computer doesn't actually address this, right? Because it's not like the computer has a soul. The computer can do all the stuff that it can purely in virtue of electrons moving around, basically. And therefore, it's not enough just to say, well, humans made them. It's like, well, okay, could God make a brain that thinks and has reasons and so on that is purely material? This is basically, who said, was it Locke who said this? God can make a rock think, right? So this is the point here. So ask C.S. Lewis here, can God make a brain that's purely material that thinks? If the answer is yes, then this specific formulation of the argument is just rubbish, right? Because it's nothing to do with it being atoms. It's about, could it have evolved naturally into that state? And that's maybe a valid question, but that's about its origins, right? It's not about its constituents. This particular argument is very clear. It's talking about its constituents, not where it came from. So basically, this seems to be a metaphysical argument against the possibility of a material object sort of thinking. But then the computer argument seems to blow that out of the water, because computers can process information in very complex ways, despite the fact that they're just, it's just electrons moving around. Like, oh, I just see the electrons in my CPU and I don't see computations there. Like, where's the data? Like, where's my information? I don't see it there. You can make the same argument. And it's obviously completely facile, right? Because, well, material objects can do that stuff. At best, you can then, you might want to say, well, only if an intelligence has designed them. But that gets you to basically some sort of cosmological or teleological argument as to like, well, how did we get brains like this? It doesn't get you to, your brain can't do this because it is material.
And I think even if you did sort of shift the goalpost so it became this sort of teleological or design inference or whatever, at best you could say it would be more expected under the hypothesis of a mind designing things that we'd make this observation at best.
Yes.
But as I was listening to Danny yesterday, and he pointed out, if you talk about a tornado going through a junkyard, say, and assembling, like a Mustang, or, you'd say the same for a computer, a tornado going through a junkyard and assembling a computer. What is the contradiction between that happening? It might be really, really improbable, right? It might be really, really improbable, especially on the hypothesis that there's no agent behind it who's got a desire to produce it that way or whatever. But there isn't a contradiction there. It can happen. Really, really unlikely. It'd be really weird if it did, but it still can.
Yes, and that's why this formulation of the argument is lacking, because it seems to be making a metaphysical impossibility argument. Atoms in brains cannot, I can't quite read it, but it's like it can't give rise to beliefs or reasons or something like that. And, well, I mean, unless you think God couldn't create it that way, then that's just false, right? So unless he wants to go out on a limb and actually say that, which seems pretty implausible, then he's going to have to reformulate the argument as to a plausibility of outcomes under different theories. And then all the naturalist has to do is explain how evolution explains how we could get that.
So,
and then that leads us to Plantinga's argument a bit later, just to foreshadow that.
So Lewis wants to draw this wedge between, I suppose, cause and explanation might be the most useful way of talking about it. So naturalism, even if it is not purely materialistic, seems to involve the same difficulty that blah, 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 blah. We say, when we say grandfather is ill today because he ate lobster yesterday. So we can also say grandfather must be ill today because he hasn't got up yet. So the idea is that both of these are sufficient for why grandfather is ill today. But the first sentence, because, indicates the relation of cause and effect, the eating making him ill. And in the second, it indicates the relation of what logicians call ground and consequent. Interestingly, this division is a later introduction post the Anscombe debate because of some of the problems she raised with equivocation and so forth. So what Lewis wants to do is draw a wedge between offering an explanation for why someone might hold a belief in terms of like reasons, in terms of like the logical relation, say, between a conclusion and the inferences one might draw to get there, and a story that might be told about cause and effect. in terms of like one is causation and the other one is explanation, and he's going to say, you know, we can tell this entire story about causation, about cause and effect, one domino hitting another, but nowhere in there are we going to get these reasons that are logically related to one another. Is going to be a big kind of thrust in the argument. So if causes fully account for belief, then since causes work inevitably, the belief would have to arrive whether it has grounds or not. So here he's saying that, again, if there's just this causal story, you're basically committed to epiphenomenalism. We need not, it is felt, consider grounds for something which can be fully explained without them.
Do you want to explain what epiphenomenalism is in this context?
So epiphenomenalism is basically, I mean, the word is used in general, but in this context, in like a philosophy of mind context, I suppose, it's this idea that consciousness, intentionality, and so forth, all these kind of things about what it's like to be-ness are an epiphenomena that sort of it sits on top of the physical causal processes that are going on in the brain. So it, you know, if you were to take away those physical causal processes, then the epiphenomena would change. But there's no like downward causation from the thoughts to what's going on in the physical. The physical is where all the causation and stuff like that is taking place, and then this just sort of sits there as a product of that. I don't know if there's anything more important to add into that.
Yeah, I think that's the basic idea as I understand it, that in this context it would be like beliefs or desires, or I guess mental states generally don't have any causal powers. They can be caused by, say, the brain, but not the other way around.
But this it says, we know by experience, a thought does not necessarily cause all or even any of the thoughts which logically stand as its consequence and ground. Acts of thinking are no doubt events, but they are a very special sort of event. They are about something other than themselves and can be true or false. Events in general are not about anything. It cannot be true or false. So again, the idea here being that when we tell the story about our mental life, you know, I might be thinking, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, and then I'm sort of combining those in my head, and that gives me reasons to think that Socrates is mortal. Whereas if you were to just stand outside and describe everything that's going on with the atoms, you're not going to get any like logical relations there. And so if that is the entire story to be told, then I can't be said to have made a rational inference. It just is something that happened. From the thinker's point of view, a perception of an implication if A then B. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. Knowing must be determined in a sense solely by what is known. We must know it to be thus solely because it is thus. Anything.
What does that mean? Knowing must be determined solely by what is known. We must know it thus solely because it is thus.
Right. So the idea is that this is the problem. There's a bunch of strands of philosophy being tied in together as well, and it's kind of difficult to tease apart. So I guess he's saying that we have knowledge of things, and we want to say arguably, have we reached this knowledge on the grounds of inference? Right, we might be foundationalists of some sort, but I guess what he's saying here is we know that. The example that he gave, if A then B, A therefore B, right? We know that B is the case if we sort of know if A then B and we know B. And the only way that we know that conclusion is determined by what is known. It's determined by knowledge, by these intentional concepts and the reasons that hold between them. And it isn't determined by atoms bumping into each other, you know, from a third person perspective. Does that help to clarify? I think it is a little murky.
Yeah, okay. Right, so this was, Reppert says something very similar. And what I thought was interesting is that they want to say that our beliefs are determined by reasons and, you know, relevant rules of logic and so forth, which seems to contradict, but this is me going on again about comparing it to other arguments, this seems to contradict arguments from free will, which say that we can like choose whether to believe something. So belief voluntarism or epistemic voluntarism. So they want to say, this actually becomes very important because they want to, again, I say they, but a lot of these apologists want to justify evil and other problems on the basis of free will, and they want to justify free will on the basis that it's a moral good for people to freely
I
choose
see
to
what you're
love
saying.
God. But
Yeah.
if our beliefs and mental states, well, particularly beliefs, are
Determined
caused entirely by
antecedent
reasons,
yeah,
then there's no room for free will there, right? It's just whatever reasons are present before us, then those lead us to believe them. Where's the free will there?
Well, look, I don't. Maybe what they want to say is that so there's a relation there, like a logical relation where it guarantees the conclusion, but in order to think with assent that the conclusion is the case, you have to freely choose of your own accord to hold that belief for some. I mean, maybe they could go down that route, but
what he says is false. Knowing must be determined in a sense solely by what is known. Then that's false, right? Knowing is also determined by your free choice.
Well, but that would be
if that were true.
Yeah, knowing. Maybe he's using knowing because of the idea that knowledge is like a subset of belief that is true.
Well, yeah, but it would be necessary for you to believe something to choose to believe it. Again, I'm not committing C.S. Lewis to this, but I'm just seeing if you can reconcile these arguments together. And it seems pretty hard to me. Either we choose what to believe, or at least our choice plays an important role there, like libertarian sense, or our beliefs are entirely determined by our reasons.
I see what
and
you mean. Yeah, like you're saying that if you've got these reasons, you're rationally compelled to this other reason by virtue of these.
Using causal language here, right?
Yeah.
So there's sort of no choice about it. It's just that's what happens.
Yeah. I mean that there might be a way out, but I get what you're saying. It's not that. I guess the idea is that they want to be hyper skeptical of any story that the naturalist got to say, but then implicit in the story that's being laid down here, that it's not like there's no issues again for what they're trying to say.
Well, yeah, I think there's a real tension about the notion that people can choose to believe. Okay, so let me just stress. Let me just explore this a little bit more, because one thing you could say is that someone can't choose whether to believe in God or not, but they can choose whether to follow him, right? Now, maybe Catholics and Mormons can make sense of this. This was what I was taught as a Mormon, right? But I don't think that that a lot of Protestants are not going to be happy with this, because that seems to be sort of works-based. It's not really whether you choose to follow Jesus per se. It's, well, you choose to just believe in him and accept him, right? And that's really just that's an assent. I don't want to say it's a just intellectual assent, but it is an intellectual process, a process of assent, right? And so the question is that entirely determined by your reasons, in a cognitive intellectual sense? And if it is, then there's no space for free will there. Your reasons just determine whether or not you accept Jesus, which believe in him, and then that just is what it is to be a Christian, right?
Well,
what else is there? Where does free will fit in the process is the question.
Well, if we hold our horses there a second, right, and think, so let's suppose that we do have free will, and this is going to be like a really low resolution picture, and I don't know, I'm going to freely will to like move my head around and acquire some sort of empirical content about the reality around me. And then I'm gonna get some more information. So then for me to be able to know more stuff about the world, I'm gonna have to have some valid reasons to reach those conclusions. Like the reasoning, the steps of inference, the inference steps that I make.
I don't know if that's going to be acceptable or not.
It's not. I suppose it's not like it's not like the reasons are there, and they might logically combine to produce some conclusion, but that doesn't just produce in you the knowledge. You have to choose to reason it through or something. You'd have to choose to reason through a thought process and get to the conclusion. Does that help?
But then our beliefs are determined by our cognitive processes, not just the reasons themselves.
Right. Yeah. And our libertarian free choice, I suppose, on that view to reason through particular things.
So suppose I'm just trying to think of a simple example. Like, I don't know, it's a simple mathematical. Well, I'm just trying. It depends what you think about the nature of sorry, it depends what you think the nature of reasons is precisely. So you might have a reason to believe something, but not recognize it as a reason to believe. In order to recognize it, you need to sort of reason through the process, follow the mental algorithm, or do the mental arithmetic, or whatever it is. And you can choose whether to do that, I guess, in a libertarian sense. But then it seems to me that it's not, again, that seems to be in conflict with what C.S. Lewis is saying here. Knowing must be determined solely by what is known. It's not just, it's also your cognitive process in responding to that, or like, I don't know, processing the information in some way. It's not merely just of recognizing the reasons. Yeah, it's sort of appropriately analyzing the reasons and evidences available.
I mean, I suppose the meta point, though, is that it's not like it just becomes easy. You know, it's not like we can point out all these issues for the naturalist story, but it doesn't just become easy by saying, you know, God, souls, and libertarian free will and logic, and now we've sort of, you know, we've solved the problem of what's going on, and it all makes coherent.
That's the whole point of what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand how C.S. Lewis would think about this. Yeah. And I'm struggling because it doesn't seem to obviously fit with what I think he would say about free will and other things.
Yeah.
Because he wants to critique the idea that the brain can have much to do with it, because he's trying to separate out any sort of brain process from recognizing reasons and giving rise to beliefs. But then I'm trying to fit that, well, where does free will come in? And it seems we're pushing back towards, well, you have to like process the evidence or something. But that sounds like exactly the sort of thing a brain could do, right? It could process the evidence in a cognitive system. So it seems that we're precisely providing that linkage between the abstract reasons and belief space and the sort of more concrete, like brain and how you analyze evidence, information processing side of it. That's exactly what I would say is a naturalist, right? And I guess the point I'm making is in this little discussion here, we seem to get back to closer to that, even just trying to make sense of what C.S. Lewis is saying, because it seems that you do have to say that there's something we do, we have to think about it and reason through it, not just directly apprehend it.
Yeah, right. I see.
But well, that's what the brain does, right? That's what's missing in his argument, because he's ignoring that.
Which makes more sense if there's some kind of like state machine that's in time and progressing through, to do with thought, rather than.
So that's what his account here is missing. He's sort of neglecting the point that we don't just sort of apprehend directly reasons for everything, that we have to work through the evidences and reasons we have and process it and think through it, and that can be instantiated in a physical substrate. At least that's what I would claim. But because he's talking about two extremes, at the one end, it's like atoms bumping into each other. And at the other end, it's like apprehending a proposition. One is extremely low-level physics. The other is very abstract. Obviously, it's going to seem hard to link those together. So you have to but when you actually push, I think what C.S. Lewis is saying deeper and ask, well, how does it work on his model? It seems to me, based on our discussion, that you naturally get to some sort of linking. Well, there's going to be some sort of processing of the information that happens. And that's getting more at the level that links the abstract propositional description to the lower level atomic description, essentially. Anyway, I hope that was kind of clear. We can move on now.
Yeah. Let's so to pull the thread back into C.S. Lewis's argument and expanding on it. So he says here then, anything which professes to explain reasoning fully without introducing an act of knowing, thus solely determined by what is known, is really a theory that there is no reasoning. So let's
explain our reasoning fully without introducing an act of knowing. An act of knowing. What is an act of knowing?
Well, this is, I was going to say this is going to perhaps be a difficulty as well, because that's not exactly going to just be a simple story. It's not like naturalists aren't committed to knowledge. They're just providing a different explanation, like a different conceptual analysis or a different story about what that knowledge is. You know, is it these fundamental, foundational commitments that someone can't get around, like that I have two hands or something? Or is it, justified true belief? Is it reliable cognitive processes like those that have been selected for by certain adaptational pressures?
I'm not really sure what this sentence is trying to get at. I would probably just say, sure, there is knowing and reasoning. Yes, they exist. Maybe that's all he was trying to get at.
Yeah. So this account on inspection leaves no room for the act of knowing or insight on which the whole value of our thinking as a means to truth depends. So I think that's that wedge between like an epiphenomenalism and a causal story, like a causally determined story. There isn't room for those reasons. I actually think you could be a compatibilist about this. I'm not committing myself to epiphenomenalism, but I don't see why you couldn't be a compatibilist and say that this causally determined process of whatever's going on in the brain and the first person perspective of what it's like to have that epiphenomena can't be valid reasoning.
Well, yes. I mean, he hasn't really explained why it can't be. He just sort of asserts that they can't. And again, this is what I was saying before. I think the reason the appeal that he gets there is by describing one at an extremely high level of abstraction, belief, reason, justification, and the other at a very low level of atoms bumping into each other. Now, on a prima facie, on the face of it, those don't seem to connect very well. But again, that's true for many things. Like if I describe the operations of an organ, the biological function of an organism at the level of the precise chemicals and atomic structure of a protein, that doesn't seem to have any connection to
moving my hand around,
the function of my eye, or the motion of muscles. But they are actually connected to each other. There's a complex causal chain to be told, to be understood there. And if you this is what I keep saying, reductionism sounds very implausible if you look at the top and the bottom and cut out the middle,
right? Because
it's like, well, those are completely different things. The middle is where all the interesting stuff happens. And I think what C.S. Lewis is doing here is just kind of trying to obscure the fact that the naturalist is going to want to talk about what happens in the middle. How do you connect the chemical and atomic operations, the chemical operations that happen in the brain, to reasoning and thought processes? And this is precisely what neuroscience and psychology and artificial intelligence is interested in doing, right? So we'll talk more about this later, I guess. But I mean, we tell a story there, right? And that's how we connect them. And C.S. Lewis seems to be just saying, no, you can't do that. Like, well, but what's your argument?
So here's, I think that we're going to see another kind of problem with this kind of argument as well in the next sentence, which is this idea of just skidding around between various different concepts that are laden with a bunch of sort of auxiliary beliefs that they need to get to work. So he's going to say, if there is nothing but nature, therefore reason must have come into existence by an historical process. Ooh, bad grammar there, C.S. Lewis, from the Oxford professor. And of course, for the naturalist, this process was not designed to produce a mental behavior that can find truth. Depends. I mean, you could equivocate on designed, right? I mean, that's what Plantinga does when he gives his account of Warrant. He says you can say that it's a design if it's created by natural selection. And I think a lot of natural accounts are going to say it's in that sense of designed, it is to find truth, or truth to a certain degree about certain kinds of reasoning. But it's this idea that we've skidded between this idea of like causation and explanation, and now we're talking about evolution, what it does say, what it can and can't do, just in very brief kind of bullet point type sentences. The type of mental behavior we now call rational thinking or inference must therefore have evolved by natural selection, by the gradual weeding out of types less fit to survive. Once then our thoughts were not rational, that is, all our thoughts once were, as many of our thoughts still are, merely subjective events, not apprehensions of objective truth. Why couldn't...
That's a busy sentence.
Yeah.
All our thoughts once were, as many as they still are, merely subjective. Okay, so any thought is subjective, right?
So he means
thought has to have a
epiphenomenal...
thinker. Yeah, but that's not what subjective means. It's just using the wrong word there. Subjective means essentially related to a subject. A thought has to be subjective because you can't just have a thought without a thinker, and that's the subject,
I have an objective
right?
thought.
So,
my thoughts are actually about the world. Maybe direct realism.
Whether they're about is not whether that's. It's just, is there a thinker basically who is the subject?
Well, this is what.
But he's saying they're
merely
subjective, so which I guess means that they're not. They can't be true. But why can't they be true? I don't. So I think what he's saying is that he seems to have this very strange idea about how evolution worked, that like humans came, or something similar to humans evolved, and they had thoughts, but they were all false. And then somehow they started to become true. But that's ridiculous. That's not how it would have worked.
Yeah.
Animals, like, it's unclear where you can start even talking about something as a belief, because, like, well, does a lizard have beliefs? Does a worm have beliefs? I don't know, but they do have a nervous system, right? And there's going to be information encoded in there. And so the abstraction builds up, the complexity builds up, and eventually you start to talk about internal representations that we might call beliefs. And those are going to be true from the outset, right?
Does a thermometer have intentionality?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point that's been discussed. We'll maybe talk about that with Reppert. But the point there is that this is just a bizarre view of evolution. It's like beliefs evolved before they were
all false, and then reality. They became true. Yeah.
Why would you think that? Such a bizarre position.
Yeah. And like you say, the merely subject, like Merely is doing a lot of work there. And how can you have a thought beyond it being subjective? Yeah, I'm a pantheistic God. I just get it the way things are.
He says merely subjective. So the thing is that this is what I mean by imprecision. The subjectivity there is irrelevant because thoughts are always subjective. And so what I think he means is just that they're always false. But again, that's just a silly view of evolution. That's not how it would have worked.
So moving on then, God is love may be a tautology to this. Why did I highlight that? I have no idea why I highlighted that. I remember even thinking that yesterday as I put this slide in. The naturalist and I both admit this. We could not discuss anything unless we did. The difference I'm submitting is that he gives, and I do not, a history of evolution of reason, which is inconsistent with the claims that he and I...
So who's he?
He, the naturalist.
Oh,
that
okay.
He and I both have to make for inferences as we actually practice it. For history is, and from the nature of the case can only be, an account in cause and effect terms of how people think and what they do. So he's saying this natural story of evolution is just an account in cause and effect terms of, why people are doing what they do, but it isn't. There aren't any logical grounds, right? There's not like grounds and consequence. There's no like logical relation between the effects that follow.
Well, this is what we talked about before. The idea that it's just presupposed that reason and ground and consequent can't be constituted by or implemented by or something or other cause and effect relationships. And I mean, it just seems to me they have to be connected, right? Because we want to say that our beliefs are caused by things that happen in the world. About where else did they come from, right? Did they just pop into being from nowhere? They've got to be caused by something.
I think this is a really interesting sentence. The naturalist has given an account of what we thought to be our inferences, which suggests that they are not real insights at all. Now, suppose I connect up some sensory apparatus to the USB ports on my computer, and I write a program on my computer that is gonna, I don't know, infer something from whatever the two sensors are doing, which could be done. I don't know. Maybe you're going to look at the shape of an object and the sound of something, and you're going to produce some further inference based on that. And you write a loop that's just going to constantly be looking at that, pulling out the information. If it's in a certain range, then do this. Now, would we say, what we suppose to be an insight really isn't, because there's this story to be told about just electrons moving around circuitry. So it isn't really an insight. It can't actually follow from, the relationship between these two sensory inputs that this new thing is true, because it's not really a logical inference that's been made. How can you have logic when it's just electrons moving around in a machine? It's that, it seems like it's that sort of thing that's going on, which I think, I don't think is true. It seems like you can have, you can obviously have logic when in something like a computer, when it's just electrons moving around in circuitry. You can have inferences. There's not like an issue there.
Let's just keep. I think I've made the point. Let's keep going.
So he's just asserting, okay, reason is our starting point. There can be no. I agree. Reason is our starting point. The point is how do we provide an
Sorry, which part are you reading from here? Where does you say reason is our starting point?
Here, reason is our starting point. The value of our reasoning. If the value of our reasoning is in doubt, you cannot try to establish it by reasoning. If, as I said above, a proof that there are no proofs is nonsensical, so is a proof that there are proofs. reason is our starting point. There can be no question either of attacking or defending it. I mean,
right,
I
so
think
this is
I agree.
because this is. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you, because I don't, but you can feel free to finish.
Okay, what I was going to say, I think we have to presuppose isn't the right word, but you might say a necessary precondition for engaging in dialectic about any of these issues is going to be that our reasoning works.
Yeah, sure.
And then
I agree with that.
And then we're just going to provide different explanations of what the nature of that reasoning is and what kind of existence it has.
It's interesting that apologists are not very interested in this. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Apologists don't seem to use the same approach with respect to reasoning that they do with respect to reasoning when it comes to morality. Like, because they always want you to ground morality in something else. But quite a few philosophers think that morality isn't grounded in reason or something more fundamental. It's just its own autonomous sphere. So giving a sort of a reasoned or a rationality grounding of morality would make about as much sense as giving a rationality foundation for rationality. But anyway, that's just a sub point. Okay, so my view here is maybe a little different to some, but I don't really believe in fundamental grounds because I'm not a foundationalist. So I don't think that there's a sort of a linear structure to our belief system. I mean, there is to some extent, but not like fundamentally. There aren't certain beliefs that you just have to accept as a starting point without any argument. I'm more of a coherentist, so I think that it's more of a coherent web of beliefs. But I mean, we could talk about that more another time. But so what he's saying here, if the value of our reasoning is in doubt, you cannot try to establish it by reasoning. I mean, I don't accept that, and I don't think pragmatists accept that either. Foundationalists might think that you have to accept the reliability of reasoning or rationality or something as foundational, which is fine. I mean, you can hold that view. But all I'm saying here is that this is a contentious epistemological point, which C.S. Lewis doesn't appreciate. He just asserts his view here as if it's the only possible thing you could think, which it just isn't. I don't think we have to take reason as a starting point. It's actually not obvious that reasoning is an effective way to form reliable, true, useful, or whatever you want to say, beliefs.
Well, yeah, it's the homogenous way that he attaches reasoning being in doubt here, as if, it's like this Cartesian idea that if one of the apples in the barrel is bad, then you throw out the whole barrel. No.
Well, you just need to suppose that they're all ripe, is sort of what he's saying here. Like,
I mean, reasoning could be in doubt, but you could still try and establish it, because maybe it's like certain aspects of reasoning that are in doubt, like, well, that's why I think of it as a bootstrapping approach, which there's some of the papers that talk about this later. You use a type of reasoning or an application of reasoning as a check on another one, and you can sort of bootstrap it up like that. I don't take this. It's not like it's a single thing that you just need to presuppose, or you don't have anything. I mean, I just don't think about it like that as a coherentist. And likewise, I think pragmatists are going to be fairly conducive to thinking about it in a similar way as well. That, well, you just sort of see if it works for whatever purpose you're trying to appeal to it. You don't have to assume that it works antecedently. Okay, so let's move on then. So for him, I think the naturalist, or is he talking about the theist here? Yeah, the theist. For the theist, the reason of God is older than nature, and from it the orderliness of nature, which alone enables us to know her, is derived. For the theist, the human mind, in the act of knowing, is illuminated by divine reason. It is set free, in the measure required from the huge nexus of non-rational causation, free from this, to be determined by the truth known, and the preliminary processes within nature which led up to this liberation. If there were any, were designed to do so. I probably read that weird, so it didn't quite make sense.
If there were any, how could there not be any? This is just so much. Sorry, I'm getting impatient here. Like, what is he on about?
Well, this is
God
what I wanted.
frees us to know things as they are, illuminating it by divine reason. What the hell does any of that mean?
Exactly. Well, this is what I wanted to raise.
About?
I wanted to raise. We've got however much we just had of densely packed kind of criticism, right, against naturalism for all these various reasons. And then what is the alternative explanation that's offered here? It's just, there's this one sentence: for him, the human mind is an act of knowing, illuminated by the divine reason. I mean, if that's good enough, why isn't for the naturalist?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Reasoning is an act of natural knowing, illuminated by natural reason. There we go. We've just described.
So much hot air.
what our commitment is and the phenomena we're trying to describe, and that should just be acceptable.
So let me push that a bit further. What does God actually do to make our reasoning like work that's impossible under naturalism? Does God manipulate? So God maybe created our minds, okay, but again, that's not the argument from reason per se. That's more like a teleological or maybe cosmological. I guess it's a teleological type of argument. But what does he actually do beyond that? What does God do beyond that to ensure that our beliefs can be about something or can be true or whatever it is? Because C.S. Lewis isn't consistent about what exactly the thing is, but say whether our beliefs can be true. Does God just sort of keep zapping our brains to make sure they have the right state so that they can correspond in an appropriate way? Like, is that what's supposed to be happening? Because that seems pretty implausible to me. Or is it just that God made our brains in a way such that there is a cause and effect relation between things in the world and the state of our brains that allows us to consistently make rational inferences? But that can't be right, because C.S. Lewis has said that there's nothing about the causal order which connects to like physical causal order that connects in the relevant way to belief and reason and so forth. He specifically draws a wedge between that. So God creating us in a particular way is not going to help. So somehow there has to be the connection between, light bouncing off objects in the material world and our, ears and eyes detecting those sort of sensory apparatus, and stuff happening in our brain and the beliefs and knowledge we have. But his account here doesn't explain how that works. What is God doing? Like, how does he get around this problem?
It's almost as if he has to be committed to, wherever is the wrong type of grammar, imprecise, but whatever the story is to be told about how minds work and how they're rational, whatever, that exists in this separate sphere. And then there's whatever's happening in the physical world. And it seems like Lewis has to be committed to some kind of idea that just at God's given pleasure, he makes it so that whatever's going on in this like non-overlapping magisteria of the rational mindy realm just happens to line up with what's going on in this realm. But
so there's actually a view about it. Yeah. There's a dualist view about this called what's the name of it? Where it's parallelism, I think.
The clock. I know it's like the clockwork theories, but yeah, maybe parallelism is the more.
Well, the one I'm talking about is where there's the mind, which is immaterial, and then there's the brain, which is material, and they both exist separately from each other, but they don't causally interact. But they correlate in reliable ways.
Yeah. So I know.
Why would that be? Well, God
wound up the clock. God wound up the clock on both. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it seems like that C.S. Lewis would have to appeal to something like that, except at a grander scale, because there's basically our immaterial minds, which are capable of reasoning and forming beliefs and so forth, and knowing stuff. But that is not causally due to anything that happens in the physical world, because according to C.S. Lewis, that just is impossible. At the same time, of course, there's still, we have our physical bodies, we have eyes and ears, and there's the sensory apparatus. That's all physical, right? So that happens, and it goes alongside the mental non-physical stuff. But then how does the mental non-physical stuff relate to, like, why is it that I form a belief that there's a tree in front of me when I'm in that position? Well, it's got to be because God like whispers that to my soul or something, or my immaterial mind just at the right moment, so that I then know that, because it can't be any physical causal characteristic, because C.S. Lewis is consistently saying that's not sufficient for forming a belief, right? So if you take that out of the picture as the cause of the belief, then what is it? I can't see what else it could be other than God is like just whispering to us, oh, by the way, believe this now, kind of thing.
And look, and this isn't to say
that's his view, is it?
Well, this isn't. I don't think he's a dualist. Actually, I do think he says that he's skeptical of dualism somewhere elsewhere.
But then, what's all this nonsense about the physical aspect not being sufficient? Because if he's not a dualist, it must be sufficient.
I'm not sure, but I guess.
But this is what I mean. His view is just a mess. It's not clear what he's saying.
I don't want to make out again like someone who's a theist couldn't rationally think that this is a good reason to doubt naturalism and have some say, I believe one of these alternative stories. What I want to point out is that let's constrain our optimism about how convincing this is going to be to someone on the other side. Let's at least be aware of the limitations of, because all of these positions are laden with difficult problems and traps, because it's really hard to paint a full picture of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, no one's got a perfect picture. That's true.
And this argument just makes out like, theism clearly has, and everyone else has got all these issues. And this is one of those areas where that comes out.
Well, from my view, if C.S. Lewis is going to say that the naturalist can't explain belief formation or intentionality or whatever, then I think he's got to do something to come up with a story that works under theism. He's got to show what God is doing that helps him out of the problem, but he doesn't. He's got like 2 sentences on this that don't make any sense, at least from what we're provided here. And so he from my point of view, again, I'm not saying that no theist can come up with this, but I'm talking about the C.S. Lewis here. What effort has he gone to? What account has he given us that helps us to avoid these problems? I just don't see it. So his argument just does nothing as far as I'm concerned. It's like, well, here's a problem for you. Well, how do you resolve it? Oh, God. It's like that's basically what we had.
So he has these quotes at the start of each chapter. I'm not sure why I highlighted this part of this one.
Antikythera, I don't think that is what he's saying. Can you bring up that quote there from Antikythera? At least that's not how I read it, because remember that C.S. Lewis was very clear that he is saying that it's the physical causal states of affairs are not sufficient. They can't give rise to beliefs and knowledge because they're separate spheres, right? So it's not enough for him to say that God designed the human brain to form rational beliefs, because that's still in the causal sphere. This is the point that I made before. You could appeal to that, and I think Plantinga might appeal to that, because Plantinga's argument is better, right? Although it's still flawed, but it's better than this, in my opinion. But I don't think that's what C.S. Lewis is saying, because it doesn't make you can't reconcile the idea that God designed the material mind of the human brain, the material brain, to give rise to rational beliefs, because then materiality is sufficient to give rise to beliefs if it's arranged properly. But that isn't what C.S. Lewis is saying.
Yeah, I think C.S. Lewis here has ruled out Christian theism. Even if Christian physicalism, not Christian theism. Even if we were to assume that God created everything material, like minds and stuff like that, that would be inadequate to account for how it could be reasonable, how that could be rational, because everything then would be explicated in terms of those cause-effect relations. And then there wouldn't be like logical grounds for why, there wouldn't be these logical grounds for why one thought follows from the next. Logically, why does my thought that all men are mortal and Socrates is a man combine or lead me to being rationally justified in thinking that Socrates is mortal? I couldn't do that. Even if God had designed my material brain to be able to process that on C.S. Lewis's account, it wouldn't be rational. There wouldn't be logic there. There wouldn't be validity.
Yeah.
So yeah, this random quote here depends for its existence on something else. Why did I highlight that? I don't know. I did. If our argument has been sound so far, acts of reasoning are not interlocked with the total interlocking system of nature, as all its other items are interlocked with one another. So recall.
There we go. That's a precise statement of what we're just saying. So God designing our brains to be rational won't work. Why? Because acts of reasoning are not connected to the causal states of affairs of physical reality. He's literally said that here. So he's just flat out ruling out any possibility of that.
And if we recall what Lewis said at the start, he said naturalism is this idea that the totality of things is just these physical states, one leading to another, whereas theism is the idea that there's something beyond that, there's supernatural. And he's going to place reason in that realm, as I've highlighted there, a wedge kind of between reason and nature. Nature is quite powerless to produce rational thought, which was the argument from the previous chapter. In other words, relation between reason and nature is what some people call an unsymmetrical relation. The relation between reason and nature is of this kind. Reason is not related to nature, as nature is related to reason. And then I thought this thing was interesting, just in terms of getting at the psychology of Lewis as he's writing this. I guess he's thinking that the natural man is suppressing reason in his heart as he's coming to approach this, and this is sort of a bit of an emotional plea from him. I can only beg you before you throw the book away. He's talking directly to the naturalist here. I was thinking of James as I read this, actually.
I would have thrown it away already, I think. I would have got to this chapter.
I can only beg you before you throw the book away to consider seriously whether your instinctive repugnance to such a conception is really rational, or whether it is only emotional or aesthetic. I know that the hankering for a universe which is all of a piece and in which everything is the same sort of thing as everything else, a continuity, a seamless web, a democratic universe, is very deep, seated in the modern heart, in mine no less than in yours. But have we seen any real assurance that things are like that? Are we mistaking an intrinsic probability, what is really a human desire for tiredness and harmony? That seems like a bit of a typo there as well, for what is really...
Well, that's probably just the Kindle version, I would guess.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't necessarily put that on Lewis. But look, if humans have a deep-seated desire for something, isn't it possible that that desire be fulfilled? So if it's possibly necessary that the universe is all of one kind and democratic. Anyway, that's just a sort of a facetious response. But I mean, I think there are good reasons to be a naturalist. So that's how I would respond to that. What does he say? Do we have good reasons for thinking this? Any real assurance that things are like that? I would say yes, we do.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I could hear the kind of emotional plea here, right? In what Lewis was saying. He's like, I'm rationally convinced of this. I really don't want you to go to hell. Don't listen to your sin. Listen to me. And I was like, I want to take that seriously, but and I think it's an interesting question of how does reason work. But I'm just not seeing. I mean, I think what would have been better here is if Lewis gave this really plausible story of how theism accounts for it. And then I would look at that and I'd look at what the naturalist is offering and I'd go, yeah, that just makes so much more sense to me. That's so much more compelling. That's what I want. Rather than just this like sort of nitpicking that doesn't really make sense of what the naturalist isn't really quite saying. So yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Lewis, but I think there's probably other better reasons to be a Christian than
yes. It's almost like he knows that his argument is not persuasive, so he's saying, "Look, please, just don't give up." I know it's just a bit of an odd appeal there.
Okay, so I don't think there was that much more in this chapter. Yeah, there we go. There's this. Rational thought is not part of the system of nature, as per the other stuff in the
as he keeps saying.
Chapter. It does not follow that rational thought exists absolutely on its own. It might be independent of nature by being dependent on something else.
Well, so, God, presumably.
Well, no, I guess what he's saying here is, like maybe Platonism or something like that. But then he gives this kind of infinite regress argument. So one man's reason has been led to see things by the aid of another man's reason, and is none the worse for that. It is thus still an open question whether each man's reason exists absolutely on its own or whether it is the result of some rational cause, in fact, of some other reason. That other reason might conceivably be found to depend on a third, and so on. It would not. Oh, he's talking about, could you be given rational reasons maybe through like oral tradition, for lack of a better word, or something like that, maybe, and so on. It would not matter how far this process was carried, provided you found reason coming from reason at each stage. It is only when you are asked to believe in reason coming from non-reason that you must cry halt. For if you don't, all thought is discredited.
That's a really odd view.
Why does that follow?
Like, well, cars can't come from non-cars, right?
Yeah, it's that sort of
thing. Trees can't come
from
from non-trees.
And this, I mean, we're going to get onto it, but this is something that Anscombe sort of brings out, that there's a distinction between irrational and non-rational. I mean, maybe I'm just going to mention it here, and we can get into it a bit more in a moment. But for something to be irrational means that it doesn't rationally follow. It's the opposite of rational. But for something to be non-rational just means that it's non-rational. So you can't get a rational conclusion from irrational premises, say. But you could get a rational conclusion from non-rational premises, and that's what Anscombe's going to criticize Lewis for, I suppose, in this sort of... So the naturalist story would be non-rational, but it doesn't follow from that you couldn't get a rational conclusion. It's therefore obvious that sooner or later you must admit a reason which exists absolutely on its own. The problem is whether you or I can be such a self-existent reason. Well, maybe, why not just the Platonic form of the reason? Why a God?
I'm just going to complain about the fact that he's capitalized reason there. Well, why?
Yeah.
What is that supposed to mean?
Why. Yeah.
A nitpick, but I still find it annoying.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because he thinks he's referencing God.
Well, that's what this is what I meant. Like, if you want to say that, then say it. Don't imply it through strange capitalization. It's like when people use scare quotes to sort of imply something without saying it. I find it irritating.
This is like 20-year-old Nathan reading 20-year-old Nathan's Reddit comments or something, where I'm like capitalizing he and reason and stuff like that. Yeah.
Unless you take it to the pro level, where not just capitalizing the word, but you actually write phrases in all caps, so you're just yelling half the time. That's like God tier level.
So the chapter 5 is a little bit more about morality than reason, but I think I wanted to point out that just where C.S. Lewis goes with this, how the worldview sort of sits together. So reasoning had to be, oh God, the coffee's going to my head now, and the lack of sleep and stuff like that. Like,
that's right. There's no connection between causal reality and reasoning. So the caffeine in your brain should not affect your reasoning capabilities at all. So
that's true. Yeah, my divine soul reasoning will be fine. Reasoning had to.
By the way, how does that work under C.S. Lewis's view? By the way, but I'll just leave that open because I have no idea.
Well, there was that sentence, it just flows from divine reason that reasoning can happen. Reasoning had to be the pivot of the argument because of all of the claims which the human mind puts forward. The claim of reasoning to be valid is the only one which the naturalist cannot deny without, philosophically speaking, cutting his own throat. Jesus. If the fact that men have such ideas as ought and ought not can be fully explained by irrational and non-moral causes, then those ideas are an illusion. So he's going on off the idea of normativity.
Why?
The idea of you can't get an ought from an is. So if all there are is these is statements that the naturalist has about about states of affairs in the world, one domino hitting another, you're not going to get any of these normative claims about oughts.
Not being able to derive an ought from an is nothing to do with naturalism. This is really a semantic argument, or I guess a logical point that Hume made, and it applies just as much to the theist as to the naturalist. And the way around it is just to ensure that you are in your premises putting in all of if it's a deductive argument, right? It only applies to deductive arguments, but you have to put in a premise there, some aspect of, or multiple premises, your theory of morality or rationality or whatever it is, right? You can't just assume that. So if I'm going to say that, morality is about obeying God's commandments, then one of my premises has got to be that that's my theory of morality. So, God commands me not to do this. If God commands to do something, then it's wrong to do it. Therefore, it's wrong to do the thing that God commands, something like that. You just got to have it in your premise there, whatever the theory is that you're trying to put forward. That's all that really, it's an important point because people often forget it, right? But the point is, it's nothing to do with naturalism. Any worldview, this is true for any worldview. Otherwise, it's the deductive argument will be invalid.
So let's just read this little bit that Lewis has to say in the bottom right. If naturalism is true, I ought is the same sort of statement as I itch or I'm going to be sick. In real life, when a man says I ought, we may reply, yes, you're right. That is what you ought to do. Or else, no, I think you're mistaken. But in a world of naturalists, if naturalists really remembered their philosophy out of school,
what?
Is that necessary? The only sensible reply would be, oh, are you? All moral judgments would be statements about speakers' feelings, mistaken by him for statements about something else, the real moral quality of actions, which does not exist.
So C.S. Lewis seems to think that if naturalism is true, then the correct theory of morality would be emotivism, I think.
Some kind of expressivist.
Yeah, that's right. Some form of expressivism, which is a theory you can defend. I don't personally subscribe to it, but C.S. Lewis doesn't defend this. He just asserts it.
And he's similar in the only one available.
Christianity. Yeah.
It's almost as if he hasn't remembered his philosophy out of school.
Oh, dear.
I don't know what the state. Even within at the time he's writing, it's not that plain to me that there was this really simple theory of like natural moral philosophy.
A lot of the stuff dates back. Yeah. Well, when was this written? In the 50s?
Well, it was written in I think it's like 47 or something.
Okay, close enough.
Initially, and then the revised version is like 1972 or something.
He was dead by then.
Was it?
Didn't he die in 68?
Oh, maybe that's wrong.
I guess it
then.
could have been published after he died.
Yeah, maybe published after, but the revised version's a bit later on. Either, nevertheless, to say those dates I've given are probably wrong, but it's it's that kind of time difference.
I'm trying to find.
I think The references in the Blackwell Companion section at the end should have.
There's been plenty of meta ethics that predates, the 60s or whatever. So I'm not like my preferred meta ethicist is Peter Railton. He's a bit later than that, but like there's plenty of work that predates that. So I mean, no, that's not the only option.
Yeah.
I refer people to this book because it's a really good introduction to that. But anyway, that's another topic for another episode.
So yeah, here we go. A Craigism. Maybe this is where Craig got it from. There is no escape along those lines.
Oh, nice.
If we are to continue to make moral judgments, and whatever we say, we shall in fact continue, then we must believe that the conscience of man is not a product of nature. It can be valid only if it is an offshoot of some absolute moral wisdom. A moral wisdom which exists absolutely on its own and is not a product of non-moral, non-rational nature. Well, he said what the problems are for the negation of non-moral and non-rational. He said, what the hell did I just say? He said what he thinks the problems are for someone who believes in that there isn't a God, basically, where he said he thinks they're committed to these various things, but he's not really painted in the picture of how positing a moral and rational agent at the foundation of reality helps with any of this, really, beyond just saying it sort of could. Don't you just share this intuition with me that rationality comes from rationality and morality from a moral agent? Because as we know, and we've all probably seen these discussions, there's problems for the theist. The Euthyphro dilemma is going to throw problems that are difficult to resolve. And as a theist, right, you can just say, well, I'm happy with this answer at a certain point, but it doesn't make the problems completely go away. And I think that that's going to be kind of symmetrical to the naturalist saying, yeah, this is really difficult. I can't describe to you absolutely everything about how physics works and minds work and so forth. But that's symmetrical to what the theist is going to do as well. And if that is the case, then I think that the theist should be sympathetic to the naturalist and not be like, oh, you can't do anything. There's no escape for you logically and rationally. It's like, there's just problems that when we get to the edges of all these philosophies.
Yeah, and I don't think C.S. Lewis has really explained how his preferred theory answers any of the questions here. He just sort of says, and absolute rationality or absolute moral wisdom or whatever he said solves it. Well, that's not an answer. That's just a platitude. That's not philosophy.
I thought it was. I thought it's worth getting into Anscombe's criticism from a non what's he called, Victor Reppert point of view, because he obviously just says, Anscombe's an idiot and Lewis is divinely inspired and gets it all right, sort of thing, in the Blackwell Companion. That's me not being particularly charitable, but that's what I see him as saying.
Be charitable.
And I think Anscombe raises it. Anscombe, for starters, a student of Wittgenstein and a Roman Catholic, and I think she as a Christian, she raises some interesting objections to what Lewis has to say, and objections that pushed Lewis to revise the argument put forward in the book, and also to completely change his approach to apologetics. So what I'm drawing from is mainly this. If anyone wants to go away and read this kind of exposition of the engagement and see further sources and things like that.
I didn't know there was a whole journal devoted to C.S. Lewis.
the C.S. Lewis journal. Yeah, I don't know how often it's how often it gets put out or anything like that. But so just to read the introductory paragraph here, C.S. Lewis published the first edition of Miracles in 1947. On the 2nd of February 1948, Oxford philosopher Elizabeth Anscombe delivered a paper to the Oxford Socratic Club, of which Lewis was president, in which she criticized Lewis's argument for an important claim in Miracles. A debate between Lewis and Anscombe ensued. Some observers of the contest judged that Anscombe won the debate. Some even went so far as to suggest that Lewis had been so decisively defeated that he decided, on the basis of that experience, to stop engaging in philosophical apologetics. Though these claims are themselves debated, it is uncontroversial that Anscombe's objections led Lewis to rethink and revise his argument. As a result, in 1960, he published a second edition of Miracles. So there we go, 1960 is the So that's 13 years. He published a second edition of Miracles that incorporates the changes he made to his reasoning in reply to Anscombe's criticisms.
Was that the version we looked at?
Yeah, the version we looked at is the later 1960s.
That's the improved version.
Yeah, so the
Sorry, being rude, but that's...
We'll get it in this. It's gonna talk about what those things were that were introduced to the argument, and you'll see that we've already talked about those points and what the issues for them are. So the original argument on the left there is basically this. So if you recall, if no human reasoning is valid, then no theory can be true. That was this idea that we've got all these appearances, and in order to do science or anything like that, we have to make valid reasoning inferences about the way the world is. If one is true, then no theory of the universe that excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning can be true. Therefore, no theory of the universe that excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning can be true. Lewis moves from the claim that all inferential knowledge requires valid reasoning to the claim that unless human reasoning is valid, no science can be true. Strictly speaking, he should have argued that unless some human reasoning is valid, no scientific claims can be rationally justified.
Yep.
So yeah, we sort of pointed that out, perhaps in more verbose terms, but yeah. So let's. The author I think this author's pretty good in that he says, well, let's just let's assume that that's what Lewis does and maybe reformulate that as if no human reasoning is valid, then no theory is rational, for example, and make it slightly stronger.
So just to interject briefly here, this is something that distinguishes good from bad philosophy, trying to be precise, trying to be careful, trying to consider different versions of arguments and progressively sort of remove problems or deal with issues. And like Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism, which we'll critique later, I don't think it's a very good argument. But the paper, or I think it was a chapter of a book actually that I read through, it was just written so much better and is so much more philosophically well written than compared to C.S. Lewis, and also compared to the Reppert piece, which I thought was extremely bad as well. So I know people criticize sometimes that the name of the stream being Bad Apologetics. It's not just a matter of whether we agree with or particularly whether I agree with the argument or think it's a good argument, although that matters. But it's also just whether it's done in it's well done. It's put together as a good philosophical piece of work, and a lot of it just isn't. And I would put C.S. Lewis forward as an example that just isn't well put together philosophically. So anyway, I just thought that might be of relevance here when we're looking at sort of picking out these issues here.
I think like this on this page, right? Just having premises and in between the paragraph, I mean, I don't know if C.S. Lewis is using a typewriter or not, but hit the return key, put on a new page, put on a new line. Here's my first premise. Here's my second premise. Here's my third. Have all the verbose stuff around it. But now in my mind, I've got this sort of blueprint down of what the argument looks like, and then I can sort of reason through the dialectic around it. I don't have to pull out from these sentences. Like where is it? Scanning through the text, looking for what he's trying to say. So I think even just this clarifies what's going on so much more, because it's not even, I mean, obviously C.S. Lewis is putting forward an argument, but it's not even clear what the premises and conclusion are just from reading his text on its own like that, because it's all just squished together into like a big many-page block. So yeah, and then he's going to say, obviously, naturalism is an account of the universe that excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning. We'll get into this, but if we recall from what we just read in C.S. Lewis's Miracles, it's this idea that naturalism it is wholly an account in terms of cause-effect relationships, one domino hitting another, to be crude, and so those logical relations just don't have any, you can't account for them. You can't give them any kind of existence where things actually kind of follow on that naturalist story. So therefore, it would not be rational to believe that naturalism is true. I think just before we do go on, we'd probably agree to that first part of the argument. I think. Would you agree with that, James? That if no human reasoning is valid, then no theory is rational. And if one is true, then no account of the universe that excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning can be rational.
That excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning. Yeah, I still don't really like calling reasoning valid or invalid, but that's a nitpick. Apart from that, sure, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. So I think it's that, and the main objection is clearly to this idea of this characterization of what naturalism is and whether it includes or excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning. So to move on, I can't recall in my memory how many pages were in between that last bit and this bit, but I'm just going to, I remember highlighting this whole section thinking it was important. So to reiterate, Lewis has argued that it is rational to believe something on the basis of inference only if that inference is valid. He has also argued, by appeal to examples, that an inference can be valid only if it is the product of a rational cause. And now adds to this the claim that if naturalism is true, then nature is the ultimate cause of everything, including our thoughts and inferences. And since nature is an irrational cause, then if naturalism is true, all our inferences and the thoughts based on them can be fully explained in terms of this irrational cause. Thus, given the premise of Lewis's argument previously stated and discussed, it follows that if naturalism is true, no human inference is valid and no human inferential thought is rational. This is premise 4 of the earlier reconstruction of Lewis's argument against naturalism. Given all preceding premises, it follows that 5 is true. It is not rational to believe that naturalism is true. Any comments that you want to say about that, James, or happy to move on?
Yep, I'm fine to move on.
So is this Anscombe's objection? Though Anscombe was not a naturalist, she did not think that Lewis's first argument against naturalism succeeded in establishing its conclusion. In particular, she took issue with Lewis's argument for what has been classified as premise 4, that naturalism is an account of the universe that excludes the possibility of valid human reasoning. So does he just reiterate Lewis's argument here? Yeah. And then he says, Anscombe's discussion, she thinks that Lewis affirmed these statements that she believed to be false because he was insufficiently attentive to the ambiguity of the words why, because, and explanation. As a result, he did not distinguish carefully enough between reasons and causes. For instance, if a person utters an interrogative sentence of the form, why does so-and-so believe such and such? There are at least 2 different kinds of questions he could be asking. And though an appropriate answer to both of these sorts of questions could begin with the word because and would qualify as a kind of explanation, the sorts of explanations involved in each case would be different. So a person asking this sort of question about another's belief would be thinking of the belief primarily as an event, the occurrence of which needs to be accounted for or explained in terms of how it was brought about or came into existence. An explanation of this sort is often classified as mechanistic, since it accounts for something existing or taking place in terms of causal mechanism, the operation of which brought it about. Relatively uncontroversial so far, I think.
Yep. And I guess I can see where Lewis has incorporated this because he did make that distinction in the passage we looked at. Yeah, exactly. So Anscombe goes on to disagree with the contention that if naturalism is true, then all human thought can be fully explained as a result of irrational causes. That is, she disagrees with this premise 7, which I've not quite included here. Anscombe appears to agree with Lewis that nature, as Lewis has defined it, could not be a rational cause of anything, but would instead be a non-rational cause of its effects. However, she rejects Lewis's equation of irrational cause with non-rational cause. So yeah, but perhaps you can see where, if you were with us for that bit, if not, you can skip back and see where Lewis introduced this in the version of miracles that we were reading through. So Lewis might be willing to revise his argument for 4 in such a way as to replace the term irrational with the term non-rational. So if a thought can be fully explained as the result of non-rational causes, then that thought is not valid. If naturalism is true, then all human thought can be fully explained as the result of non-rational causes. Yeah, and then the problem is going to be that I think we're going to reject 6 prime. If a thought can be fully explained as the result of non-rational causes, then that thought is not valid. I mean, why? Of course, that's the very thing the naturalist is going to reject, right? Can be fully explained. It's still interesting that we're talking about explanations here, or I prefer to talk about ontology, but it probably doesn't matter too much for this argument here. But I mean, particularly the reductive naturalist is going to reject that for anything, right? Including morality or intentionality or yeah, I mean, why would you accept that? That's just the claim of reductive naturalism.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like this just seems to be entailed by naturalism. So you're definitely not. I mean, obviously the theist is probably going to disagree as well, but then it just comes down to, you know, I'm basically just saying, well, I think God exists. I think God doesn't exist. Like, is this really going to be convincing for someone who's a naturalist? No.
Yeah. Let me get back to Oppie's point about the limits of deductive arguments.
So if all beliefs have causes, but not all causes of beliefs produce rational beliefs, what kinds of causes of beliefs do cause rational beliefs? So I think that this is an interesting question. Anscombe holds that rational beliefs can have non-rational causes as long as these non-rational causes are not irrational causes, which again is something I think me and James would both agree to.
Yeah.
So in order to neutralize Anscombe's objection to it, you'd need to change it to, if a thought can be fully explained as the result of non-rational causes, then that thought is not valid. That's 6 prime, which we talked about.
Yeah, we just switched on that.
There's various discussions then in the paper, in this paper, that go on about you know, how Lewis and Anscombe might conceive and go about talking about these things. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I did put a bit more in, only those 3, but then he basically reformulates the argument as this is like the strongest form. I don't think that it gets stronger after this point. So this is like the strongest form of Lewis's argument, as this guy has kind of interpreted it through the various debates and miracles and stuff. So if a thought is valid, then that thought is the conclusion of a process of valid reasoning. A thought can be the conclusion of a process of valid reasoning only if the reasoner sees, grasps, apprehends, knows that the conclusion follows from the reason or ground on which his or her conclusion is based. Acts of knowing or insights on which the whole value of our thinking as a means to truth must be solely determined by what is known. If an act of knowing is determined solely by what is known, then that act of knowing must be explainable, at least in part, in terms of rational causes. If a thought must be at least partially explainable in terms of rational causes, then it cannot be explained completely in terms of non-rational causes. Therefore, if a thought is valid, then it cannot be explained completely in terms of non-rational causes, which is logically equivalent to, if a thought can be explained completely in terms of non-rational causes, then that thought is not valid. Any thoughts on that sort of reformulation? Does that link with some of this stuff?
It's a very complicated argument. The premises aren't easy to understand, and it's not even clear that they're all needed, although I'll just assume that they are because I haven't looked through it very carefully. But most of these premises, I think, can fairly readily be rejected. So let's look at premise 8. If a thought is valid, then that thought is the conclusion of a process of valid reasoning. So right there, this seems to rule out any sorts of thoughts, or I want to say beliefs, that are directly apprehended. And I actually think that a lot of thoughts are like that. So if I see a tree, I don't reason that there's a tree in front of me. I just perceive that, right? Now, there's a story to be told there about why I perceive that, but I don't actually think that story, which is a complicated neurological story in terms of object recognition, I don't think that that's a story to be told in terms of valid reasoning. I think that's it's subconscious, and I don't think it's actually reasoning. I mean, you could equivocate on what we mean by reasoning, right? But if we're talking about valid in terms of deductive, then I think no, that's not what happens. And I think actually a lot of our processes like that, including like memory recall, a lot of inferences that we make, heuristics, perception. So I think 8 rules out a lot of reasoning, not all of it. Maybe just say some types of reasoning are like that, sure. But I think most of actually what we do that's valid reasoning is not of the sort that 8 talks about. Let's look at 9. A thought can be the conclusion of a process of valid reasoning only if the reasoner sees that the conclusion follows from the reason or the ground on which the conclusion is based. Now, this, I'm not entirely sure, but it appears to suppose internalism about epistemic justification. So if you're an externalist, you say that a thought is sort of a conclusion of valid reasoning if it's caused by a reliable belief-forming process or reliable thought-forming process or something like that. You don't have to necessarily see yourself that the conclusion follows, at least in some cases. Again, maybe it wouldn't be always be the true. So again, maybe there's some equivocation there about what types of arguments are being, or what types of thinking is being appealed to. But I think, again, that's excluding externalist notions of justification. 10, I don't really understand. We talked about that last time. 11, if an act of knowing is determined solely by what is known, then that act of knowing must be explainable, at least in part, in terms of rational causes.
Just to pause there a second.
Go ahead.
Sorry, James. So let's think about, just to maybe think about 10 a bit more. I think what it might be driving at is,
go ahead.
So I don't know, let's say you're offering me an argument for something, you're trying to convince me that Socrates is mortal. So you go, all men are mortal and Socrates is a man, right? And you're telling me about this, you're trying to provide me reasons to think this is true. And then you don't sort of say, and this much ATP just changed to ADP in my, in these neurons, and here's the voltage of the action potential in this part of my brain. And so it's the idea that the valid reasoning is dependent on the content of the knowledge, but not on anything that's in that irrational causation process, maybe, something like that. Does that help to make it clearer? Yeah.
Depends solely on the content of the beliefs.
Yeah. So what is known, solely on what is so that conclusion that you're trying to compel me to is determined solely by what is known, that content, rather than anything to do with the irrational voltages in various sections of my brain or whatever.
Yeah, and it's still hard for me to quite understand what that is ruling out. What's that in contrast to? Is that in contrast to externalism? Is that in contrast to a reductionist notion of content? I that's why I find it hard to understand. But anyway, I'm happy to just leave that.
I think 11 is that I think, it could be tricky. There could be more to it, but I think you could accept that. And I think 11 would be the really contentious one. If an act of knowing is determined solely by what is known, then that act of knowing must be explainable, at least in part, in terms of rational causes. And I think it wouldn't be rational causes, because it'd be like two sides of the same coin. You could have these non-rational causes, which what it's like to be those non-rational causes is to have reasons and so forth. Does that make sense?
Say that again. I didn't quite follow.
So you could have a full description of a state. I can't see a contradiction here between having a full description of a state of affairs, which is non-rational causes, non-rational causations. This is assuming like epiphenomenalism or something. And what it is like to be that epiphenomena is to have reasons which logically justify the conclusion following.
Right. Because epiphenomenal is about causal, but it could still stand in justificatory relations. That's interesting. That's a very interesting idea, actually. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. But
so I think 11 there is I think 11 is the contentious one in my mind. But there probably
if
is
an act
more
of knowing is determined solely by what is known, like the content of true beliefs or something like that, then I don't think knowing is an act anyway, but then knowing must be explainable in terms of rational causes.
Whereas I think it should be in terms of rational explanations or reasons.
Yeah, I don't know that causation is the right term here, given the context that we've been given. I also don't like explainable, because I prefer to talk about it ontologically rather than epistemically. So does it need to be explained, or is it just true in virtue of? So I'm not even sure about 11. I find it hard. But even if I grant 11, 12, I would disagree with, because it says if a thought must at least be at least partially explainable in terms of rational causes, then it cannot be explained completely in terms of non-rational causes. And this is the problem here, because a reductive naturalist is just going to say that,
of course,
anything that can be explained in terms of rational causes can also, at perhaps a lower level of abstraction or whatever, be explained in terms of non-rational causes. So they're just not going to accept 12. So irrespective of what I said about 8, 9, and 11, the reductive naturalist just is not going to accept 12, I think.
Yeah.
And just to summarize, I think that many people will reject 8 because there are non-inferential types of knowledge. In fact, possibly most types of knowledge are non-inferential. And I think externalists are going to have a problem with 9. And 11, I think, confuses ontology with epistemology, although I find it also a bit hard to understand. And 12 is going to be rejected by reductive naturalists, certainly.
I clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. So maybe just to explicate some of these again a bit more. So what was 10? Acts of knowing or insight must be dependent wholly on what is known. So Lewis distinguishes between thoughts as subjective events in a person's psychology and thoughts as mental states that are about something other than themselves. By definition, acts of knowing are subjective mental events that involve rational grasp of the objects or states of affairs that they are about. In the case of inferential knowledge, this rational grasp of the known state of affairs is mediated by a perception on the part of the knower of the relation of implication between the ground the reasoner possesses for the known state of affairs and the known proposition that is the consequent of that ground. So personally here again, I just can't see what the contradiction here is between an epiphenomenalist story or even like an illusionist story or something like that. And, you know, that they are grasping things, that they have reasons and stuff like that. And also that everything is fully explicable in terms of cause and effect happening in the brain. Because you're just committed to, well, what that's like from a first person point of view is to have these reasons and justification that follow from one another, and what we can describe in terms of what's going on in the brain is this other thing. Premise 11, what was that again? That was the one I said was weird. If an act of knowing is determined solely by what is known, then that act of knowing must be explainable, at least in part, in terms of rational causes. So according to premise 11, if an act of knowing is determined solely by what is known, then that act of knowing must be explainable, at least in part, in terms of rational causes. Lewis argues that when our acts of knowing are considered merely as subjective mental events, their existence is explicable entirely in terms of rational causes. However, when our acts of knowing are considered as apprehensions of objective truth, they can be explained only in terms of rational causes. That is, they can be explained only by appealing to the knower's grasp of his or her reasons or rational basis for accepting the proposition in question.
This means that all types of rationality must be entirely non-physical and not causally connected to the physical world, which raises the question as to why there appear to be associations between, well, like why all of neuroscience and psychology is the way it is. And I think you're going to have to make a parallelist or, as Nathan said, clockwork theory type of argument there, which I think is implausible and means that God must, unless that's just a bizarre coincidence, is ensuring that our beliefs map onto the physical reality in some way, which I think is also implausible. And even if you hold to that theory, which I don't think C.S. Lewis really develops at all, is that a better theory than the naturalist has? I don't think it's a better theory. It seems really complicated. The point I'm making here is that it's a really big price to pay to say that rationality is entirely causally disconnected from the physical material world. That is a huge claim to make, because then you've got all of these problems that follow from that.
I don't know that. Remember that there being that's that interesting here. But let me just see. Naturalism offers what professes to be a full account of our mental behavior, but this account on inspection. Lewis claims that naturalism offers what professes to be a full account of our mental behavior, but this account on inspection leaves no room for the acts of knowing or insight on which the whole value of our thinking as a means to truth depends. I'm again just not seeing the contradiction here. Unless one is committed to this belief that naturalism cannot provide, which is, I suppose, just to sort of beg the question either way, which doesn't do very much. Naturalism can provide a complete causal explanation of valid reasoning only if either evolution by natural selection or human experience can account adequately for valid reasoning. Natural explanation can't. Human experience can't, so naturalism can't.
This is an odd dichotomy to make, natural selection or human experience. Natural selection is a scientific theory that describes the development of more complex forms of life from simpler forms of life over long evolutionary periods of time. Human experience is just everything humans experience. Like how are they? It's like it's not apples and oranges. It's like apples and I don't know, volcanoes. It's like what are they? Why are they the two categories we're using here? It's very odd
this
to
would
me.
be really weird because I mean, if Lewis is providing an account for, I mean, what's the sense human experience is being used in? Because if Lewis is providing an account for rationality, it seems like he does believe human experience can account adequately for valid reasoning. He's just saying, you know, in my experience, it's got something to do with God. But that's still a part of human experience. I don't really understand. Unless this is like a Humean, like you know, like I don't have a simple impression of the validity of my reasoning or something.
I
like,
think that's probably what it means, because everything that we apprehend is part of our experience, right? So it's a strange category.
Yeah.
But also, let's suppose that 15 and 16 are both true. Why can't I just throw in another premise like cognitive psychology, cognitive science, cognitive neuroscience, linguistics?
Right, which are part of human experience.
I mean, they're part of. That's why I say it's a kind of a weird category. But if we just subdivide it up a bit more, right? Well, what's wrong with those? Why does it have to be natural selection? I think natural selection has something to say about it, but why would it have to do the job itself? I should point out here, Plantinga has more to say about natural selection and why it's a problem, but it's a bit different there. Plantinga is not just saying that. Well, he is kind of saying that natural selection can't account for human reasoning, but he's using that in a way to try to undercut naturalism. Not just that, it's just the fact that it can't account for it is a reason to not believe it. That it's more to it than that. So we'll come to that later. But just here, it's like, well, so what if it can't fully account for it? Well, we'll just get other theories to account for it. I don't understand why anyone would accept. Well, it's really 14 here, I think. Yeah, it's either evolution or it's human experience. Well, why would you? Where does 14 come from, basically?
Yeah. So as for premise 15, which were, I don't know where 15's come from. 15 here. Natural selection cannot account adequately for valid reasoning. Well, I mean, I guess we know why Lewis is committed to that. Lewis argues that a causal explanation of our thoughts can't, you know, like there's this historical process and that's just causation. I want to know where 14 comes from. Oh, did I not include that? Lewis adds premise 16 to rule out the possibility of valid reasoning having arisen as a result of human experience passed along by means of tradition and instruction. So that was that passage, I think. Yeah, I think I remember reading. His ultimate conclusion is that this is what I want to focus on, that bottom highlight there. His ultimate conclusion is that it is more reasonable to believe that theism is true than it is to believe that naturalism is true. He hasn't
contrasted the theistic explanation.
Yes, exactly.
He hasn't said anything about that.
This way of putting his thesis replaces his earlier formulation that naturalism can be shown to be self-contradictory and so false. But in either case, his general claim is that it is not reasonable to believe that naturalism is true. So yeah, I think we've given some good reasons to think that that isn't convincing. And then what's this that I've included? Lewis insists the naturalist cannot legitimately presuppose the validity of inference in the process of attempting to establish this validity in order to remove the reasonable doubts that have been raised about it. To do so would be to beg the question against the theist. Well, I mean, I think you could flip this around, right? You could just say, you could just say, well, why is the theist allowed to assume the validity of his reasoning until he meets my really, really, really high standards for explaining how theism accounts for rationality? He can't just presuppose that he is rational. He has to meet those standards, and until he does, I'm just not going to accept that theism. I'm going to just say theism is self-contradictory because we need reasoning. We obviously need reasoning in our everyday life, and he just can't account for it. So until he does, until he meets the standards that I've set, and I'm not going to accept anything he tells me. And if there's any problem, I'm not going to give him any charity, any wiggle room, because it's just not an explanation. And I'm not going to let him just beg the question by saying that reasoning just works with theism. He has to tell me everything about souls and how they work and how God reasoning works. And
I mean, interestingly, I think a lot of work is being done by this last sentence here that you haven't highlighted, which says the theist position does not lead to doubts about the validity of reasoning. Oh, doesn't it? Like theists have never worried about this question, or it's just somehow magically answered without explanation. I think pretty much every argument that can be given under naturalism can be given under theism. theism may have different resources for resolving it, of course, but it still leads to doubts, right? You can still have those doubts. Maybe they can be resolved, but then as long as you have the doubts, then you can't presuppose the validity of inference. And so that they are in the same problem. So the point here is this is a really strong claim. It's not saying that theism can resolve your doubts about reason. It actually seems to be saying, or would have to follow for them to get out of it, that if you're a theist, you don't even have doubts about the validity of reasoning. They don't even happen in the first place,
Right.
because then you don't have to presuppose the validity of inference because you don't have the doubts about it in the first. But why would you not have the doubts? I don't understand.
Right.
The doubts are still there. Well, they should be.
So we're going to move on to some stuff in the Blackwell
All right,
Companion.
Reppert.
But before we do, I'm going to play this short video. So let me stop sharing that. And what we're going to move on to, share screen. I want to get this Chrome tab. What is the argument from reason? Share audio. Let me know if there's any issues with the audio or anything. Otherwise, let's go.
The argument from reason is just the argument that
this is Reppert, by the way.
This is Reppert,
who's written. Yeah.
The argument from reason is just the argument that that in a naturalistic worldview, that reason isn't going to fit.
What Lewis noticed about reasoning is that when you draw a conclusion, when you reason logically, your conclusion has to be determined by your insight. You have to see that a certain conclusion follows. But that seeing and that aiming to prove a conclusion are a real problem for materialism, because materialism posits a world that's blind. It doesn't see things. Its consequences are inevitable.
If you start with unintelligent things that lack mental states, you can add them up all day long, but you're not going to come to anything that involves what I call rational inference.
Every argument involves logical realities, such as entailment. If A, then B, A, therefore B. This is this form called modus ponens. And when you hear that, you can't demonstrate that empirically. It's not like I could sort of go out and get experiential evidence that, from physics or something to show that modus ponens is valid. But at a certain stage, when we think about that, we simply understand that it has to be true, and it has to be true in any possible world. If A, then B, A, therefore B.
Okay, I do want to pause it there to talk a little bit about that. I mean, there's a really interesting paper in, it's showing something slightly different, but the, what's he called? Alice in Wonderland guy, Lewis Carroll, what Achilles said to the tortoise, or what the tortoise said to Achilles, something like that.
Yep.
And this idea that basically you have to accept certain rules of inference. You can't kind of like prove them. And then, so that, they're just going to be sort of basic in some sense. You're just going to have to accept them. Now, on what basis do we accept them? And this is the interesting thing with what he's saying. He's saying in all possible worlds, but it's not even like it's like that. I mean, within philosophy, there's a lot of talk about, what is implication? When I say if this then that in natural language, what are the conditions under which that holds? If I say it in the indicative mood, does that change? If I say it in the what's it that Craig says about like God's middle knowledge in the subjunctive conditional mood, is that true? What about when there's a false antecedent? What does that mean? If the antecedent is always false and I'm saying it, there's a ton of discussion within philosophy about how to interpret the material conditional, whether it even actually exists in natural language, whether it's just this construction of the logicians in certain circumstances. So I would sort of contend this idea that it's this idea that we have the logic, the God logic in God's mind, and that just works perfectly in all cases, in all possible worlds. And when that just isn't the case, as we start scratching the surface in philosophy.
Yeah, I would also say that truths like logical principles like modus ponens or the rule of excluded middle or whatever, the law of excluded middle, are, insofar as they are true, they're analytic truths, which means that they're true by virtue of the conventions we have about word usage. They're true. They're not empirical truths, essentially. And if that is the case, then there's not kind of a mystery. Like he said, one of the guys said here that you can't look and discover that they're true, but
Yeah,
that's going to be
physics
true for
or-
any analytic truth, right? Basically, I would describe it as a linguistic fact that it's true in every possible world, if you believe in one true logic, which is another whole other issue. But I'm also a nominalist, so I don't believe there's some platonic entity out there about it. So the point is that there are options on the table. In fact, that is a very standard one to think that these are analytic truths, which is why they're necessarily true. They're not transcendent in this way, at least. I think if you do want to go down that road, then it leads you to a what's the view called? Theistic conceptualism, is it? Or something like that, where propositions are ideas in God's mind, which is a really unusual and I think problematic view. I've done a video talking about that. Is really loud.
Sorry.
I've done a video.
I tried to do it away from and then
it didn't help. But anyway, it's a very odd view, and I mean, obviously, someone can defend that if they want to, but just to say, oh well, how can modus ponens? How can you find that in naturalism? It's like, we don't need to find it. It's just analytically true. What's the mystery? Like, there's no real problem there. At least it's not obvious what the problem's supposed to be.
Yeah, and I guess if the if you ask the question then, like, why is it that we're even having these kind of thoughts at all in our minds or whatever? You know, what kind of existence does this thought have? In virtue of what are we saying it's true or something? Then those are interesting questions. But then you're going to have to show what the contradiction is in the naturalist's account to be able to like rule it out as a logical possibility or whatever, which I don't think has been done.
And this is my issue, that there's often little effort to try to do that. It's just assertion. Oh, you can't explain that.
Yeah.
Really? Can't I? Why not? Oh, because you can't. Oh, okay. It's just like, that is bad philosophy. Okay, whenever you do that, that's bad philosophy. Real philosophers don't do that. I mean, okay, maybe sometimes they do, right? But good philosophy, it's like, here's my account, here's a problem, here's my account of how to solve this problem, here are other ways, here's why they don't work, here's possible counters, here's my response to them. That's good philosophy, right? Even if you don't agree with a conclusion, good philosophy looks something like that, I would argue, at least in the analytic tradition. Good philosophy is not, you can't explain this, you can't explain that. Or appealing to emotions, and like, which Craig and others sometimes do. That's bad philosophy, bad reasoning, I would say, more generally.
Lewis points out that when we infer that something logically follows, we see that it's necessarily the case. And he points out that that insight would always be unjustified if it's simply based on...
I want to point out, this guy has a Bible manuscript tie. I've never seen one of those.
A what tie?
Of the individual.
Like a Bible, like a manuscript. Yeah.
I never noticed that. What kind of person would wear a tie like that?
That's really interesting.
Oh man.
Or the
so I can't take him seriously now.
And so Lewis says, okay, well, let's just sort of assume that that's true for a minute, so that everything we've got about us, all of our human capacities, if we have them, they ultimately had to have been preserved by natural selection and given our ancestors a survival advantage. Well, it's not clear that natural selection would ever give rise to reasoning capacities that allow us to peer through to truth. In other words, what natural selection does is it can select for behavior.
A completely naturalistic view of the world is going to explain reasoning away. That in order for
okay, I'm going to say something that is just me being like uncharitable and stuff, but when Vincent talks now, because of how frustrating and difficult it was for me to read his Blackwell chapter, like I just have this like dislike of him, like he's talking and I'm like, like why did you write that chapter so bad?
I know, it was a bad chapter.
It took me so long to get through. It wasn't necessary.
Naturalistic view of the world is going to explain reasoning away. That in order for reasoning to be what it has to be, in order for science to be what it is, the materialist worldview is actually not going to be able to house that.
There's an irony in this.
It's just they just keep saying the same thing over and over again. What's the argument here?
in fairness, this is a 4-minute overview or whatever, and
but it's a bad 4 minutes.
but
You could spend it better.
Yeah. Francois says, James, what's your honest opinion about Nathan's new intro outro?
I'm not sure why he's asking this, but I really like it. I think it's cool.
I didn't want to load you with it beforehand. I think both the person who sent me the email and this person are both called Francois, so I'm guessing that it's the same Francois that made it. So thank you.
Well, I was wondering, but one's never sure. No, I think it's really good.
If naturalism is not compatible with reason, that's an interesting philosophical point, but it's also an important criticism of naturalism, because naturalists usually claim that they come to the conclusions of their philosophical views based on reason. Naturalists,
shocking,
perhaps
is that?
more than anyone,
how could they claim
that their ideology is found.
Just another sin to add to the.
It's like, who doesn't claim that? Okay, I guess there are some traditions that explicitly reject reason, but like, especially these days in mainstream philosophy, I mean, there aren't too many people who are going to say that. Like, it's just, I don't know. Yes, of course they say that.
Founded on sweet reason and sort of following the evidence where it leads. And yet, if Lewis is right, naturalism doesn't follow from reason. It's actually incompatible with reason. And that's a remarkable result of an argument that he manages to make in about 6 or 7 pages in this small book, Miracles.
I guess if you're charitable, we could say, what is the argument from reason? So they're just saying what it is. They're not actually trying to give the argument. Although it's a little odd because,
right.
I mean, you could have done a bit. I don't know. I just think it's a bad video because I don't even know what the argument is supposed to be. All I know is what the conclusion is supposed to be. Like, if I ask what is the argument and I tell you, like, what is the cosmological argument? I tell you, well, God exists. Because something about the creation of the universe, God exists. Like, well, what's the argument? Like, that's just what the conclusion of it is. Like this, anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right there. Yeah, that's a good point. What is the cosmological argument? God, stuff in the world, God exists. Like,
yeah, well, something about creation, therefore God exists. Like, you could do a bit better than that. Come on.
If a naturalistic worldview is true, I think one of the conclusions that you would have to draw would be no one believes anything for a reason.
Well, then maybe you should talk to a naturalist.
Naturalism, intellectually, I think, doesn't have a lot of substance. In fact, I think it collapses in upon itself. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have cultural power. And so what we've got to do is we've got to make Lewis's argument quite clearly and compellingly to the current generation, many of whom are simply buffaloed and fooled by the claims of naturalism, because the pretense is that they're based on very careful philosophical reasoning.
Where in culture are there these pressures to be a naturalist? Like, all the kids are going to parties.
No one cares about naturalism.
Yeah, like.
I reckon there are people who think that, like,
they've just got they've got I don't know, like they're reading like Marx in the corner or something, like on the material dialectic.
Oh, I got my Nietzsche.
Yeah,
pulls that out of the party. Or like, introduction to contemporary metaphysics, which is entirely naturalistic. This is your brain on naturalism.
I don't think it has much pressure on these
at all. Like, science might, but science and naturalism aren't the same thing. And I don't think many scientists really care about naturalism specifically, even if perhaps they are, but they don't really talk about it much.
And there's just all these impressionable young men, and all these attractive young women who are saying, I'm just not going to date you unless you've read Oppie.
Oh man, and V's talking about all these parties she went to where everyone was talking about naturalism. I'm really missing out, man. What sort of parties? I've never. Well, actually, no, I won't say that. But yeah, it's really strange, and it's extremely uncharitable. Like, even I wouldn't say. What did he just say there? Something about the
I can go back so we can
rewind it just a few, because he said something quite
that you would have to draw.
Intellectually, I think, doesn't have a lot of substance
for a reason.
Naturalism, intellectually, I think, doesn't have a lot of substance. In fact, I think it collapses in upon itself. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have cultural power. And so what we've got to do is we've got to make Lewis's argument quite clearly and compellingly to the current generation, many of whom are simply buffaloed and fooled by the claims of naturalism.
Yeah, buffaloed and fooled.
Oh,
now, doesn't buffalo mean bullied? That's my understanding. I think
I'm not
that's
sure.
an American
I've genuinely, I've never
American
heard anyone
but
say
I'm pretty sure it means, because there's that sentence, buffalo, 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 if I recall it correctly.
Is the next word buffalo?
You've-
I've never
you've
heard
not-
that before. Either.
You've not look it up. It's very
Okay.
interesting. But anyway, because it's supposed to be a grammatical sentence. I think I got the number of buffaloes correct. But anyway, the point is, I think it means bullying, right? So he's saying bullying and fooling people. That is a really, really strong claim. I mean, I'm pretty mean to apologists a lot of times, but even I don't say that. At least I don't think I've said that. So that's the point is it's extremely uncharitable. Like really, if you're saying bullying and fooling.
Well, how about we approach the Blackwell chapter with that in mind? So Reppert is just Reppert's just fooled because he's a fool, and like we're not going to do that. Hopefully, if you're a Christian watching this, you might be like, Nathan and James, they're being fairly informal here. We're not like corporately sanitized what we do or something like that. We're sort of joking around in between and things. But are we saying anything that is comparable to that about? They're just fools who have been fooled. They've just been fooled into their view. I mean, I think we're a damn sight more charitable than that. And if you're a Christian, you're angry at us for disagreeing with your conclusions. Hopefully, you can sort of, you can sort of look at that and say, oh yeah, that is right. Like, why am I okay with these people conducting themselves like this and saying those sort of claims about the people that we disagree with, and not with Nathan and James, having their criticisms.
So people are just putting the buffalo sentences in chat.
Yeah.
No, but there's a longer version than that. Buffalo, 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 buffalo.
Why does it matter how many times you say it?
It matters how many times, because it's a grammatical sentence. There's nouns, adjectives, and verbs in there. So buffalo is a verb meaning bully. Buffalo is a place, and buffalo is also, the animal. So buffalo means buffalo from buffalo, and then they're buffling other buffalo from or something like that. I'd have to write it out, but you get the idea. Yeah. Anyway, but more relevantly, I mean, we try to be slightly more charitable than that is the point. Maybe we can move on to the Blackwell.
Yeah. Careful philosophical reasoning.
Lewis considers the implications for how we treat human beings. What will we do? And he considers first the kind of the inconsistent approach, which is to debunk ethics.
C.S. Lewis's argument from reason is so important today because, if anything, the naturalistic worldview is more prevalent now. I mean, Lewis, when he's dealing with these things in the 1940s and 1950s, naturalism was quite common, but I think now it truly occupies the commanding heights of culture.
Okay, I don't even know if that's true. Like, how many people are actually naturalists in the whoever is at the commanding heights of culture? Like, I think a lot of these people are spiritual or vaguely.
Yeah,
they're not materialists, are they?
This is what Oscar, who's sometimes in open conversations and in Discord, says. He says the predominant religion in I always forget if it's Sweden or Norway that he's in, is somethingism. I believe in something. I believe in something.
Yes,
there's
that's
a higher
right.
power.
Anyway, so I think that this is an impression that certain apologists or evangelicals have, that everyone's just turning to atheism and the culture is, all materialist and naturalist. But I don't actually think that that's the case. At least it's not my experience.
Can you see this? Okay, is that a bit small?
It's pretty small for me.
How about now?
I've got some highlights in mine as well, but I mean, we can. Hang on, where is my copy? I've got a digital copy, so.
Okay, would that be better?
Well, it won't have your highlights in it, but.
I can follow along at the same time. If has it got the page numbers in your one? Because then I can.
Yeah, it should be the same. Hang on.
Page numbers.
I've got where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So it starts at 340. Yeah, it's the same page numbers. Yep.
Cool. Do you want to share that then?
Yeah. All right. We'll try that.
I think I need to just quickly nip to the toilet as well. Otherwise, this.
All right. No worries. I'll carry the stream. But you might have to turn that on.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that. Yeah. Right. I'll be 1 second.
No worries. Henry, I'm a naturalist, reductive naturalist, to answer your question. But I just don't think there really are that many others, at least not people who explicitly identify like that, and who rule out, supernatural or anything. I'm just trying to get the size right. Hopefully that's all right. Let me know if I should go in a bit more or less. So what are we doing here? Okay, yeah. So this is Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology. This one, which is overall a good book, although, I mean, I don't like most of the arguments, but it's a good resource still, because there's discussion of lots of different arguments. And chapter 6 here is from Victor Reppert. You just saw him in the video, the argument from reason. Now, this is effectively a development of C.S. Lewis's argument, which I think is made clearer and also extended in various directions, as we'll see. But also I still don't think it's very good. So let's see. I'm not exactly sure what Nathan wanted to start with, so maybe I'll just sort of start talking. We'll see where we get to. Yeah, it mentions here the Lewis-Anscombe controversy. So one thing actually that's important for this chapter that Reppert does is that he sort of subdivides the argument into different sub-arguments. And there are 3 that he considers in this chapter. So the argument from intentionality, the argument from mental causation, and the argument from the psychological relevance of not logical laws. So he's going to have different subsections. After he introduces the argument, he's going to have separate subsections on each of those different subpoints. And so we'll look at those in turn. But before we get to that, he gives a bit of a history of the argument. That was really quick, Nathan. I hope you wash your hands.
Always.
Okay, so this is where he says he gives his sort of definition of materialism or naturalism. So the level of basic physics or the fundamental reality is free of purpose, meaning, intentionality, normativity, and subjectivity.
Which page are you on there? Sorry, James.
I'm on page 345.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
So this is useful for distinguishing most forms of naturalism from most forms of, I would say, sort of supernaturalism, at the very least. Although there may be some who don't fit into this category. For example, naturalistic pantheists are, in a sense, theists, but don't believe in anything beyond the natural. But in general, I think that this is a good division. So if people who think there are fundamentally oh dear people who believe that there are things in reality that, like fundamental things that have purpose or normativity or subjectivity, probably aren't naturalists. And I think that it's not a precise definition, but I think it's helpful there. And naturalists tend to think that the basic level physics is causally closed. So there's nothing outside of there's nothing in the causal order that is outside the physical order.
I thought it was interesting as well. The basic elements of the universe have no points of view and no subjective experience. I actually think panpsychists could be materialists, maybe not in a mainstream sort of use of the word, but I mean, most panpsychists would, I think, want to characterize themselves as naturalists and materialists, and then they're just saying, that it broadly works according to the picture of physics, but there's just this fundamental experience-ness of the fundamental particles, and then when that's combined in certain ways, that's how we have.
That is clearly a borderline view. It's a bit hard to characterize in traditional divisions, which is why I'm not really into the whole giving necessary and sufficient conditions for something, because it's just too hard for these sorts of things, I think. But we don't need to do that. We're just trying to because we're not really talking about panpsychism. So I think characterizing the general contours of the debate is useful enough. Some people in the chat, and I've heard others say this as well, seem to think that the notion of anything that's not natural just doesn't even make sense, because, like, if God existed or ghosts existed or whatever, then they would just be natural. Again, this wouldn't follow from this definition or this conception of naturalism, right? Because say ghosts or God existed, those would presumably be irreducibly mental entities. They're not made up of physical parts. They're just mental entities of some sort, which have presumably subjectivity and intentionality, for example, and maybe there's fundamental purpose to their actions or something. And so by this conception, they would not be part of the natural order. Another conception of naturalism would say that naturalism is the view that only the sorts of entities that can be studied using a sort of a completed fundamental physics are admissible in the ontology. And again, it's hard to see how God in the traditional conception, or ghosts or magic, would fit into, would be the sort of thing that you could study in fundamental physics. They just seem to be a very different sort of thing. Now, this is not saying that, like, a very powerful alien made up of atoms who calls himself Zeus and shoots lightning bolts through some complicated technology or something, that would be natural, right? But it also wouldn't really be a god in the way it's typically thought about philosophically. So I think it's important to distinguish between, like, material, like demigods or something, who plausibly could exist naturalistically, and more mainstream conceptions these days of the an omni-god, or of, say, ghosts, or other sorts of immaterial forces or causes. Anything you wanted to add to that, just for clarification of the terms here?
No. I was just going to say, I think I'm probably broadly in agreement with the second characterization. The level of basic physics must be causally closed. Though I have to say, I listened to an interesting discussion with a guy who was rejecting that, and he, it wasn't on the basis of sort of woo-woo, but either way, I'd probably broadly be. And then the third characterization, whatever is not
what's the
physical.
Third one?
I've got it.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Bottom. Yeah.
It's the same pagination. So
yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So whatever is not physical, at least if it is in space and time, must supervene on the physical. I don't know if that is correct. I mean. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose it's a correct characterization of materialist or physicalist worldviews.
Oh, supervention is a very complex notion. Can you highlight Michael's comment? I want to comment on this. That's confusing.
This one.
Why can't there be... Yes, that's right. Why can't... Oh, there's a cross inside the Star of David. That is interesting. Anyway, why can't there be a mechanism based on some energy-based reality that could explain ghosts or even God, or even a God? Well, there could be, but then those would be naturalized, right? The problem there is not that that's impossible. Can you just, because it hides my face. Yeah. You all want to see my lovely face talking. Anyway, I've completely forgotten what I was saying. Yeah, it's the same problem. I'll just try to thought. So that could happen, right? The question is, would those things then be non-natural or supernatural? And I would contend not. Why do I say this? Well, certainly for a God, classical theists and theistic personalists typically say God is not made of parts. God doesn't have a material composition. He's not made of energy. He's just something that's outside of the material order. That's what they're claiming, right? So I'm just sort of taking them at their word there. Now, ghosts is a little trickier because it's harder to find people who actually believe in ghosts. But maybe I'll talk about a non-material mind, so some sort of dualist idea, or spirits, which, again, some people believe in, nature spirits, for example. As far as I understand these notions, they are not saying, the claim that they're making is not that there are these sort of aspects of physical reality that elude current science. I mean, some people say that, right? But it seems that certainly others say, with respect to mind-body dualism, for example, that they are fundamentally non-material. They're not made of energy. They're not made of matter. They're not anything of the sort. They're something fundamentally, substantively different. And these sorts of things... abstract objects of the Platonic form would also be another example there. These sorts of things just, I don't think, can be made of energy or some sort of matter, because that's not what the idea is supposed to be. So if we found such things and they were material or energetically constituted, then I would think that they just wouldn't be a ghost or God. They would be something else.
And energy is physical. Like, that's
yes, exactly.
I often hear energy referred to as like, like a kind of... I don't know, as if this non-physical feeling that people have is like an energy. There's like a vibe in the room, he had a particular energy, and it's sort of identifying a quail, the singular of qualia, I suppose, with like, with energy, whereas energy is a physical concept. I forget what's the best definition, to the capacity to do work or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. So
anyway, that's fine. I just want to clarify that, because I do think, I mean, this is not nothing I'm saying I think should be particularly controversial. It's just a fairly standard attempt to grasp at what the difference between natural and non-natural is, because clearly there's a difference, right? People don't agree fundamentally on what reality is sort of constituted by. And so this is an attempt to articulate that. And people in chat some people have said that this is just word games, and I've had this response as well.
I mean, you can say that about anything. You can say
anything that we say is a word game. Language is a word game, right? So yes, it's word games. That's the whole stream is a word game. Okay, we're playing games with words to try to work out our ideas.
Figure out what we're saying. Yeah,
I never understood that objection. There can be bad word games, but then that's a different question. Anyway, let's move on. I think we've exhausted that point enough.
Yeah. Sure. So I've got on 346.
Sorry, I need to scroll. Yeah.
I had yeah, I think in a similar place, I have some highlights. So I think I had some a little bit before you on 346. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, just trying to get this
Where
to
was
work
it?
so I can see how large it is.
So he
No, it's
said,
cut off.
a person weighing the truths of theism must consider the total evidence. I
Paragraph.
proposed the second paragraph in the middle-ish.
Yep.
I propose to advance a different concept of what an argument can do. I will assume, for the sake of argument, which people will differ as to their initial probabilities, considering the probability that God exists. The question I will then pose is whether the phenomenon picked out by the argument makes theism more likely or makes atheism more likely. So that's going to be reasoning. The problem is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I can't actually remember him phrasing any of it in these like Bayesian forms. So this is this is a general criticism. This is a general criticism, though, of philosophy of religion, because I think when people take this subjective Bayesian theory of belief, it essentially just reduces to saying, you know, I believe that X, and it doesn't do that much because, okay, the subjectivist is just going to say there's certain axioms of probability, and then we have a credence with regard to our belief, a credence being like a confidence level, say, and then as long as your beliefs, so for and against, don't violate these axioms of probability, so as Dutch books can't be put together against you, then it's rational to, so whatever isn't irrational, which is defined as violating the axioms of probability, is rational to believe. But it's not much more than just saying like I'm pretty confident about this, I'm not pretty confident about this. It's not objective probabilities though, and I think there's this kind of sleight of hand here for the person who isn't familiar with philosophy, or isn't familiar with this kind of subjective probabilistic framework, where it seems like it's being mathematized. So it seems like it's saying something about the world, or it's sciencey or something like that, and it literally doesn't amount to anything more than a formalism of saying I believe this. I'm pretty confident about this, really. And so I do kind of dislike, I don't think that this approach contributes much. And especially, like, why even mention it when it doesn't get used? You know, there's no numbers thrown out. He doesn't, I could be wrong, but I'm not remembering him saying, you know, let's start off assuming that we're in this position where we think it's about 50-50, and then here's, you know, how we kind of update based on the evidence of reason and these various kind of explanatory avenues we might go down. Here's how that gets layered on top to kind of like change how we should assess.
I just don't think probabilistic language adds much here. This is actually a very interesting question as to the scope of probabilistic reasoning. There are some Bayesians who think that everything should be, or all types of reasoning should be reducible, should be expressed in Bayesian terms. I'm quite skeptical about that. And it's not even clear to me that everything should be reducible to probabilistic terms. The history of probability is quite interesting because it originally just was developed to describe gambling, and then its application has been expanded. So it's clearly very useful. But is it like the one true formalism for beliefs or for rationality, or whatever? I'm skeptical about that, as are many other epistemologists. But that extends beyond this discussion. All I want to say here is that, as sort of Nathan was saying, it can be invoked in a lot of, like, resurrection is a classic one where everyone wants to do their Bayesian calculation, where I don't think it adds anything, and it maybe just confuses more than that adds. So I don't, there are a few formulas I think that appear later here, but I don't really think they add very much to it, because most of the argument is not probabilistic anyway.
So yeah, on that note, maybe we'll just carry on. But yeah, I think just bear in mind that he's saying what the scope is of what he's doing is that he's putting it in this probabilistic form and saying that theism is more likely. But it doesn't seem to me like that really happens.
I just highlighted this because I didn't know that Lewis became a theist before he became. Wait, where does it say that?
What page are you on? Sorry, I've lost the
347.
347. Yeah, okay, got you.
In response to this, Lewis became an idealist, and then he rejected idealism in favor of theism, and after that he became a Christian. So I didn't know that. Not really relevant. I just thought it was interesting.
Well, this is why a lot of atheists, to me, seem very scared of philosophy or accepting anything that doesn't sound like, you know, like anything that's kind of non-natural. And I don't think I mean, I think you've got very good reasons to do so because of your physics training and stuff like that. But a lot of atheists who I talk to don't seem to have very good justification. It just seems that they're kind of scared that it sounds a bit too much like theism. And then, those biases sort of push against thinking about these problems in any kind of different way.
Yeah, that's it. I've definitely seen that. And I've criticized it as well. All right, so what have we got here? The general problem of materialism. So this is sort of a general summary before we get to the three subtypes of the argument that he identifies later. So feel free to point things out if you think I'm skipping something.
What I want to point out there is where he says on the materialist view, so a little bit further down. Yeah, on the materialist view, and then you see the second half of that paragraph. He says the physical is, on even the broadest of materialist views, a closed, non-purposive system, and any purpose that arises in such a world must be a byproduct of what, in the final analysis, lacks purpose. Now, obviously, for a theist, right, a theist is going to say that we have cosmic significance or cosmic purpose, and a naturalist isn't going to say that. And I think there's going to be an asymmetry in worldviews there. But I mean, for the non-theist, there is no final, who is this person that is analyzing things in the final analysis? What is that standpoint? We only have our own subjective standpoint. And so it's not really going to be, okay, it might be the case that in the final analysis, from a God's eye point of view, there is no person, that there's no ultimate purpose. But for a naturalist, I mean, that isn't going to be an issue because they're going to say, yeah, I just have relative purpose. Now, it might, that the theist can probably turn around and say, well, from my point of view, there is ultimate purpose. And okay, there's an asymmetry in the worldviews there, but it just seems to me to be, I mean, is there meant to be an argument here that purpose is really important and we want to have purpose, so let's be theists or something, then just frame it in those terms. But it's like trying to kind of like smuggle this undercurrent. And then you've got it on the next page as well. In the final analysis, purpose exists in the world, but not because there is ultimately any intended purpose for anything, but rather because things serve Darwinian functions. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, the point is that that's just an account for the appearance of purpose that we have. It doesn't I mean, both the theist and the non-theist have the appearance of purpose, and then we're just providing different explanations. I mean, what is this supposed to compel us to believe? What's this supposed to do? I think it's a bit of the rhetorical.
Yeah, the argument from reason is different to talking about purpose. So that might be a different discussion, but I've said here why, because it's not clear what Darwinian function has to do with purpose. I mean, maybe you can tell a story of purpose in terms of Darwinian function, but it's not immediately obvious, at least to me, why that's the only option available to a naturalist or a materialist. I'm going to use those terms interchangeably, by the way. Why can't a different account be given? I don't really understand. All that the naturalist is committed to is that at the fundamental level, there's nothing that's non-material. And everything that exists at higher levels must only exist in virtue of stuff at the lower level. They're not committed to anything beyond that. And so there can be all sorts of purposes existing at the higher level as long as they exist in virtue of things at the lower level. So, for example, I have purposes in virtue of being a thinking, well, I don't want to sound pompous, but, thinking, rational, sentient, sapient being, right? And, in just the general terms, just as other people are, and even some animals, I would say, are. Now, that's all true in virtue of,
you mean of being a featherless biped?
In my cells. Yeah, well,
rather than a rational animal.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, the point is, like, no one disagrees that that's true at the basic level. I shouldn't say basic level there. No one really disagrees that it's true that humans are this way, right? That's the point I want to make there. Now, if I say we are that way just because of chemicals are moving around in particular ways, which give rise to cells, and cells in particular ways give rise to organs, and organs put together in particular ways give rise to an organism, and so forth, and I give that account there, then, like, what's the problem? I've still got meaning. It's just at a higher. It's not at the. It's not the physical level of atoms. Just at the high level here.
Yeah, you've just
exactly. It's just a different account of where it fits in. And so, in order to refute that, it needs to be explained what's wrong with that account. Instead, what we've just got is purpose must be explained in terms of Darwinian function, but no reason given for why that has to be the case.
I don't know if you want to talk about any of these. Yeah, that was the second one I mentioned, and then there was I highlighted that sentence as well, but I don't know if you want to talk about any of the things before.
Oh, this sentence here. Yeah, this is what I mean, by the way, when this is hard to follow. Notice what this is supposed to be. Let's go back to the general problem of materialism. So I guess this is going to be a bit introductory, but what have we got here? We've got purposes and Darwinian function, and then we've got subjectivity and consciousness, and then there's ought from an is, and moral wrongness.
Normativity, yeah.
Like, what is this? It's just, what's the, legitimately hard to follow what he's trying to say here, because it seems like we're just getting a smorgasbord of different stuff.
Yeah. Why didn't he just bullet point, like, here's 5?
It would have been more helpful.
Yeah,
exactly. So I don't want to talk about the moral stuff because, look, that's a topic for another discussion. And this is a problem for everyone. I don't know why theists think this is an argument against materialism. Anyway, error theory is an argument from reason. And then there's this sentence here, which I was just like, okay, I'm not endorsing these arguments. I'm only saying that these sort of arguments are possible. Like,
yeah.
Okay, they're possible. Because he was using this language as like, there are these arguments. Like, well, yeah, they exist, but are you advocating for them? Are you saying they're good or bad? Like, I already know they exist. Well, it's just, this is what I meant before when I said it's hard to find his authorial voice. Because he just says stuff. It's like, here's the thing. Here's an argument. Some people say this. It's like, okay, but what are you saying?
Was he just thinking about this? Was he just, he's just read Mackey or something, and then he's like, oh, yeah.
And notice how much he quotes. We'll see that going through, but he quotes a lot, and I think it becomes distracting because it's hard to see what he's actually arguing for. Anyway, so
just to pause that for a second, sorry. Craig has said because there would be no intrinsic purpose, there would be created or invented purpose. I mean, that's true, but the criticism that we're laying out here is that what Reppert's saying doesn't actually, it's not a problem for a naturalist. The point is, so the problem would be if there was some appearance that we were all agreed to that just couldn't be accounted for on naturalism. So like, if let's say naturalism was the position that, I'm not here right now having a conversation with James, then it'd be like, well, that's a problem because I actually think I am here right now having a conversation with James. What we're doing actually is saying here's different explanations for those appearances. So on theism, it's because we're sort of these metaphysical beings and God's created like purposes for us. Maybe there's teleology involved, and we have like sets of desires and things and cognitive faculties that are created by God. Then there's this different explanation maybe that purpose is just this psychologically relative concept. Maybe we construct it. We're narrative driven beings for some reason, and we have like goals within our narrative. That's a different account for it. And then you can lay out what the commitments of those accounts are. And you can say, oh, this one is committed to all these kinds of entities. This one has these kinds of entities. Well, that one seems more problematic than this one, according to certain theoretical virtues and stuff. That's a legitimate way of doing it. But just sort of saying they can't account that just, it doesn't do anything. Like naturalists are committed to the appearance of there being purpose. They just give this account of it that's relative or is subjective and isn't ultimate. Okay, but I mean, how do you know there's ultimate? Is the appearance any different? Is there like an appearance? No, it's the same appearance that we're both accounting for. You're just saying the explanation is this ultimate metaphysical fact of God or whatever. And Well, I agree, but I would push that even further because it's not clear to me that theists actually do argue for intrinsic meaning. At least if we're talking about people, I guess God has intrinsic meaning, but do people or people's lives have intrinsic meaning? Well, it seems that they usually explain human meaning in terms of God's creative intentions or purposes. Now, that's not intrinsic because that is extrinsic. That is outside of human beings and human lives. And so I don't think that counts as intrinsic meaning. Now, I mean, maybe that's fine for them, but then if they can have their version of extrinsic meaning, why can't we give a version of extrinsic meaning, which relates human purposes or the purpose of life to something else? But even then, I mean, maybe it's not, because actually I would be inclined to give an intrinsic conception of meaning, which is purely internal to human beings and human lives and makes no reference to anything outside. So if anything, I would say it's the other way around. It seems that theists are committed to some sort of, or many of them are committed to an extrinsic, an external, outside source of meaning, whereas for the naturalist, it's more internal. Maybe fundamental is the word that would be relevant there. So it seems that theists have a notion of fundamental meaning. It's part of the very base of reality because God grounds everything that exists, whereas the naturalist thinks that generally, meaning doesn't reside at the fundamental level of reality. It's something that exists at a higher order level. Just like naturalists don't think that life is at the fundamental level of reality, but it's a higher order emergent phenomenon. So there's a difference there, but it's not
to say that something is at a higher level of your ontology, it's more sort of derived, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So it's not obvious prima facie what the problem is supposed to be, unless you have some reason for thinking that it has to be at the lower level of the ontology. But anyway, and so in response to these sort of concerns, this part here, this paragraph here is, I think, actually a helpful trichotomy of the ways that naturalists or materialists, as he says, typically respond to these types of arguments about morality, purpose, or meaning, or whatever else. And he says that there are three general types of replies, which I think is about right. So the three he identifies here are what he calls error, reconciliation, and inadequacy. I think that the labels are a bit confusing, but the error theory is basically saying, well, no, there is no such thing. So this is like the theist asks, where does objective morality come from? And the atheist says, there is no objective morality. That would be an error theory. That would be one response. Or where is meaning in life, or something like that. An error theory just denies that exists. A reconciliation response, which is the second option here, would just be to say that there's a way to fit that into a naturalistic or materialistic ontology. So we can have objective morality, or we can have meaning and purpose. And here's how we can under naturalism, and then they give an account. So that's just giving a naturalistic account of something. The third option, I think this is the third option. I haven't got this wrong here. The inadequacy objection. Now I've forgotten how this one works. Whatever
this is
right. It's a tu quoque, basically.
But this is, I think that his response to this is so bad, and he has this thing right at the end where, like, a subheading of the inadequacy objection. And
well, we'll get to
that. but it doesn't amount to much more than if we remember in C.S. Lewis's Miracles, where he's like, divine, all reason could come from divine reason, and it's like, oh, okay, if you say so.
Anyway, so there's the error, which says no, it doesn't exist. There's the reconciliation, which is what I might call a reduction. It does exist, and here's how. And inadequacy, which is like, well, I don't know how it exists or whether it exists, but you can't explain it either. So I think those are the three general responses. And he doesn't say much about inadequacy objections apart from at the very end. Mostly he responds to error and reconciliation objections.
Are most of the theist arguments leaning on some variant of the PSR to establish some ultimacy, or whatever the source of these qualities is?
Want to explain PSR?
Principle of sufficient reason. So the idea that, there's various formulations, right? And it's fairly, but the idea that for everything that exists, there's some kind of explanation. Either
all contingent states of affairs. Oh, sorry, you were ignore what I said.
For everything that exists, there's some kind of explanation for its existence, either in the necessity of its own nature or in its cause, I think is how Craig formulates it. But there's a whole philosophical discussion about what the PSR is and why should we believe it or not. Almost theist arguments leaning on some variant of it to establish some ultimacy or whatever the source of these qualities is. I guess a lot of them are. I don't know that all of them are.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But a lot of them do seem to be asking for a reason why such a thing is this way.
Yeah.
And in that sense, they seem to be supposing that there is a reason why it is this way. Although,
It seems kind of weird, though. It does seem weird to me to say there isn't a reason why something is the way it is.
Well, that's a brute fact, right? Yeah. Something that pertains that's not necessary, but just is the way it is for no particular reason.
But I don't know what kind of things that they might be. Like necessity might make sense. I don't know. Yeah, it's very difficult for me to say. It seems very. Not that I base everything on my intuitions, but it just seems quite counterintuitive. I'd want to know. I'd have to look at what that thing is that apparently doesn't have any. There's no reason for it.
But there are no non-contentious examples, right? So this is the problem.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they necessarily need to appeal to the principle of sufficient reason, because the principle of sufficient reason is a universal statement that says everything has some sort of reason for its existence. Whereas to make these arguments work, the theists don't need to say that. They only need to say, look, this thing needs an explanation, this particular thing. They don't need to say every possible thing, or like everything that exists needs an explanation, which is a stronger claim. Just like how Craig originally formulated the Kalam to say everything that begins to exist has a cause. And in more recent formulations, at least some of the time, he says it instead that if the universe began to exist, it had a cause. You'll notice that the latter is all that he needs, because the former is a universal quantifier over all things that begin to exist. But actually, it doesn't really matter if there are some things that begin to exist that don't have causes. All that matters is if the universe is not one of those things, right? So the point is, I don't think that they need to appeal to such a grandiose claim, although they might if they want to. But anyway, interesting question.
Let's push on with this then, because there's what, 30 odd pages?
These are the three strategies that he's going to look at. I just identified some. Again,
it says hence,
he talks about random stuff here. So where does he say hence?
Just a bit below the last
here.
sentence. Arguments from reason have what I call transcendental impact. So it doesn't mean transcendent. It just means as in transcendental, as in these things would have to be presupposed in order to even be able to be having this discussion right now. That is, appeal to things that, if denied, undermine the most fundamental convictions of philosophical materialists.
I mean, this presupposes that I have the most fundamental convictions. I don't think that way. I don't think that I don't think as a foundationalist, at least I don't think that I think that way, right? I see things connected in a complex web, and there's not something that's at the foundation of everything else. I mean, some things may be more fundamental, but most fundamental, I don't necessarily agree with that. Anyway, I just think it's interesting that this is sometimes presupposed as if it's just uncontroversial, and like there has to be a foundation. Even if you think that there is, it's just that needs to be argued for if it's going to be asserted here. Anyway,
it was Nick Ross. If you're still listening, he gave a super chat earlier and I missed it, so sorry about that. But thank you.
I'm just okay. So
all men are mortal.
There's other stuff here. I didn't think it was that important, but if you wanted to look at anything, then feel free.
I'm just having a glance at what my highlights are. On 352, I highlighted that if it is a consequence of naturalism that nothing like this ever happens, that no one ever draws these types of conclusions from premises, then the belief that naturalism is true is in a lot of trouble. And I just think, well, that isn't, naturalists believe that people make those kind of conclusions all the time. Again, it's just how do they... how do they account for the kind of existence that it has?
There's something else I want to say about that, which will become relevant later with respect to eliminativist views. So Patricia Churchland and Daniel Dennett have been associated with such views, although Dennett's an instrumentalist, which is slightly different. But as far as I understand, that's what he says. But the point is, they may say things like, there are no such thing as beliefs, for example. But you have to understand Yes, right. So what they're doing is they're rejecting folk psychology. What they're saying is the best psychological theory or whatever it is that we're going to come to and currently developing will not feature folk psychological terms like belief or desire or other things like that. Now, this is often misunderstood as meaning that like we don't have beliefs. The phenomena doesn't exist. That's a good way to put it. It's misunderstood as denying the phenomenon, but they're not denying the phenomenon. They're just saying that the notion of belief or desire or whatever other folk psychological terms that we use to describe it is incorrect, is mistaken, and we should replace it with a better description. Now, I'm not an eliminativist because I think that we can fit these folk psychological views in a robust, scientific, naturalized metaphysics. Although I think that they may require some modification. They may need to be adapted, just like the idea of the atom was adapted a lot into the current form. It's very different to what it was originally. So I don't think there's any problem there. But the point is, if you're going to argue against eliminativism, which Reppert does here, you need to understand what it says. And I think Craig is a classic example of someone like this, because he says, I think it's Michael Roos, who is also an eliminativist about a bunch of stuff. And Craig just says, Roos doesn't think that, words have meaning, but he's saying words. So, he's an idiot because he doesn't say he's an idiot, but I think he completely missed.
Do you believe that? Is that true?
Exactly, right. If you're an eliminativist about these sorts of things, it doesn't mean you deny the phenomenon. It means that you believe that the folk psychological conceptions we have of it are false, inadequate, and need to be replaced with a better description. Yeah. Anyway, so was there something else you wanted to mention here?
Not really. I mean, we've got Lewis's first edition of the argument here.
So sorry, just signposting it. So we're moving on from a general introduction to a history of the argument. So he's going to talk about Lewis, and then Anscombe will come a bit later.
And look,
we probably don't need to belabor this point because we've already gone through that.
I don't know if there were. I sort of take issue. This is a general point about the companion in general. You know, that this kind of formatting where it's not really clear whether this is. I mean, the heading's a bit bolder, but it's not clear, you know, whether this is like a new section or what we've moved on from. I think I think the layout. I mean, if I was doing that, maybe there were some constraints, right, in terms of the paper and pages and things like that. I just think I would have tried to lay it out in a bit of a different way that made it kind of obvious that we were talking, you know, like this is like a different segmented section. It's like the problems of naturalism, and then it's like almost like chapters within chapters, you know, like. It doesn't seem to the thought of this section. It just is all kind of mishmashed together for me, and it made it quite difficult to read.
So, do you want to talk a bit more about Anscombe? I think you're a bit more familiar with that than I am.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Do
you pronounce the final B, or is it Anscombe? Is it Anscombe?
Anscombe, yeah. Elizabeth Anscombe.
Anscombe. Excuse me.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I think that sounded right.
So yeah, I mean, I kind of mentioned her before. She's a Roman Catholic, a student of Ludwig Wittgenstein, and I mean, we sort of went over her criticisms before in the papers. So she talks about irrational versus non-rational, and if you recall, C.S. Lewis's original argument was kind of predicated on the idea that the kind of explanation or the kind of causes that a materialist or a physicalist is going to refer to are going to be irrational. And Anscombe says, no, that's not right. They're non-rational, and non-rational could give rise to rationality, but they're not irrational. And obviously, you couldn't say that these irrational premises are going to give rise to a rational conclusion. And so, it's this kind of imprecise equivocation means that Lewis isn't accurately characterizing the available options for the naturalist. Now, I think that Reppert here sort of is quite hand wavy in how he then because he's basically going to highlight these points. So he's just going to say, "Oh, well, that's not a problem because," and like,
the dictionary defines irrational as the faculty without the faculty of reason, so it's okay. He appeals to a dictionary definition to settle a philosophical. This is
right. Well, both non-rational and irrational.
Rookie mistake, folks. Appealing to dictionaries very rarely settles a philosophical dispute.
Well, this is the issue, right? So irrational and non-rational are both without the faculty of reason, but they're very different things. Because to say irrational premises lead rationally to the conclusion, that is a contradiction in terms. You know, an irrational argument rationally compels you to say that something rationally compels, to say that you're rationally driven to a conclusion is just to say that it follows from the premises, it is valid. So then to say that an irrational argument compels you to the conclusion is just a contradiction in terms, basically there. Whereas to give a non-rational account for something that might rationally compel you to the conclusion is a different kind of thing altogether. I mean, you could say, so this would be to say, for example, I can describe in non-rational terms the physical causal processes that give rise to the mind. Now, I don't know, I'm gonna be pretty vague here, and this isn't going to be a true story, but I'm going to say when thinking fibers are firing in the brain, right? So when thinking fibers are firing in the brain at time t, person S has this set of beliefs, right? So that they believe belief 1, belief 2, belief 3. If person S has these beliefs that and they're combined together in this way, then those act as a reason to believe in this belief. So it's not like it's non-rational. You can talk about that in completely non-rational terms, but what it's like to be that thing is rational. And there isn't that's not, but it isn't irrational. That's a completely different thing. To say that person S, subject S, believes B1 through Bn, and they are irrationally compelled to the conclusion. That would be to say something else. That's a different sense. There's a different meaning of the word there, which is to say that despite it being invalid, that's to say, despite it being that those reasons that and beliefs that they have can be combined in such a way that it doesn't guarantee the truth of the conclusion. In spite of that, they still believe the conclusion. Now that would be irrational, right? Or that the premises aren't connected to the conclusion anyway, but they say that the justification for the conclusion is that. Well, that's irrational, but it's not non-rational, because in the non-rational sense of the word, the beliefs that they have, which are reducible to these physical descriptions, do rationally compel the conclusion. So it is an important distinction, and this dictionary definition does nothing. In a kind of waffly way there, but
yeah, again, I would say that something's irrational if it sort of tries to apply reasoning but sort of fails, or applies incorrect reasoning, like a logical fallacy, for example, or concluding on evidence that doesn't actually support the conclusion. But I'm just trying to think of an example that might be non-controversial, but if I just like something, suppose I say I like ice cream. Now, would you say that's rational or irrational? It's neither. It's just it's nothing to do with reason. I just like it, right? So that I think that's a clear example of, if I were to say I like ice cream, I like to eat ice cream. I enjoy eating ice cream because the taste is pleasing to me, and I don't know, it reminds me of a good experience I had. You'd say, well, that's fine. That makes sense. Maybe you wouldn't say, but you could say that's rational, I suppose, if you wanted to. But if I said I like to eat ice cream because it will, cure cancer and protect me from disease, you say, well, no, that's irrational. Like, why do you think that? And I'll give some silly reasons that are irrational and say, no, that's irrational. Yeah. So that I could have rational, irrational reasons for believing it.
Rational in the sense that it drives you to the conclusion, that it is somehow there's a relationship between.
Well, I don't want to reduce rationality to deductive reasoning. I don't think you were doing that, but I don't think it has to be entailing. But if I just say I like it and don't try to give any further reason, that's not irrational. It's not rational. It's just a non-rational faculty, yes, I'd say. So,
sorry, perhaps not deductive in this. So yeah, guarantees. I shouldn't have said that, but I mean that there's a relation between the content in those premises and the conclusion.
Yeah. So yes, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the key point about something being rational. There's a semantic relationship between content of the premises and the conclusion there, or the evidence and the belief, and there just isn't that sort of thing for liking something or wanting something. I would say. Now there could be, if you try to justify that by appealing to some claim that is not reasonable or not defensible, but merely liking something I don't think is rational. Or like emotions could be another example. If you say, I'm feeling sad, you ask, well, is that rational or irrational? An emotion is not rational or irrational. It just is. Like it's just not in the space of rationality.
Ow, I stubbed my toe. Oh shit, I dropped the mug. Well,
that was irrational of you to feel pain in response. You see, these examples, it doesn't make sense to say it's rational or irrational, I would contend. So that's the distinction between irrational and non-rational. Anyway, I think that makes that point.
Yeah.
Again, I keep forgetting that I'm on this one. Could reasoning really be valid? Is really okay. Fine. Hang on. What are we looking at here? Paradigm cases and skeptical threats. Yeah.
And then try to show, given the fact that people do reach true conclusions by reasoning, that this is the best explained in terms of theistic metaphysics.
That's fine. I'm happy with that, but he just doesn't do the second part, in my opinion. It doesn't explain
we've got so many of the same highlights, like
great minds think alike.
Same highlights.
Sometimes I forget.
Skeptical theism is bad. Oh no, skeptical threat. Sorry, I was just skimming and misread.
Good old Philosophia Christi.
Yeah.
All right. So
and then on 356.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm on the next page.
No, that's fine. We'll jump to this.
I was just
9 presuppositions of rational inference.
I mean, I think I was thinking about these, and I guess I don't know that they're presuppositions, but they're probably points that I'd be broadly agreed to.
Well, it depends what we take these things to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Consider the following list of presuppositions of reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're presuppositions.
Transcendental justifications.
I think a lot of these might be seemings, like it seems to be that way, and then we're going to ask, well, what kind of existence does that seeming have, rather than being presuppositions. But so maybe let's go through.
Well, let's jump to the end here, but to see what he thinks that they're doing before we look at them. He says, unless all of these are true, it is incoherent to argue that one should accept naturalism based on evidence of any kind. I think he would not say that about theism. So apparently, if these, well, I'm not actually sure. Is it incoherent to say that theism should be accepted on evidence of any kind, or is it just naturalism? But anyway, so we've got to have all these 9 things apparently, and all of them have to have transcendental justifications.
So yeah, number 1, idealism doesn't exist.
States of mind have a relation to the world we call intentionality. I mean, I think this is true, but again, if you so this is another example. Eliminative materialists don't think this, because they reject they don't reject the seeming, at least not as far as I understand. What they reject is the notion of intentionality, that is basically part of folk psychology that needs to be done away with. So why do we have to presuppose intentionality is true? Or like is real, maybe a better way to say that. Yeah, you have to give an argument for why intentionality has to be real.
Yeah, and it's like that just opens up this whole can of worms in philosophy about what is intentionality, and there's even confusions within that, within the way that words have been used. I mean, I was watching like a series of Tim Crane lectures where he was talking about all these confusions that were introduced by people like Quine when they were poorly exegeting like the history of philosophy, so he and using words in like these idiosyncratic ways. And then in that book Word and Object, I think he uses like intentional with an S in the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
And then a bunch of people have just like adopted a bunch of things in philosophy, and it doesn't actually make any sense based off of what the original author was
There's
kind of saying.
Intentional, extensional, and intentional with the T, and they're all related but distinct in them. It's very confusing. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that now, but the point is, I don't know why we need to assume intentionality. What really, I mean, I'm happy with intentionality, but I just don't know why we have to have it.
Well, he's saying, if you want to be a realist, right, then you've got to be that, but that doesn't mean a non-realist positions. So intentionality is the phenomena or property of words or thoughts being about things. So I think about a tree, that thought is about the tree. That's what intentionality is. I realized we didn't define it. Anyway, so that'll come up again later. Number 2, thoughts and beliefs can either be true or false. Why? Why do we need to assume that they? Well, it actually doesn't say must be. I think maybe
thought it must, but they can be either true or false.
For rational inference to take place. Well, I guess the question would be, well, what else could it be then? What how else? Because it seems like any rational inference
logic that doesn't have bivalent truth values. How about that? Like what? Why does it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see.
Framework
I see what you're saying.
That's put on beliefs and thoughts. I don't accept that this is a fundamental nature. This is a framework that we've put onto it. Why does it have to be true or false? Why not some other set of truth values?
Why not degrees?
Truth? Yeah, exactly. Like there's other conceptions you can have. Why that one? I mean, it's a useful one. I don't deny that. But why does it have to be that way? Why does that have to be transcendental? Why is it nonsensical, incoherent to be a naturalist and not accept that beliefs have to be either true or false, or can be either true or false? Maybe it's degrees of truth. Number 3, human can be in the condition. Humans, I think this is one of the
typos. Yeah.
Humans can be in the condition of accepting, rejecting, or suspending belief about propositions. So most people are going to be fine with that. Again, eliminativists may not be if you don't believe in beliefs. I'm fine with that. That's not a very controversial one. Logical laws exist. Okay, that one is pretty vague and pretty
what kind of existence do they have? Is he literally just saying there that the logical laws exist in God's mind, like divine concepts of the laws of logic exist in God's
mind? Like how much controversial philosophical baggage can you pack into such a short space? That's a pretty good attempt here. So logic, what is logic? Laws, what is a law? And exists, what do you mean by exist? Now, I'm not meaning to be too abstruse there, but it's like, if I'm a nominalist, I don't think that logical laws exist like as they're part of the ontology, but I think that but I think that they exist in a sense, like they can have truth values. For example, I think that nominalists think that you can say that propositions have truth values, even if logical laws or propositions or don't actually exist, right? That they just have a different notion about whether assigning that truth value is ontologically committing. So that's why I'm saying, what does it mean to exist? So that's actually really relevant here, because it depends on your philosophy of, abstract objects and logic, right? And law, well, what is the nature of a law? Is it descriptive? Is it prescriptive? Yeah. Does it entail something that exists beyond the particular tokens of my thinking this or my thinking that? Is there something beyond any of the specific examples? And what counts as logic? Like what's encompassed by that? What logic? Is there a one true logic? Classical, non-classical?
This is where people raise, so something in like classical logic where you're going to say, the law of non-contradiction or the law of excluded middle, something like that. And then someone's going to come along and say, well, this sentence, like if it's a law, if by law here we mean, it prescribes the way reality can or can't be, then how can I even say this sentence is false? Or the Graham Priest one about nothing, where he's like, nothing is a dialetheism, because you say, there's nothing in the fridge, or God created the universe out of nothing. So nothing both is and isn't an object, because nothing is nothing, but nothing, nothing is an object. It's the object of nothing, and it both is and isn't.
I had nothing to eat for dinner, so I went to my fridge and took out the nothing and had it for dinner. But this is like, I don't mean to be too like, what exactly do you mean? Because not everything has to be precise, but 4 is so ridiculously vague.
Yeah.
It's so bad that I can't even say whether I agree with it or not.
But he's just assuming, I think, by saying that. I mean, what he means by that is these divine concepts in God's mind exist, and it's like that. Well, that's very different. I assume that's what it means. Very different to just logical laws exist, in the sense that, like, it seems like we're trying to sort of be rational. So I don't know.
So 5, human beings are capable of apprehending logical laws. So, I mean, again, most people are going to be all right with this.
That's really implicit, though, because that's assuming that logical laws have an existence and we apprehend it, rather than, I don't know, what do we mean by apprehending here? Do we mean we're sort of like providing these descriptions and we know what they mean, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, this has been used as an argument against Platonism about mathematical or logical objects, right? Because the idea is, well, if these are these abstract entities that don't interact with anything, like don't have causal powers, then how can we apprehend them? And I think it's a good argument. Obviously, the Platonists have things to say to that, but so I think that's why he's adding that here, because it seems he wants to argue against naturalism and Platonism as well. Well, what does that leave you with? Well, probably some sort of divine conceptualism, right? Which, as I've said, I think is even worse. Like, even if you want to say naturalism and Platonism both have big problems, by the way, I'm sort of assuming here you can't be a naturalist and a Platonist. Actually, plenty of people say that they are, but let's say nominalism and Platonism. I should maybe be a bit more careful there. Nominalism and Platonism might both have their flaws, but I think divine conceptualism is even more problematic, because, like, how does 5 work under divine conceptualism? God basically has to zap you with the propositional content of everything you ever think about, including all of the tawdry and nasty and evil thoughts that you think about, by the way. I talked about this in the video where I responded to one of Cameron's videos. Like, I think divine conceptualism is a mess. But anyway, he doesn't argue for that here, but it seems like it's almost like his argument is too strong, because it seems to rule out everything. Well, that's a problem for everyone then. Like, welcome to philosophy. We've all got problems to address. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. 6. The state of accepting the truth of a proposition plays a crucial causal role in the production of other beliefs, and the propositional content of mental beliefs is relevant to the playing of this causal role.
Yeah.
Again, that's to rule out epiphenomenalism.
What's the proposition? This is one of the big things Tim Crane talks about, how a big issue he sees it in analytic philosophy has been this idea of propositions, that exist, and thoughts are about propositions, which are these things, which are the bearers of truth that can be true or false. And this is again just laden with like metaphysical claims.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I accept. I acknowledge it's quite standard to say that a proposition is the bearer of truth, but I'm not sure think that's the best account. I'm still working through this myself, but I'm actually I think it might make more sense to talk about belief tokens as the bearers of truth. But anyway, that's for another discussion. So the point, I think, of 6 here is to try to rule out epiphenomenalism. Remember, epiphenomenalism is the view that beliefs and other mental phenomena like that exist, but they don't cause anything. They're just kind of there. And he wants to say, no, that's wrong, because the belief has to have a causal role. So it's got to be doing something. It's got to be doing work. So I think that's why that 6 is there. So obviously the epiphenomenalists are going to disagree with that.
Yeah, why couldn't it be?
Why can't it be what, sorry?
Why can't it be both? Why can't it be that, okay, the logical laws are not playing any causal role, it is just epiphenomenally that you come to accept it, but also it is rational in the sense that they're logically related in this way. Where's the contradiction between?
Well, it could be rationally related, but I don't think you can say that that accepting the truth of the proposition plays a causal role, because if you're an epiphenomenalist, beliefs don't play a causal role.
Yeah. Sorry, this is
they
what I
may
mean.
Play a rational role, but not a causal role, and you'd have to separate those two.
But what I mean here is, sorry, I'm rejecting 7, where he's saying the logical laws play a causal role.
Oh, hang on, sorry, I was talking about 6.
Oh, sorry, yeah, we're talking about different ones then. Yeah.
The apprehension of logical, the apprehension of logical laws plays a causal role in the acceptance of the conclusion of the argument as true. Well, I think that's pretty similar to 6, actually. I'm not even sure how that's different.
But I'm saying why should we suppose that is true? I mean, what's the issue in saying that? Okay, epiphenomenalism is true. In this, there's one materialism is 1 billiard ball hitting another ish, and there's this epiphenomena that comes out, and you have these beliefs and things. That is the entire causal story to be told about why you came to a particular conclusion. But then it also just is logically related. When you believed all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, and Socrates is mortal, that's not why you accepted it. I mean, from the first person point of view, it might seem like that's why you accepted it. They might be logically related in that way, but it is the actual why you accepted it is that causal role underneath. Why is that a necessary precondition for?
Well, I think then he's going to ask about the relationship between the logical connection and the causal connection.
Right.
So
but
why
people
is
can
there
make wrong inferences? So I don't yeah.
Well, that gets you to 9. Our process of reasoning provides us. Our processes of reasoning provide us with a systematically reliable way of understanding the world around us. So that's going to say, look, reasoning is reliable, and apprehending logical laws is critical in the causal pathway of that process. So you've got to explain how reasoning, our apprehending of logical propositions and truth values and whatever, plays a causal role in our beliefs being reliable, belief system being reliable. So I think epiphenomenalists won't accept that because they don't agree that beliefs and such play a causal role. So in terms of, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just overall, I was going to move on to saying just this whole thing. It seems quite risky, like quite a lot of risky positions involved.
Oh yeah, why does he put 9? Yeah. You generally want fewer, not more. It just makes it more complicated and less defensible. You've got to defend all these 9 things. I think the point of this is he wants it to be really hard for naturalists. It's like, you've got to have all these 9 things or it's just incoherent to argue that you should accept naturalism. But it's like, well, then you've got to defend all 9. And if one of them fails, then your whole argument fails. Because you're saying it has to be all 9. Whereas I think like 4 is really bad. True is highly suspicious. Epiphenomenalists are not going to like 6 or 7. 9, I think we haven't really talked about 9, but I don't think that 9 is true. I don't know why you would think this. Our processes of reasoning provide us with a systematically reliable way of understanding the world around us. Without any qualifications of that, I don't agree with it. Our process of reasoning sometimes do, but not always. You can't just make that statement. Like,
right.
I mean, that's sort of like saying, I don't know, humans are good or humans are evil. Like, well, you need a bit more than that. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the fall means that you can say that, but it's just, it lacks in any nuance or clarification or qualification there. And we'll get to that more later because some of the replies to this bring up this point that there needs to be a more cautious apprehension there of what we're talking about. Yeah. But anyway, it's not, this sentence here is not defended, by the way. It's just asserted. I don't know why we need all these things, but apparently we do. So then we've got Anscombe again. We've talked about these different types of explanations, logical and naturalistic causal. I don't know if there's anything here you wanted to go through.
There was something a little bit towards the top of 357, or sorry, middle of 357 really, where it says, he makes a distinction between cause and effect relations on the one hand and ground and consequent relations on the other. Cause and effect relations say how a thought was produced, but ground and consequent relations indicate how thoughts are related to one another logically. However, in order to allow for rational inference, there must be a combination of ground, consequent, and cause-effect relationships, which Lewis says cannot exist if the world is as the naturalist says that it is.
Yeah, so that was Lewis's argument.
I guess the thing that I'm not seeing is why those ground consequent relations have to be causal.
Well, but that's Lewis's whole point. They're not. They're not causal. They're separated from, or at least they're not materially causal. He doesn't really say
This is what I mean.
But they're not materially caused.
Yeah. Sorry, I understand he's saying that they're not, or sorry, that a materialist story can't have them being causal. But I'm saying just in general, let's say we're non-naturalists, right? We reject materialism. Why would these ground consequent relations be causal? What kind of causation is it?
I think they need to be causal because C.S. Lewis wants to say that we held our beliefs because of our reasons. Our reasons cause our beliefs.
But that isn't the cause. It's rational. It's rational just in case they are related in that way. The consequent is related to the ground or whatever. But the actual causation on Lewis's view is the self picking a choice or.
Well, that's what I was asking about with respect to the free will. I mean, I don't know. I haven't read all of the chapters. We just looked through what we saw there. I don't know if he defends that conception, in other words. So he may be right. He
goes on to miracles more. He goes on to, like...
But from my perception of what he was saying, I don't know that he is clear about that. What that is, I don't know that it is clear what the connection is between ground consequent relations and cause effect relations, other than that he's clear that ground consequent relations are not derivative of physical or material or cause effect relationships. But whether there's some other type of causation there, I don't know that he was that clear.
Well, I'm saying that it's not causal though, because I mean, so someone, like they.
Are you saying C.S. Lewis can't defend that, or like can't think that, or that you don't think that?
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think that, but I don't think C.S. Lewis can defend it either. Okay. Because I mean, if I were to say to him, I mean, at the time he would have learnt maths in an English school. They would have been taught it out of Euclid's Elements, right? And the idea of Euclid's Elements is that when you accept the axioms, basically everything else just follows based on these axioms. But it's not that you're told the axioms and then you're just driven. You just accept all the beliefs that follow from them once you've grasped the axioms. You have to actually, you study what the content of those propositions is, and you do some processing in order to there has to be some cause effect relationship, whether that is in the material mind or whether that's in the soul, through time of these propositions or thoughts or whatever, sort of relating one to each other. There's a causal story to be told, and that causal story is going to be in terms of it could be in terms of soul substance, right? Soul substance introspectively reflecting on certain propositions and think about things, but that's going to be cause effect. That isn't going to be ground consequent. There being a ground consequent relation doesn't cause the conclusion being reached. Does that make sense?
Say that last sentence again.
So that there being the fact that there is a ground consequent relation doesn't cause the belief in the conclusion. So that just is a relation between thoughts or propositions or whatever kind of existence you're going to give those things. That's a certain kind of relation, but that relation existing doesn't cause the conclusion. The conclusion is the attention being directed towards that relation existing.
Right. I think that's right. And I think that should be right even under C.S. Lewis's view. I think you can understand that under naturalistic view as well, although that's going to have to be your attention and everything's going to have a physical substrate. But yeah, I think that's right. The reason itself doesn't cause your belief.
But it seems like Lewis is trying to say
it will be a necessary condition if you're rational. It will be a necessary condition, but not sufficient.
Yeah.
But you're saying he's trying to say it does. Well, I just don't think it's clear.
Okay.
I don't know what he's saying about the relationship. He just says that there's a connection somehow. There must be a combination of, well, I guess that's consistent with what you said. There's a ground consequent relation, and then the ground consequent relation has to feature as part of a causal pathway in which we then come to accept the conclusion of the argument.
It seems to me like he's saying the ground somehow causes you to believe in the consequent, whereas it seems to me like okay, we'd say it's rational just in case that ground consequent relation exists, but the causal story of the processes involved, even in the soul, right? Let's say we're substance dualists.
Yeah.
The substance there's going to be what causes you to accept the conclusion is going to be this story to be told about the attention of the substance in the soul that directs attention towards this proposition and that proposition. So then you choose to rationally assent to the conclusion of something. That's going to be a causal story. That isn't about this ground. The ground consequent is just is to describe the relation that exists between the proposition, and that relation still exists between the propositions in a natural story. You can say there's just these material causes, and then if you postulate thoughts in a mind, it's like, well, yeah, there's this relation between these ideas, so there's a ground and consequent in that sense. And I think I don't know, maybe I'm laboring this point too much, but I think that is the key confusion.
I think it's unclear what he thinks the relationship is supposed to be. At least it's not clear to me that what he thinks about that. And I agree that they're not. Ground consequent won't be the cause, or it won't be the only cause of a belief, because you have to apprehend it at the very least. So I don't think there's much more. Yeah, that's just the same question over again. I think that this section here actually might have more with respect to what you were just talking about there, 358 here. Unlimited explanatory compatibility and the non-causal view of reasons. So we're talking about reasons, explanations are not causal explanations at all. That's according to Wittgenstein. I'm not really familiar with Wittgenstein. This is sort of what you were saying, though. Reasons, explanations are not causal. They are rather what sincere responses that are elicited from a person when he is asked what his reasons are. Does that sentence make sense? They are rather what sincere responses that
responders. They are the sincere responses, or they are what sincere responders. But yeah, there's a grammatical error there.
I think there should be the. Oh, so they are rather what sincere responses.
Instead of what, it should
do you
be
need the that? Can't you just delete the that? They are
so
rather
rather
what
than
sincere responses are elicited.
Rather than the word what should be replaced with the. They are
rather the
sincere responses.
That should be the.
Yeah.
See, this is what it's not just typos. It's like it's confusing,
especially when we're talking about these concepts that are like difficult.
It's hard enough, yeah. It's like they are rather the sincere responses that are elicited from a person when he is asked what his reasons are. Yep, okay, right. So this is what Anscombe says. It appears to me that if a man has his reasons and they are good reasons and they genuinely are his reasons for thinking something, then his thought is rational. Whatever causal statements can be made about him. So this is a strong distinction, disentangling of the reasons, explanations, and causal explanations, actually. As a naturalist, I'm probably not too satisfied. Well, a reductive naturalist, at least, I'm not too satisfied with that, because it seems that there's going to have to be some sort of ultimately material causal strata underpinning that. But you don't necessarily have to be able to give an account of that. It's merely just the idea that there'll be one there. Well, that there will be a material underpinning, even if we don't necessarily know what it is. Yeah. I mean, that's a metaphysical commitment. Obviously, that's not proof of anything.
It could be purely psychological, I suppose. So this is what I'm
saying.
Yeah,
but the point is that will then that sits on top of an underlying physics at some point as a reductive naturalist.
But this is
all I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think the weakest position is probably something like epiphenomenalism, and I'm saying that even if you are an epiphenomenalist, you can just say, okay, so the epiphenomena is this, what its likeness, and then in the psychological realm of what its likeness, which is obviously arising out of all this physical stuff, there just is this relation between the ideas that, the one guarantee is related to the other in this way.
Yeah, I mean, so this is consistent with epiphenomenalism, because it's not whatever causal statement. So there might be none that are causal in the that involves beliefs. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's fine. Keith Parsons is saying the same thing, basically. Now, he's saying that he disagrees with this. So, as Lewis puts it, even if grounds do exist, what have they got to do with the actual occurrence of belief as a psychological event? If it is an event, it must be caused. It must, in fact, be simply one link in a causal chain. How could such a trifle as lack of logical grounds prevent the belief's occurrence? So he's saying beliefs have to be caused, but reasons don't cause them.
Okay.
So how does this link? How does this relate to what you were saying before, Nathan?
So I guess
it's sort of similar. So let me just process that again. Even if grounds do exist, what have they got to do with the actual occurrence of beliefs as psychological event? Yeah. So I think that, I mean, whatever kind of existence that we give to beliefs, whether they're these propositions that have some like ontologically independent existence or something, or whether they're just purely psychological concepts, there's relations between them. So, my idea of all men are mortal and my idea of Socrates is a man, there's a relation between those concepts that could be psychological. It could be in virtue of, the Platonic forms that exist or something like that about meanings or whatever. It could be in virtue of these propositions that are weird. But that relation is just a description of basically what the meanings are. Whereas the event of believing, of directing the attention onto that relation and believing a sentence about it is true, that's an event and that has a causal story to be told. And I think that that's what this is saying. And how could such a trifle as lack of logical grounds prevent the belief's occurrence? How could the existence? Yeah. So if the logical relation isn't there, it's not going to actually prevent you from forming the belief, and you can form false beliefs. So that's the case. And even if the grounds do exist, if the logical relation is there, how can that cause it? The cause has to be, the soul substance doing something, a libertarian free will choice, which is a causal story, or the cognition in the physical mind. So yeah, I think I'm largely in agreement.
So that's
with
okay. But the thing is that Lewis doesn't really say what the cause is supposed to be, because he says it can't be material, and it also isn't the reason itself or the ground consequent. But you've said that he's suspicious of substance dualism. So we seem to be running out of options here. What type of cause is it? It can't be an abstract object because they don't have causal powers, typically understood. So I mean, it's got to be the God zapping us every time we want to think something. I don't see what else it could be. Exactly. He's sort of running out of options here in terms of what he wants to. Anyway, but let's move on from that.
Well, I think this is a big this is a big problem, though, isn't it? That he wants to be so critical, but it's not even clear what's the alternative? He's not telling us to be agnostic. He's not telling us to sort of go, this is weird. Like, let's not commit ourselves to a view because it's weird. He's trying to positively put forward a theory about the way the world is, and it's not even clear what that theory is, which is really bad.
Very unclear what it is. Yeah. There's got to be a cause, but it's got to be non-material, and maybe it's not some sort of immaterial mind. What sort of cause is it? Like, it's a gaping hole here. And I don't think Reppert addresses this either, really. Well, we'll see what he has to say about it a bit later. So I don't know whether Steve is really important here. I highlighted it, but I'm kind of happy to just skip that.
Okay.
Involve ontological commitments. That which plays an explanatory role is supposed to exist. Yeah, that's interesting because a nominalist doesn't agree with that, at least not in all cases. Yeah. So that's contested. And interestingly, he even gives another counter, which is fictional entities, which seem to be able to play explanatory roles as well. And I don't really think his response to that is very... He doesn't really respond. He just sort of... If we explain the existence of presence in terms of Santa Claus, I take it means Santa Claus exists in more than just a non-realist, yes, Virginia sense. I don't know what he means by that. But the point is, like, if I ask, let's see. So if I go to the shopping center around Christmas time and I see an old man, sitting amongst presents, kids on his lap taking photos. I don't know if they do that around you, but they do that around here. And I ask, why is that guy wearing a big white fluffy beard? A plausible answer to this is to say, because that's what Santa Claus looks like. And he's supposed to be Santa Claus, right? But Santa Claus doesn't exist. Now, you might say, well, no, I mean that's what the popular idea of Santa Claus looks like. But that's, well, first of all, we don't talk like that. But also, it's not really clear what that's supposed to mean. Like, is that an average of everyone's views? Anyway, we can get into a lot of epistemology of fictional entities here. But all I'm saying is, at least prima facie, there's a case to be made that fictional entities can fulfill explanatory roles as well. Also, many people think that non-existent entities can fulfill explanatory roles. Like, why did my plants die? Because I forgot to water them.
Is that a real example?
Or I didn't water them. No. This is an example that's used in the literature.
The tragedy of James's plants.
Or maybe saying I didn't water them might be better. That's something I didn't do, not something I did do. So the point is, there are actually quite a few examples of things that don't exist that can plausibly play explanatory roles. You might not agree with that. You might have a different story to tell. But that's a controversial point, and I don't think you can just assert that here without really trying to defend it. Again, it's bad philosophy to do that. At the very least, you have to say this is controversial, but I'm just gonna take it here for granted and then move on, which sometimes you can do, but he doesn't even address that.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't seem like he is actually addressing any of the concerns well, I say it doesn't seem like I've tried to read this with the best intentions possible, and I just didn't even really get what he was saying. It just seemed like he kind of like danced around the main point and gave some like sort of irrelevant examples. And this is something he consistently kind of does, like there'll be some specific objection, and then he'll like come up with just some random like scenario, like the rolling of the dice or whatever, and not really talk about how it's relevant, at least in my view. And
so if our beliefs need to have causes and reasons aren't causes, then what are the causes if they're not physical?
Yeah.
And then he starts talking about things needing to exist. I don't understand what.
So it seems like he's responded to the objection, but he actually hasn't. He's given it would be reasonable if he gave an example, said how it was relevant to the objection, and how this example highlights why the objection is wrong or something. But that doesn't happen. It's like there's just this completely different point about ontological commitments. Maybe the point is that the ontological. Okay, so the reasons have to exist, so and then you have to be committed to some kind of non-natural existence to these reasons, but that just begs the question against the physicalist, right? Because they're going to say, no, it's just like a psychological concept. It's just voice of the air or whatever.
Yeah, I really do find it hard to follow the train of thought here. But this paragraph does seem to come back to an important aspect here. So what this means is that even if reasons explanations do not exclude physical explanations, even if reasons explanations are somehow not causal explanations, but I thought that's what his point was, that they're not causal explanations. Isn't that what Lewis just said? But now he's implying as if even if they're somehow not, as if that he thinks they are. Well, anyway, that confuses me. The naturalist is not out of the woods. But aren't we all in trouble here? Because if they need to be causal, but no one knows what the cause is,
but they're not
everyone?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the materialist.
So on his point of view, we should just be like a static blob of like tautologies that are like guaranteed.
Something. But okay, here's an objection here. The materialist maintains that the universe at its base is governed by blind matter rather than reasons. Okay, I agree with that. I don't like the blind, but other than that, I'm all right with it. Because again, reasons would exist at a higher level than at the fundamental basis of reality. Mm-hmm. So the next sentence. So if reasons explanations are true, so if there are reasons explanations, I take that to mean, we still need to know why they are true and why reasons exist in a world that is fundamentally non-rational.
Yeah, fair enough.
In a sense, yes, but I find this very confusing. What does it mean to ask why something exists? Does that mean to give an account as to the causes of its existence? Because the naturalist can just do that by giving a reductive account. Yeah. But I don't actually think that's what he's asking for. It seems that he wants, it's the kind of like, but why is all that? Like, okay, I hear all your account about psychology and neuroscience and whatever, but why does that exist? And so that's what I've said. What do you mean why they exist?
Just degenerating? By why?
Well, I just say they exist because they're part of reality. Like I don't know what you're asking for here.
Yeah, is he genuinely just going to go? Yeah, well, why does that? Why? And he just wants.
You can just keep asking why, of course. Yes, I don't think that's what he's doing. But if it is, it's kind of frivolous. Like, well, anyone can do that.
Yeah, but the necessary starting point of the universe, whatever. Yeah,
and then it's like an ontological argument, really. But I guess what I would say is, well, the reason reasons exist is just because they're part of reality. Like I don't know, they're part of the things that that's not really an answer, but I'm not really sure what the question is getting at, if you see what I mean. Like
why
do clouds exist? Why do trees exist? Like what is that even asking? I don't it's a very odd question.
Magnets, how do they work?
Like, well, why does God exist? Like, well, he would say, he exists because of his nature. Well, then I'll just give an explanation for why these things exist. It's going to be a bit longer, and I would say more informative, but like we've all got our reasons to give. But I just don't even know.
Why is God's nature fine-tuned to produce a life-permitting universe?
Well, why does God want us to have reasons? Why did God create us that way? Well, he just did. Like, well, but anyone can ask the why.
Why?
Yeah. Anyway, so that sort of thing is a bit strange. So now we're going on to something kind of else here.
Are you on How Could Reason Emerge yet, or are you before
360?
Okay. Yeah.
Given these three doctrines, it seems as if some kinds of explanation of physical properties have been ruled out. Even the most non-reductive forms of materialism maintain that there can be only one kind of causation in a physical world, and that is physical causation.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know why he's talking about this, but I think the idea might be that he thinks that some other type of causation is needed, because I think he is a dualist.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is if you're a non-naturalist, but you're committed to this only the physical causation, then it's that worry for like the Platonists, like, well, how is it that we come to know the forms? How is it that that these things supervene on certain states of affairs? Short of God sort of going, that's immoral, and casting the Platonic form down, it's kind of difficult to comprehend what's going on there.
I'm just looking at this highlighted bit here. I don't even really know why it's here. I'm just going to skip that. I don't think it's that important. Or at least I can't figure out what. I've got an objection there, but I just want to get into it. Okay, so now we're talking about. I'm sorry if this is fragmented, but I just find it really hard to understand why.
Well, it's fragmented because it's written fragmented.
How this section here is different to this section here, for example, and what the internal continuity is, because I find it hard. It seems like each paragraph is its own island universe almost.
There wasn't like a hierarchy of, it didn't follow a hierarchy I would have expected for the argument, where it was like, well, we're in this section of what I'm, how I'm assessing the argument in this section. It was all just merged in, and it seemed like repetitious, and it
it is repetitious.
Yeah, I really struggled.
We're going to be repetitious as well, but that's the nature
following
of it.
His train of thought here. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're sort of talking about evolution. Okay, so this is, I think, important here. We talked about this. Once our thoughts were not rational, and then they became rational somehow. But it is inconceivable that any improvement of responses could ever turn them into acts of insight or remotely tend to do so. The relation between response and stimulus is utterly different between that of knowledge and truth known.
What if I?
We've already talked about this, right?
But what if I can conceive it? What
that's a problem.
Do I just stop?
Well, you shouldn't. You can't. I don't understand. This is another example of sloppiness. To say that something is not conceivable is a very strong philosophical claim. And often you don't want to say that. You just want to say it's not the case. Like, you don't need to say it's not conceivable. If I'm an atheist,
I can conceive it. I actually think I can conceive it, though. Like, this is a real issue. I'm not just being silly or argumentative. Like,
well, that's what I mean. Like, if I'm an atheist and I say that there is no God, that's one thing. If I say you cannot even conceive of God, that's a much stronger claim, right? So why would I say that if all I need is God doesn't exist, right? Same thing here. Why does he need to say it's not conceivable? I think that he doesn't mean that in any specific way. He's just using that as a bit of rhetorical flourish. But then the problem is I can't tell what is actual argument and what is rhetorical flourish. Maybe that's just my autistic brain or something, but this is why I can't stand reading Lewis, because I just don't I'm like, well, is this what you really mean? Or is this, that's flourish, or that's flavor, or like what? I just find it infuriating.
You know what this is kind of like? Imagine if we turned around to Reppert as a theist and said, well, come on, I mean, God is just not conceivable. You can't actually be a theist because God is not conceivable.
Yeah.
It's like,
pretty much.
What's that going to
do? What have I highlighted here? In the same way, our psychological responses to our environment, our curiosities, aversions, delights, expectations could be indefinitely improved from the biological point of view without becoming anything more than responses. I think he's talking about that evolution could lead to some sort of stimulus response pairing, but not in any sort of rationality or cognition.
Aversions, delights would be indefinitely improved from the biological point of view without becoming. Yeah. He's talking about what are the reflexes that like a taxis or a response or whatever to like.
It's basically behaviorism, which was prominent when he was writing this. Well, not 78, but he wrote this before then. In the 50s and 60s, it was quite predominant. So I think he may be sort of thinking in that paradigm. Behaviorism isn't popular these days, certainly not in cognitive science.
And it's also very misunderstood, though. I think a lot of these points of views and what they were trying to do get very. They're so easy to straw man. What they I think the main concern with behaviorism was that you can't say anything meaningful about people's private. You can't say anything anything meaningful to another person about people's private states of consciousness. So you have to attempt to only meaningfully talk about things in terms of what's publicly accessible, which is their behaviors. And their behaviors could also involve, the kinds of things that they report to be saying, heterophenomenology about their, about their beliefs and desires and so forth, but you can't actually meaningfully get at their private states. That was the issue that I think that the behaviorists were trying to get at.
Yes, they were trying to resolve that by explaining behavior in terms of stimulus-response pairings. And generally that's these days considered inadequate because of, poverty of stimulus arguments have been one argument that had been given, that that there needs to be, actually, that's a little bit different. That's related to the innate language, cognitive grammar stuff. So anyway, I'm getting too off track. The point is, there's reasons for not being a behaviorist that's generally accepted. I don't want to go on a tangent there. So we can just reject this. We can say, but why wouldn't evolution act on cognition as well? And that's generally thought to be the case today. I just don't understand why he thinks that it has to be only stimulus response pairs, as he says, non-rational responses here.
Mm-hmm.
So I just reject that. I don't know why we should accept it. Now, what's this about here? Well, experience, and then he starts talking about like Humean causation or something. Experience can show us that A succeeds B, but cannot show that it follows. Well, yeah, that's what Hume said. So, my belief that things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another is not at all based on the fact that I've never caught anything behaving than behaving otherwise. I see that it must be so. So that's interesting there. He's talking a bit about
is he saying that
a priori knowledge there.
Is he saying in order to have causation, you have to, the only way to have this necessary connection is by having this like a priori insight into reason and
logic? This is clearly an argument for a priori knowledge. Most naturalists are fine with a priori knowledge. You just have to give an account as to, or have in principle an ability to give an account as to where it comes from. Evolution presumably would be an ultimate case, you would appeal ultimately to evolution, maybe. Although I'm a bit skeptical about a priori knowledge, but we can put that aside for the moment. And there's different ideas about what a priori knowledge looks like. I've made a note here that I think that the process of psychological abstraction is doing a lot of work here. And the idea here is that this is a way in which it's often used by nominalists to explain how we get concepts of like number or sets and mathematical functions and such, is basically taking aspects of our experience and then finding the things that they have in common and abstracting those components, like
relation of ideas.
Well, basically, we abstract 3 from 3 eggs or 3 balls or 3 trees or something. We see all those different examples, and then we psychologically abstract the idea of 3 from that, and then we sort of develop a word that refers specifically to that abstracted component. And as a nominalist, I would say it would be a mistake to reify that and think that it's a thing that it exists externally or in itself. Platonists would disagree there. But the point is, I think that that's where these ideas come from, a process of psychological abstraction, which we are then taught at a very young age. Maybe there's an innate component to it. I don't know exactly. But like, if you're thinking about this as a grown adult, you're not going to be able to tell what the causal basis of your intuition or belief here is, right? You're not going to be able to introspect and figure out what the story is to tell there.
Yeah.
So when Lewis here says that he just sees that it must be so, well, I mean, I'm sure he does, right? But I don't see how that. Yeah. What implications does that have about anything?
Why is it? Why must it be so? He's going to have to tell us why it must be so. God says it's all, that is the right way of thinking about it. Is that his argument? Is it? Well, I think
the point is here is that you can't explain this inference empirically because no number of we don't induct over seeing 3-ness. But this is a flawed argument here because the naturalist, I mean, you don't have to even be a naturalist to accept this account, but say the naturalist doesn't have to say that we inductively derive at the notion of 3 + 3 = 6, right? Or 2 + 2 = 4 is a more common example. Instead, the idea would be we psychologically abstract the notions of 3 and 2 and 1 and plus and so forth. And then we define those operations of equality and such. And so it's a combination of psychological abstraction, giving rise to the concepts, and then analytical truths deriving from the way we stipulate the words should be used. So you don't have to appeal to an inductive process of seeing 3 + 3 = 6 every time and then believing it on that basis. So I don't see that there's a problem here. All we have to do is give a more sophisticated or sensible account as to how we make sense of this, of his seeming here, of Lewis's seeming that this must be true. I think that you can give a very plausible account of why that's the case, that doesn't appeal to just him finding it to be true in lots of cases.
Well, this is, I suppose, I'm saying I understand that point, and then I think there's an inadequacy objection for what Lewis is saying, where he's just like, I just see that it must be the case. And it's like, well, what does that mean?
Yeah, well, he also doesn't have an account to give as to why he sees that to be the case.
Yeah.
Again, did God zap you, or do you have some causal access to the forms? I don't know if he's a Platonist. I suspect that he may not be, but what's his account then? So yeah, this is really lacking here. And again, we've got another short section that I don't quite know how it fits in, but okay.
I didn't think it was that useful. I didn't highlight anything there, just subdividing the argument. I've got some highlights.
So here's a bit of history here. There's a mention of Plantinga. We'll come back to him later, but other than that, okay, so we're now up to when he subdivides it into three subparts, which I mentioned earlier.
Well, he subdivides it into 6 arguments.
Yeah, that's right. But he only talks about 3 of them here. I assume that's a length thing. So just maybe I'd like to have an overview here. So subdividing the argument, and then he has 3 subheadings here. Intentionality is the first one.
Oh, yeah. And then
there's...
on 363.
No, I'll go back. I'm just showing the structure of it so that people can see what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
There's intentionality, and then there's... Oh, jeez.
It never ends.
Okay, here's the next bit, mental causation. So there's different subheadings within that. And then psychological relevance of logical laws. So those are the 3 subparts of the argument, which he's going to discuss in turn. So the first of them is intentionality. So I'll jump back to the start of that. Well, before we get to that, I guess there's the subdivision itself.
Yeah.
So that is this one here. Yep.
You see that sentence where he's saying, I think 3 lines down, how is that
3 lines down from what, sorry?
So
here it is.
I'm pointing out where I cottoned on to some of the really bad typos.
Point out the difficulty that the naturalist has in giving an account of how it is a thought can be about something. I think that makes sense.
No, see 5 lines down. It's 3 below your highlight. Yeah. How is that purely natural?
Oh, here. Wait, I should probably start here. The next step in the process seems problematic as well. How is it that?
No, how is
purely
that?
How is that purely natural creatures completely embedded in the space-time continuum could possibly not only know something that is true, but also must be true? How many that's do we need here? How is it that?
No, how is that? How is
we
that?
definitely don't need 2 that's there. How is it that purely natural creatures completely embedded in the space-time continuum could possibly know not only something that is true? I feel like that should be here. Not only that something is true, but also that it must be true. Like, even if you remove this, it's still confusing.
Yeah,
I would say possibly no. Not only that something is true, but also that it must be true. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, this isn't. Look, I'm trying to be as charitable as I can be.
Well, he doesn't make it easy for us to understand, does he?
Yeah, it's the problem is with like the formatting, the structure of the argument, the way it's been laid out, the repetition, the grammatical errors and things. It becomes so like you have to grapple. It's difficult enough just the conceptions, like, and then you have to grapple with this thing just to try and make sense of it. And I genuinely think that, especially I would have expected in Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, that these other philosophers or something would have been, reading this and being like, come on, let's for the glory of Christ, let's try and
yeah, I don't. The editorial oversight was clearly lacking, at least for this chapter. I've read a couple of other chapters, and I hope that we can go through some more of them. I'd like to go through the Leibnizian argument another time, but yeah, it was really disappointing to see how many mistakes there were and just really unclear phrasing there was in this chapter. And poor structure and such. Doesn't make it easy. It doesn't make the arguments bad, but it makes it hard to understand.
Yeah,
at the very least.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's look at his six subdivision. Oh, by the way, just to comment on this, this is just the same thing. How can we know that something must be true? Well, it's because it's an analytic truth, right? It's true by the definition of its terms. Like, that's a pretty standard notion of analyticity. I don't know what the big problem is supposed to be here. By the way, how can the theist know? Does God tell you? Like, how does that work? Again, what's supposed to be the advantage of being a theist here? But anyway, let's go down to the 6 sub-arguments here. So here they are. Intentionality, truth, mental causation, the psychological relevance of logical laws, unity of consciousness, and the reliability of our rational faculties. Now, I just want to say that this appears to me to be a smorgasbord of only peripherally related things. Intentionality is about thoughts being about things. Mental causation is more about the relationship between our mind and physical reality. I don't even really know what 4 is. I guess it's more like nominalism or something. Unity of consciousness is an argument from consciousness, which is a separate chapter in this very book. So I don't know why it's here. And then the reliability of our rational faculties. Well, that's getting on more to the evolutionary argument from naturalism. So obviously there's a vague connection here, but they're very different things. And I don't know why he thinks that these 6 are particularly useful or helpful way of dividing up the argument. It seems that C.S. Lewis was probably only talking about 3 and 4, I think. I don't think C.S. Lewis is really talking about intentionality or consciousness or anything.
I mean, he could legitimately have fleshed it out more in these ways, but it definitely comes across to me as like, how can I just make this as insurmountable as possible for the person who disagrees with me?
It's not the problem that he's changing it or adding more things. It's more like it's just a bad way to do it. Like, it's already hard enough to understand what C.S. Lewis is saying. Instead of making it clearer, you're throwing in 6 things and then only talking about 3 of them. So why mention them all here for a start? This is just bad structuring. If you're not going to talk about it, don't mention it unless it's absolutely critical. And it isn't, because it never comes up again. So why is it even here? And why have you chosen these 6? It's just, it all seems really arbitrary and confusing. This is what I mean by just poor structure. Anyway, so the point is, he's going to be talking about 3 things here. Why these 3 things? Don't know. But it's the 3 that we have. So let's get on with it. So intentionality. And this is what he devotes most of the space to, which is interesting because I don't really think C.S. Lewis
there was another typo there. The argument from conscious propositonal. No, propositonal.
Oh, yeah, propositonal intentional states. Oh, there you go.
Right.
Oh,
So,
sorry, I'm just thinking here. Conscious, the states are conscious. Okay. The argument from conscious proposition. He doesn't mention consciousness, though. Oh, never mind.
Well, the theory is generally, well, there's various ones, but, you know, like I suppose like Frege and Russell are generally kind of contrasted. And the idea is that there's a sense which is a mode of presentation of the thought. But I mean, for Russell, the proposition is like attached to the world in some sense. And for Frege, the propositions aren't attached to the world, but they either refer to the true or the false or whatever. And there's no discussion of any of this or how that relates to God or isn't consistent with God's existence in this this intentionality kind of section. And these have been like a massive part of analytic philosophy. Never mind all the other various options that there could be that wouldn't be theistic. But
So intentionality is about aboutness, thoughts relating to something outside in the world. As he says here, it's complex, which I agree. There's a lot of philosophical discussion about this. Now, let's see what Lewis has to say here. There's just this part here I wanted to... You will have noticed that most dogs can understand pointing. That's also called ostension sometimes. You will point to a bit of food on the floor. The dog, instead of looking at the floor, sniffs at your finger. A finger is a finger to him, and that is all. His world is all fact and no meaning. So that's what I've highlighted there. He seems to be saying that dogs' thoughts do not have intentionality, which I think is utterly bizarre, because clearly they do, right?
Look at that middle sentence. He is therefore, as regards the matter at hand, in the position of an animal.
Yeah, so this is the naturalist, I think?
Yeah, but this is what I mean. But yeah.
Oh, the critic. Yeah. I think that's us.
He is in the position of an animal because animals also have the same kind of cognitive faculties as ours. Ours are just, slightly different in certain ways. But like what
that money printer meme where it's like, no, you can't just print money and inflate the money supply. And it's like money printer go brr. Well, it's like this. No, you can't just say that humans are animals and equate their human faculty with. It's like
I was genuinely. I was really like. I think this literally just highlights like some boomer bias, like against. Like animals don't think or something. Like the other day there was this. I was sat with. There's like a little balcony thing at the front of the house, and like this bird outsmarted me and stole my bread. Like, is it?
Atheists can't be rational. Confirmed. Well, I know you're not an atheist, but.
Do you know what I mean, though? Like, it's like animals are clearly pretty damn smart. Like whales, social groups, recognizing themselves in mirrors, being able to perform cognitive tasks. There's all sorts. Why is it an insult?
I'm just imagining Nathan sitting there on the balcony and he's like, where did the brain go? He's just like looking at his hand, and then V's just like walking past, and he just sees him stare. It's like,
I was trying to trick it to come closer to me, by like using the food that I was eating.
So hilarious.
I was trying to trick it to come closer to me, but it it defeated me. But is this idea that okay, fair enough, the bird can't do the lambda calculus or whatever, but it's not like it's not just about it cannot understand pointing. Can the dog not understand pointing? I mean, like when the dog when your dog does a poo inside, right? When the dog does a poo inside and you point at it and you go, what have you done? And the dog like its ears go down. Is that just behavior? Is the dog not feeling sad because it understands that it's violated?
Let's separate whether it's feeling sad, because that's not actually related to intentionality. That's more
okay.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So when you're telling a dog, I mean, I don't have a dog myself. I don't know whether they stand extension, but that's actually not you don't need to stand extension to have intentionality, right? The intentionality would be saying that when the dog thinks about, if the dog has thoughts relating to food, say, is it thinking about the food? Yeah. Or is it just, stimulus response? So there's like nothing up there. Yes. That's what Lewis seems to be saying. And I just think that is immensely implausible. Of course, dog intentionality is not going to be sophisticated and intricate and so forth and extensible as humans is. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? I don't know why he just thinks this. His word is all fact and no meaning. I mean, as I say, do we really believe that dogs' thoughts do not have intentionality? Like they can't think about food?
Have you seen the study of coyote languages in what's the American Yosemite National Park? Is it where they were talking about like there's a grammar to coyote languages and they can say sentences?
Oh, I've not heard of that.
Yeah, they translated certain sentences as like like man in yellow jacket and stuff like that. They were like, this noise is like serving this role in the linguistic community and stuff. I mean, it's like, how can I'm not saying that this isn't laden with issues and problems. Like, how can you say it means that, or how? But it seems to just be begging the question of the opposite view in the face of all this kind of evidence to just go, yeah, this is just behavioral. It's just a behavioral response to stimulus rather than
And the reason that is important, by the way, we've talked about behaviorism, is that if you have a stimulus and a response, like, the patellar reflex, for example, that's clearly not cognitive. There's no representation I have in my mind about the world that relates to. Now, there are some views, and historically they've been classed as behaviorists, that think that everything is like that. It's all just stimulus comes in and I respond. There's no mental representation there, even if it appears that there is. So, as I said, that view is pretty marginal these days. But I think what Lewis is trying to say here is that the naturalist is committed to a behaviorist view because they can't give a theory of how intentionality, how mental representations refer to the world. I think that's the argument here. And he's using the dog as an analogy.
Yeah, prairie dogs. Sorry, yeah, I got it wrong, but yeah. Not coyotes.
So what Reppert is saying here is that intentionality is about understood representation. So I think that this is relevant because theories of intentionality have to be careful, because you can't just say that something represents something else. That intentionality is just about representing a different state of affairs, because then you want to say, then it seems to entail that a thermometer has some sort of a mental representation, intentionality of the temperature, which generally you don't want to say, I guess, unless you're a panpsychist. So there needs to be some more structure just than like representing something else. And what he's talking about is propositionally understood representation now, as another essential feature of rational inference. So I think the issue then here is, well, let's see what Lewis has to say here. We are compelled to admit between the thoughts of a terrestrial astronomer and the behavior of matter several light years away, that particular relation which we call truth. I find that also a very clunky sentence, but never mind. Yeah. This relation has no meaning at all if we try to make it exist between the matter of the star and the astronomer's brain, considered as a lump of matter. The brain may be in all sorts of relations to the star, no doubt. It's spatial, temporal, and quantitative. But to talk of one bit of matter as being true about another bit of matter seems to me to be nonsense. Well, I said, okay, is that all the argument is? Because that's just an assertion of his opinion. But what's the argument?
Well, it's not nonsense to me, what he says. So there we go.
Of course, materialists are going to say that it's not a bit of matter about another, it's a state of a brain that's about something else. But then he just says, in virtue of what is some physical state about some other state? Now, what I've said here, take out the physical, the problem doesn't go away. In virtue of what is some soul state?
Yeah.
about some other physical or some other physical state.
Intentionality is a massive question in the channel I really liked, Philosophy Overdose. It got taken down like last week, but he's starting it again. He had a series of lectures that Tim Crane gave
why did the
last year.
channel get taken down? That's a cool channel.
I think he uploaded some lectures that the Open University copyright claimed, and then YouTube bonked the channel. So now he's going to upload everything, but just without those lectures again. But there were some lectures, and I would have thought the Open University, should want, it should be like, oh, let's facilitate,
that
learning.
That seems a bit odd for Open University to do, given its mission. But anyway,
but
open.
Either way. There's 5 series of lectures that Tim Crane gave on intentionality. And he thinks there's problems for all the views on intentionality, basically, for non-natural positions, for natural positions. He's got his own sort of theories that he's tentatively, but he thinks there's mistakes being made either way. And he's like the intentionality expert. It's not like it's not contentious to sort of talk about how does a materialist theory of content work, or how does this non-natural like propositions, how do they hook onto the world? How do our thoughts, which have a meaning, how do they hook onto propositions which are about the world? How there's questions involved, because what you do is you paint a picture, you tell a story about how these different bits fit together, and there's problems for each of these avenues that you go down. It's not like just saying it's difficult for me to see how some physical stuff can be about some other physical stuff, and that's clearly a straw man. There isn't an attempt there to talk about maybe there's like this emergent property that has like a first person perspective and stuff like that, and it can be about the sensory. The modes of sensory appearance that it has would be, like say through the eyes, you've got these photons hitting, and then it produces a representation, and that is about, just as like a camera's lens, a camera has a perspective, and it's about the light that hits it, whatever. You're not making any attempt to go down there. You're just saying, oh, billiard balls hitting each other, how are they about anything, bro? Like,
just delete physical state and say, in virtue of what is some state about some other state. That's not a problem for the naturalists. That's a problem for everyone, right? I don't understand why it's only a problem if it's a physical state. It seems that there's just as much of a mystery, or just as much to be asked and to be considered if it's any type of state. And looking at the literature, this appears to be true as well. It's not like that there are people arguing that there are great theistic responses to this. I guess some do, but like looking at the literature, intentionality is highly disputed. I actually think that cognitive science is outpacing philosophy here with respect to good answers. Obviously, that's my bias, but the point is that there's a lot of controversy, and it's just pretended that this sort of doesn't exist. It's just, it's only a problem if you're a naturalist, but as a theist, somehow it all goes away. Well, how does it go away? Like it's the same question. How is one state about another state in virtue of what?
Yeah.
What's the answer? He doesn't give one. Anyway, so is there a set of necessary and sufficient conditions? I reject that you need to give one of those. That's a very strong requirement. But if you want to have it for a physical case, what is it for a non-physical state of affairs?
Yes.
So reductive analysis of mind hope
what
to
are the
provide
necessary and sufficient conditions?
He doesn't give them.
Where are the necessary? Yeah.
Now here's Phaser again, who's someone else.
There's a typo in the quote.
There's typos.
In the next quote, there's some thinking judgment. Functions among is missing an O, but
where?
Functions among physical states cannot, fourth line down in the quote. Yeah.
Now, how does that typo get in? Like, does that mean something else?
Maybe
surely the spell checker would pick that one up.
I don't know. I've no idea.
I'm just curious. Like, some things you can understand because it's a different word, right? But that's not a word. I don't know how that. Anyway.
Well, I assumed that it was like my book got printed wrong or something, but because you've got them as well.
Well,
it's obviously
it is. Yeah. I should say it can be the case that typographical errors enter into appear in the
oral tradition. It's the oral tradition.
No, what I was trying to say is that they crop up at the typesetting stage. So it may not be the authors, although there's a huge number of them. So I don't, because I think I've mentioned this before. The first draft I got of the typeset version of my book, which the publisher sent back to me, had my name at the top, and it was misspelled on every single page of the book. Like, come on, you could have got that right. I was a bit annoyed there. So that can happen. But anyway, that's a particular odd typo. Anyway, it detracts from the reading experience. So it's why it's mentioned. But where are we here? So reductive theories of mind try to give an account. Okay, fine. So what's Fazer have to say here? Brain processes composed, Fazer's a Catholic apologist, composed of meaningless chemical components seem as inherently devoid of intentionality, sandways, or ink marks. Any intentionality they would have to be would be derived from something else. Now, this is where he goes wrong here, because it's true that if you go to a like a sub-intentional level, like chemicals or whatever, then there's no intentionality there. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
But then he says any intentionality would have to be derived from something else. That's false. It's possible that intentionality, I don't like to use the word emerge, but it's maybe the best time I have there, or it's composed of interaction.
Yeah.
Again, think of it this way. If you go down to the level of atoms in a cell, there's no life there. They're just atoms. Atoms aren't alive. They're just atoms bumping into each other. Where's the life? So any life that there exists in the cell must be derived from something else that's alive. No, that's wrong. Life is a product of the way the atoms interact together. Unless you think that there's some life stuff that God imparts to every cell to make it alive, which is a pretty discredited view these days, then you agree that there can be states of affairs that at the fundamental level don't have a property, but that can emerge at a higher level of description. Cells being living things is an example of that. The naturalist is going to say that intentional states is just a different case of that. Of course, if you go down to the chemical level, there's no intentionality, but that doesn't mean that mental states have to get their intentionality from somewhere else. It's just at a higher level.
The thing is, it's when he talks in this reductionistic sense, but it's sort of like saying, the lens in my camera is just like, silicon or whatever melted down in this way and and it's like, well, but would you say that what as the light, the light comes
just carbon atoms. It's just all carbon atoms. Where's the book? I don't see any book here. It's just all carbon atoms.
Well, I mean specifically to intentionality though. So like with the camera, for example, it seems like the camera has a perspective and there's a representation in the camera which is about the external world, and you can start talking about, well, it's just electrons moving around the circuitry or whatever, but it still seems that in some way it's not representing it to I don't think it'd be proper to say it's representing it to a self in the same way that whatever's going on in my mind is like whatever a self is, but it certainly is about it's about whatever the light is hitting the lens in the same way. If I draw a picture, whatever is encapsulated in that picture contains something of the thing that and I would think Fazer would want to. I mean, as an Aristotelian in the Aristotelian tradition, that's that is the idea that the form of the thing is captured in the
as a hylomorphist, I'm not. It seems that he'd be a bit more sympathetic to something like that, but anyway, apparently not. I just think that that's just nonsense. It's just a refusal to admit that reductionism is possible. And why? I mean, it works in other cases. Why not in intentionality? It seems just a question being, well, it can't for intentionality. Well, why not? Well, it just can't. I can't see how it can. Like, what's the argument here? Now, what have we got this? An argument against physicalist account of propositional content that I call the argument from determinative content. Okay, so this is actually an argument that is raised in the literature. It's a little bit hard to work out what the argument is. Maybe this is the best formulation here. Again, I don't know if he's advocating this because he says it's Ross's argument. Well, is it your argument then, Reppert? But I'm assuming it is. So what were you saying?
I mean, it's basically, the determinate content thing. It's like, it's like that as we kind of reason, it seems like the intentional content is involved in the kind of reasoning that we're doing. And and it's kind of implausible, I guess, to think about how that could be happening if it's causally determined by sort of 1 billiard ball hitting another causation underneath, I guess is.
So I don't fully understand what this argument is supposed to be, but I think here's my best attempt. So because the issue is what is determinate content. That's sort of critical here, and indeterminate content. So I think what he's sort of getting at is something like Quine's argument from the indeterminacy of translation. So I think that this can be articulated fairly simply by the idea that if you meet someone who doesn't share any language in common with you, and you try to teach them some words in your language. So suppose I have just trying to think. I mean, it could be anything. Like suppose I have some food, and I point to my bread roll, and I say food, or let's say bread. That's maybe a better example. I say bread. I point to this. I say this is bread. Well, what do I mean? What does bread mean? Right? That maybe. Sorry. What is what I'm pointing to? Like, is bread that particular bread roll? Is it any type of food? Is it an object of roughly that size? Is it an object? Is it the color of the bread? Is it any type of peace offering? Like, there's so many things it could refer to, because it's the gesture and sound that I've made is indeterminate with respect to what I'm referring to. This the issue here is indeterminacy of translation is an argument about translation, but you can apply it to other things as well. So how is it that a particular thought, or say proposition or whatever, picks out one particular thing or like a set state of affairs in the world, and not all of the other things that it seems that it could appeal to, or like could refer to rather? So if I have a belief about, I don't know, if I eat this bread, I'll be nourished or something, then how is it that I pick out that particular state of affairs about the bread and nourishment or whatever instead of something else? And I think the idea would be something like any physical state of affairs seems indeterminate because, with respect to that content, because there could be other things I'm referring to. Like my idea, if it's caused by things in the world, is caused by lots of things. It's not just caused by the things that it refers to. So if I try to give a relationship in saying that my idea is caused by some affairs in the world, and so those are the things that it refers to, but it was caused by lots of things. Like, for example, my concept of bread, that's caused by specific instances that I've seen bread and interacted with it. But you wouldn't want to say it just refers to those specific, articles of bread. You want to say it refers to bread generally. But how does it pick out bread generally and not non-bread things? So it has to pick out all bread, but not non-bread. But it can only do that from a finite set of physical, like causal instances where I've interacted with specific breads in specific contexts. So how is it that my bread concept refers to bread and just bread, but not like this subset of times when I ate bread, or the way that bread makes me feel on Tuesdays or something like that? You see, there's all sorts of sets of causal events and specific instances that interact with my concept, or that like gave rise to it. So how is it that my concept picks out just the right things that I want it to? I think that is what's being appealed to here. That's why physical states are indeterminate with respect to content, because there's not just one thing it could mean. It could mean lots of different things.
Yeah,
does that make some degree of sense?
It does make some degree of sense. I was kind of thinking when he says any physical state, this is in premise 2, any physical state is logically compatible with the existence of a multiplicity of propositionally defined intentional states. So again, I guess this is, it's trying to draw a wedge, I think, between our psychological experience, basically, of what seem to be clearly defined concepts, like, say, bread or Socrates or man or whatever, and the fact that we can relate them and think about them in that way and their content, and draw a wedge between that and this idea of like physical causation, which is multiply realizable into different mental states, intentional states, if you're going with one of those like theories of content. And
so we're about to see what naturalists have to say about an answer to that question, because this question here, or something like it, has driven a lot of interest in intentionality, theories of intentionality. How is it that you can specify what thought is about?
Yeah, the mental state is about something, but the physical state is indeterminate with respect to what it's about, I guess.
Yeah, although, again, I would say it's not just physical state. It seems any state would be indeterminate about what it's about. I don't know what physical adds to that.
Yeah, unless you're reducing what you're talking about merely to a description of the intentionality in the first place. Like,
well, yeah, you could just say definitionally, well, like that's what it is, but that's not going to be a very good theory then.
Yeah, unless you say what I'm talking about is the thought that's about bread.
Exactly. I like DB Sisko's comment. I think I remember when atheism was just about the lack of belief in deities. I realize it's got a bit OTOs here, but I mean, that's the nature of some of these things, right? It gets deep into philosophy, and we're trying to point out, at least I'm trying to point out here, that although this argument appeals to some pretty deep sort of stuff, it does a bad job of actually describing it and explaining it. Like, I don't even know if that's exactly what he meant there. I'm just guessing that he's talking about some sort of indeterminacy of translation type argument. I'm not really saying that I'm not basing that on a sort of a close reading as to what he said here, because I don't know what he means when he says it's logically compatible with this. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about there. I'm just sort of guessing that this is what it means, because when I first read this, I thought, what the heck is he talking about? Determinate content. Then I did more reading on intentionality, and I found this sort of discussion about indeterminacy of translation and related issues. So I thought that must be what he's talking about here. But that's sort of, I guess that's exegesis rather. What is it? Eisegesis rather than exegesis. I'm reading that. I'm reading that into the text rather than reading it out of text. Yeah. But anyways, so the point is, there's this problem.
Well, you won't get this content. You won't get this content on Capturing Christianity, though.
Well, yeah. Apparently that's a meme channel these days. Anyway, so the point is, there's this problem. How is it that we can give an account as to when thoughts are about particular things? Because it seems there's an indeterminacy problem in terms of giving the conditions of when it's about this. So what's the answer? Well, there are many different theories that have been tried, that have been presented, and that's what's mentioned here. Fazer delineates 4 different types of theories of this nature: conceptual role theories, causal theories, biological theories, and instrumentalist theories. Now, what I found from doing more reading into intentionality is that different sources are very inconsistent about the labeling that they give to different theories. So conceptual role theories have also been called, oh, bugger, now I've forgotten what the other name is. Hang on, let me just quickly open something, which is my handy reference for this stuff, just in case you want to do more reading on this yourself. These things, these theories or ideas here are given different names in different places. Mental content. Here we go. So, what was the first one again? Conceptual role theory. So those are also called functional role theories or inferential role theories, and computational theories are, I think, a subset of this in general, although that's a little bit harder. So there's different names for these. As it says here, these theories explicate intentional states in terms of their roles in relation to other conceptual states. So think of it this way. The idea would be something like this. There's a big structure of different beliefs that I have, like concepts in my web of concepts. And what makes bread, say the concept of bread, be about bread is the role that concept has with respect to other concepts. So the bread concept would be related to like rolling pin concept by like, well, actually, maybe I'll have to go back a step. Bread would be related to like flour or like bread dough, let's say, by the concept of like is made from bread dough. So there's a relation to a different concept. And then bread dough would be related to rolling pin by the relation like is needed to make bread dough. You know, you flatten it out with a rolling pin. And so bread is related to other things like hungry. It's like, well, I eat bread when I'm hungry. Or and likewise, what it looks like is related to other concepts of colors and shapes and so on, and smells and when I eat it. And so there's lots of other concepts there, and bread has a particular role that it plays in this big web of concepts. And if you specify all of the roles that it plays, and there may be very, very many of them and very complex, then that's just what it means. That's what bread is. Like that, I should say that's what the concept of bread is. And that's what determines what the referent of bread as well. It's like what it's about. Now, I think this is probably the best theory of intentionality. I mean, it's not a theory. What I've said is just a sketch of a theory. I tend to lean towards these conceptual role or inferential role theories. And I think that these are pretty prominent in like cognitive science, in sort of semantic webs and other theories there. But what do they have to say about these? Well, this does not explain why there is a network of intentional beliefs in the first place. That is the rebuttal we get. We get one sentence in response to this big class of theories, which I think is the main set of theories in cognitive science, although they don't necessarily use this term because this is more philosophical language.
And remember the criticism from before where we said, you can always just say why.
Exactly. You could just always say why.
Why? And then it's literally, I mean, it's a bit more intelligent, but it's almost Darth Dawkins level, and how in virtue of what can you invoke that fact? You think you can invoke facts without reference to ultimate? What's your ultimate fact? Like,
pretty much, yeah. This does not explain why there is a network of intentional states in the first place. So I think that, again, that's the mistake. It's sort of like saying, it's like that classic example of, yeah, well, look, I see the what is it when the army's walking past? It's like I see all the companies, and I see that the artillery section, and I see the command section, and the HQ and the communications, but where's the division? I think division, or whatever it is. Like, where's I don't see it. It's like, well, all the pieces make up the army. That's just what it is. Like,
the army is numerous, or in the opposite direction, the army is numerous. Therefore, each soldier is numerous, sort of thing. Where you're just getting. It's this idea that just we're really bad at thinking about like wholes and parts, basically. And
this is what I would say about this. I would say, look, this is Faze's mistake as well. He wants to say that a single brain state, say, is not about anything, because it's just atoms moving around, right? So it has to get its intentionality from somewhere else. I say, no, that's wrong. Certain states of affairs, like certain brain states, don't get their intentionality from somewhere else. Intentionality is constructed around a sufficiently complex set of brain states interacting in a certain way. The intentionality builds up from simpler ingredients, just like the fact of being alive, or the property of being alive of a cell, builds up from the complex way in which the physical constituents interact. It's not like it gets its being alive from somewhere else. So too, the intentionality of the set of states doesn't come from somewhere else. It gets its intentionality from being a very complex set of these beliefs embedded in an overarching cognitive system, which has, perceptual capacities and motor functions and so forth. And basically, like neuroscience and psychology, all of that together is what gives rise to the intentional states. It's not like it comes from somewhere else. So I think this is just a fundamental misunderstanding of what the theory is supposed to be saying.
I've got the exact quote from Gilbert Ryle's Concept of Mind. The same mistake would be made by a child witnessing the marching past of a division who, having had pointed out to him such and such battalions, batteries, squadrons, etc., asked when the division was going to appear. He would be supposing that a division was a counterpart to the units already seen, partly similar to them and partly unlike them. He would be shown his mistake by being told that in watching the battalion, batteries, and squadrons marching past, he had been watching the division marching past. The march past was not a parade of battalions, batteries, squadrons, and a division. It was a parade of the battalions, batteries, and squadrons of a division.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this is continually misunderstood or misrepresented by apologists who are arguing against reductionism, because apparently materialism or naturalism is like the big scary, as we talked about at the start, which I don't think it is, but they like to argue against it. And they argue against it on the basis of that reductionism doesn't work, not just about intentionality, but about other things as well. And part of that, I think, is just a misunderstanding of how reductionism works. And I think that quote illustrates that very well. So that's all they have to say about conceptual role or inferential role or functional theories of intentionality, which I think is the best approach. So we've got almost nothing about it. Let's move then to the next main set of theories, which, as I say, is more popular, although I think that is in philosophy, which for those of us who know such things, I think that causal theories of intentionality are particularly popular because semantic externalism is particularly popular these days, and epistemic externalism as well. And they sort of fit nicely together by locating mental content largely outside of the mind, meaning just ain't in the head, as Putnam said. So I actually think that cognitive science and psychology and neuroscience is much closer to the conceptual role or functional theories. But anyway, that's just my personal opinion. For those who don't know what any of that is, don't worry. That's an aside. But anyway, causal theories of intentionality. So how does this work? Well, again, there are many different theories here. Causal theories are also called informational theories or tracking theories of intentionality. The idea there is that aboutness comes about because of the causal relation of something outside of you to something in your head. So a simple example would be the thermometer, right? And actually the thermometer example is a problem for these causal theories because it seems that they're too liberal in the sense of there's too many things that have intentionality. So there's a causal relationship between the temperature and the height of the mercury in a thermometer. So the thermometer therefore represents the temperature. Now, the problem there is that, well, we don't want to say the thermometer has intentionality. So you need to then specify what type of causal relationship it has to be. And it's probably more than just that than can be instantiated by a thermometer. But then there's many theories that attempt to do different things there. So that's sort of what the causal theory is. There's a causal connection between things in the world and my idea about them. So bread causes a set of ideas in my head, and that's why my thoughts are about bread, because of the causal connection between bread and the ideas in my head. So that's different from the conceptual role theories where it says that's more internalist. It's about the relation of ideas in my head. Obviously, there'll be external input, but it's not fundamentally about that input. It's about the connection of ideas to each other. Whereas causal, it's about the direct relationship between the things in the world, and how they've affected me to give rise to my thoughts. So that's that theory of intentionality, very loosely put. So what's the argument against that? Well, he says there are some fairly obvious difficulties that must be confronted. How do we explain our relationship to non-existent objects? Which is ironic, because I thought from before that non-existent.
King of France.
Didn't they say? Didn't Reppert say that something has to exist in order to feature in an explanation?
Yeah, right.
Isn't that that's a bit of a tension there? But anyway,
yeah, that is true actually. Yeah, that's I hadn't even thought about that.
But I mean, yeah, there's different responses to that. I don't feel the need to go into that now. The reason that's an objection is because if something doesn't exist, presumably it can't feature in causal relations. So how does it cause your concept of it if it doesn't exist? That's the basis of the objection. I mean, people will say different stuff about that, but let's see.
It's kind of interesting as well that most people's conception of the present king of France being bald comes about by considering the question of non-existent objects. You know, like in the web of.
Yeah. So he says these are problems that causal theorists. These are problems that causal theorists have been frequently. I think we've got another mistake here. These are problems that causal theorists. Theorists have been frequently. That still doesn't make sense.
Have frequently discussed in the literature, or
these
that have been discussed by causal theorists.
You can't even work it out.
These are problems that have been frequently discussed by causal theorists in the literature.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Oh, I can't scroll or anything for you, so I'm just kind of like trapped on this page. These are problems that causal theorists have been frequently discussed in the literature, and various responses have been proposed. I will not put a primary focus on these difficulties. I'm merely pointing them out to develop a contrast. So, I mean, is that really good enough to? Obviously, it's sort of the same with what we're doing in these videos, where there's only a certain scope that we can actually respond to. You know, we can't actually respond to absolutely everything that everyone ever has got to say about these arguments. I mean, we're trying our best to engage with the best stuff, and I suppose it's the same in a chapter in the Blackwall Companion. You can't engage with everything. I suppose the thing that I find frustrating about this chapter is this idea that sometimes the sort of levels of detail he'll go into in objecting to some almost obscure and irrelevant feature of a subset of naturalist positions, and then when there are problems for his own view, or when like some other theory that's taken seriously by a bunch of people, he'll just be like, oh, there's some people discuss that in the literature, there's a problem there, or this is good enough for me in that way. And it's like it's this inconsistent standard of justification. It seems like when something in favor of the conclusion he's arguing for, he needs less reasons in order to support it positively. When something's against his position, he can just sort of hand wave and say, some people point out issues with this, that's okay, and that's good enough.
Yeah, so he is sorry for the interruption. He is appealing to problems that have been raised in the literature about these theories. I mean, this is something that Craig sometimes does, and I've seen other apologists do. What they'll do is they'll say, look, here's what the naturalists have three theories, but here's the problem with this one. And then he'll just appeal to things that have been discussed in the literature. And here's the problem with this one, other things that have been discussed in the literature. And here's problems with the third one, other things that are discussed in the literature. Therefore, we should reject all of them and go with, God as the explanation. The problem with that is that you can't just raise objections to theories that are discussed in the literature without
as if they're knocked down as well. As if they're knocked down.
Well, as if they're knocked down, exactly, which is one issue. But that's sort of what I'm saying. What you need to do is a comparative analysis of how good the theories are. You can't just selectively mine the literature for objections to all of the theories, because of course they all have objections to each other's theories, right? Because they don't agree. But that doesn't mean they're going to accept your theories any better. And the failure to contrast the proposed solution with the ones that you're critiquing is the fundamental problem here. And that's exactly what Reppert does. He is critiquing, not very well, but he's somewhat critiquing some of the theories of naturalistic theories of intentionality, as if that by presenting objections that have been raised in literature, we can just write them all off and then sort of by default, his theory wins, even though he barely even describes it.
Yeah.
That is not how you do philosophy. That is terrible philosophy.
Well, shall we try and move on through this Blackwell? I'm a bit worried. We're 4.5 hours in, and we've still got the evolutionary argument to go.
That's fine. There's a lot of overlap.
Okay,
but I wanted to talk a bit about intentionality because it is quite important to his argument here. So there's more things that he has to say about causal theories of reference. I guess we can move a bit past this. But there are objections, which is fine. He mentions biological theory. So I just want to, because remember, there are 4 different types of theories.
You missed another typo as well.
That he's going to discuss.
367 in
Where?
the bottom, that quote there, Sir Taub, second to bottom line of the quote. We who picked Sir Taub.
How do you? Like, that's a really bad typo. Sir Taub. How do you get that?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm thinking if he has like dyslexia or something, I don't want to be picking on it. What I'm picking on is there just seems to be
but
some.
A spell checker should get that. Is what I mean.
Yeah, there seem to be some issues with the editing process and stuff like that that's gone into publishing this this book. It doesn't seem to have been looked over all too clearly or checked for. I think an important part of presenting your argument as well is also the way you present the text or the format of the structure of the argument and stuff like that. You should, but yeah.
So, 4 theories of intentionality. We had the functional role, which he just rejected from no real reason. We had the causal theories, which, there's problems, but they're the main game in town these days. So there's a lot more to it than he says here. And a third type of theory are what Faisal calls biological theories. Now, I'm not entirely sure what he means by these. Another main class of theories that are discussed in the literature are sometimes called teleological or teleosemantic theories, which attempt to basically derive a teleology about rationality, usually by using evolutionary arguments about the function, what function will our brain evolved to serve. That will then give a basis for inferring what beliefs are about. So something along those lines. So John Searle, who I think has been critical of these sort of explanations before, is put forward as an argument against that here. This is what I mean. John Searle writes. Well, what does that mean? He writes. You were just talking about Dennett in the previous paragraph, and now just Searle for no reason. Why are you talking about Searle? This is poor structuring.
An objection to Dennett. Yeah, and it's just playing
here's
off.
Dennett, here's Searle, here's Faisal. Well, who are we? And then there's Quine. What's going on here? What do you argue? What is your argument?
And then it's this playing off as if I think implicit in this, it's because maybe this is eisegesis. This is me bringing to the text of the Blackwell Companion, but it's sort of Searle. Really, theism is true, and so here's this non-theist who's actually arguing against what the horrible naturalists have to say, and all this truth just eventually leads us to God or something. There's no real talk of what Searle's alternative view is and why that doesn't lead him to theism, for example.
He's no theist. He just doesn't agree with these naturalizing approaches here. Yeah. There's a reduction because he's I think he's a non-reductionist naturalist of some sort. I find it a bit hard to understand, but he's spoken about against computational theories of mind, for example. But he's definitely no theist. He just doesn't buy these particular types of reductions. Anyway, so I think it's a bit misleading to quote him as if he supports the argument here, because I don't think he does.
The Faisal quote is laden. There's 2 mistakes in this. The second line towards the end, the agency of an intelligence of one who designs something, so it should be designs in the plural. Yeah. And then the third to last line, of things and relocating them into the mind, so too did the Darwinian revolution in biology. I don't even know really what the correct reformulation of that would be. So too did the Darwinian. So too, maybe double O. So too.
Double O, I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But then
that's a more understandable one, at least.
It sounds kind of goofy still. So too did the Darwinian. The Darwinians also, I don't know, the Darwinian theory also. Yeah.
Well, he's saying Darwinian pushed teleology out, which I disagree with, because if you read biology, there's a lot of teleology there. There's constant talk about function. Function is one of the key concepts appeal to in biology. What is the function of this pathway? What is the function of this organ, this cell type? And the idea is that Form follows function, and function is developed over evolutionary time in response to environmental pressures. I completely disagree here. Function and associated telos is a very important component of modern biology. I don't know why Fraser just says that it's ruled out. I mean, external theology probably is, but
right, yeah.
Well,
I guess
so
he
much
means
the
like,
worse for the theist. I mean, what's the problem here?
I guess he means like objective teleology, like in this Aristotelian sense, that thing of final causes.
Yeah, right.
You know, that final causes are a feature of the world, metaphysically, rather than.
Well, sure, but that's just his view about what telos has to look like. Anyway, so he makes arguments against the teleosemantic or biological views, which I don't think are very persuasive there. We can move on from that. Look, even a ruthless naturalist like Quine, the thing about Quine is that he was, I think, some sort of eliminativist about propositions, or about intentionality. Well, maybe he was. I'm not entirely sure, but he was quite skeptical about this sort of stuff, I think.
I think I took some notes on this the other day.
And then we've got Dennett, who is an instrumentalist. So I mentioned 4 views. The 4th one is instrumentalism. Instrumentalists are not eliminativists. Instrumentalists say, look, we should keep intentionality language, but it's not true. It's just useful. So that's the sense in which they're instrumentalists. They think it has a value, even if it's not literally true. So as far as I can tell, that's what Dennett is, about like intentionality and belief language and so forth.
Some interesting thoughts. So obviously Brentano, who is educated in scholasticism, so he's the one who revives the word intentionality, talks about intentionality as direction upon an object, relation to a content. Jerry Fodor, propositional attitudes should be analyzed as relations. Beliefs look like a two-place relation. A materialist must give a materialistically adequate account of the relation between a person and a proposition. Russell, propositions are made of worldly objects and properties. Frege, propositions, Gedanken, are made up of senses or modes of presentation. Who's this? Stalarka, propositions are sets of possible worlds, which is a different view.
As you can see, not a lot of agreement here.
Yeah, cognitive phenomenology, is it reducible to sensory phenomenology? A question. Analytic theories are to do with propositional attitudes in general. What else have we got? Frege's view is about refuting idealism, so the objectivity of truth, which he views as the end of logic. Thought is the bearer of truth and falsehood, composed of senses, not things, exist in a third realm, neither mental nor physical. Thought is the proposition. Begriff, concept, out in reality. Functions that map onto the true or the false. Ideas is psychological, Grundlagen. And then he has an analogy, actually, interestingly, of the or a story to tell, which is interesting because it talked before about an astrophysicist looking out, where he talks about the moon, which is the object. Oh, sorry, the reference, Bedeutung, the telescope image is the sense, and the image on the retina is this. So the telescope image is sin, and the image on the retina is the Vorstellung. So again, like this is very different. It's just interesting because this is like an introduction to how people in the analytic tradition have thought about intentionality, right? And this is so different from what are evangelical Christian philosophers talking about. How do they think the dialectic is going? And they're in this like different universe. Chalmers' content pluralism. I can't remember. I mean, my notes are pretty shit here, to be fair. But just that there's so much stuff that's not even been mentioned or talked about in this section of that seems to be a part of the contemporary debate.
Yeah, so basically what the point of this section is that they're looking at some of the main theories at a very high level, which is why there's a lot left out. And some of the conceptions you mentioned, Nathan, are a bit older, I think. So the
Frege one,
but yeah, Frege and Russell maybe.
Yeah,
but anyway,
Chalmers' content pluralism and the possible worlds views and things like that are going to be.
I don't know if Chalmers counts as a naturalist view, which might be why it's not mentioned here.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I suppose. Yeah.
So they're considering, they're considering those at a very high level and rejecting them for, I think, fairly trivial reasons. But that's the point of this. Reason cannot be reduced to physical relations. Materialists have to use other strategies to fit reason into a physicalist world. Okay. So then there's the eliminativist strategy, which you talked about before, is to try to eliminate them.
Typo on the bottom line. There's sentence on the bottom line. If would be a mistake to say.
Oh yeah, it would be a mistake to say. Yeah, I noticed that one. So here's Churchland, who's sort of a classic eliminativist. Eliminativism maintains that belief, desire are not mental states that we're directly aware of as seeing and feeling sick would be, but a positive theory called folk psychology. And they want to eliminate folk psychology because they think it's not justified, or we should replace it with something better. And here's the rebuttal. Come on, you really expect me to believe that? Okay. I mean, yes. So here's the classic high-level response. If eliminativism is true, no one believes that eliminativism material is true since there are no beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
The Churchlands, there's a reply here, though. The Churchlands would reply that our standard definitions of knowledge are, of course, laden, and when a full theory based on neuroscience has been developed, a fully adequate conception of knowledge will emerge. So that's fine. So what's
actually
the problem with that?
Even the conclusion might not be an issue for the eliminativist if they're going to eliminate.
Yeah, because they're happy to they're happy to say no. I don't know it, but that's just because the words we're using are not sufficient for the task.
Yeah. Again,
I'm not an eliminativist myself, but I think that they often get the short end of the stick with respect to being misrepresented. Now, what's the response he gives to that? I think he just says, "I don't think it's plausible" or something. I don't know what.
I didn't highlight too much around here. I highlighted something about the content of the term water. The twin Earth stuff.
Twin Earth idea, yeah. Oh yeah, he just sort of says it seems to me that there is an introspectively accessible state of knowing that one means when one says something. I just said lol, no. Like you can't just introspect it. Yeah, like that's an appearance. You can't read a theory off an appearance in such a straightforward way. Like, I mean, I guess some people say that you can, but I just reject this. I mean, Kant was, it's the noumena and the phenomena.
Yeah,
exactly. Like Craig even says this himself, except when he decides that that's inconvenient and he contradicts himself. I talk about this in my book. You can't just read your ontology off your appearances. You have to give arguments as to why that's the correct ontology. And so I just do not accept these sorts of arguments.
Kant thinks we don't naturally have any synthetic a priori concepts, and so the role of philosophy is to generate these synthetic a priori concepts, which would be I can't remember where I was going with that in response to this. Let's just move on unless there's something you want us to talk about, to say about twin Earth and is water H2O.
But I mean, I think that this is his main response to eliminativism. It's obvious that it's wrong. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah.
All right, so here's a different view. Supervenience. So that's a type of non-reductive physicalism. I don't really understand non-reductive physicalism. I need to read about it more. What did I want to say about this?
Supervenient upon physical states, mental states are not identical to physical states, but given the state of the physical, there is only one way the mental can be. I've not got a highlight until 373 here. So
I'm just trying to work out what again, I found this very unclear what his objection to supervenience strategy is. Also, supervenience is not in contrast to reduction, because supervenience fits with reduction relations. I think the contrast would be epiphenomenalism, which is non-reductionist. That's at least the high level is non-causal. Anyway, I'm not sure that this is the right distinction to make, but whatever. He's responding to this.
Well, I think there might even be
something about dualism here, which I didn't quite understand the connection. So he says here, on this view, supervenience is not just a brute conjunction, it is necessarily so. So this is a pretty standard notion of supervenience, which is that, if I have, to take an example, if I have a set of atoms arranged in a certain way that is arranged in a way that a cell is, like a biological cell, then it's necessarily the case that that is alive. Like, you can't have atoms arranged in that way and not have it be alive. It's just because that's what supervenience is, right? The high level sits on top of and always is true if the lower level is the same. So supervenience is often understood as a necessary relation. You couldn't arrange the atoms in exactly the same way and somehow have it not be alive, because all it is to be alive is to have the atoms arranged in that way. So this is what he's saying here. It's a necessary relation here, which means that if you ask why does it supervene on it, then I mean there's not going to be an answer to that because it's necessary, right? Necessary states don't generally have explanations. But then coming down to this, he says, what is the point I wanted to make here? He seems to contradict the idea that, yeah, here it is. So he's asking there must be some fact in virtue of which B properties supervene on A properties. And he says, well, maybe it's just a brute fact, but that's not good enough, right? It's got to be something other than the physical fact itself. But this just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. It's usually thought to be a necessary relationship. So there's no explanation needed as to why it supervenes. That's just what the thing is.
So I'm not seeing how that is any better than like whatever he's proposing. I mean, even if it's not supervenience, but it's basically just the same thing, right? Like,
yeah. So we could ask, there must be some fact, the explanation in virtue of which, I don't know, B properties, which are like intentionality stuff, supervene on soul properties or divine properties or whatever. So you can run the argument the same way. You're right. So there's that problem there. And then he says something about this can't be settled by scientific reasoning. I'm not sure why. Because just because something is necessary doesn't mean that it's noble a priori. This is Kant again. Synthetic well, no, is that the opposite of Kant? Now I'm confusing myself. What synthetic a priori.
That's what I was just saying. Kant thinks that's the purpose of philosophy.
No, I was thinking the opposite. Yeah, I was thinking the opposite.
Oh, okay.
The necessary a posteriori, which is more like the twin earth sort of thing. I always get those confused.
Well, I mean, I think the terms themselves are pretty loaded and confused and stuff.
Well,
like
yeah,
that
they
anyway.
are. That's right.
I mean, would I know? I mean, like, what are we really talking about? A bachelor is a married man. Okay, it's analytic and it's a priori. Well, what does a priori mean here? Like, would I know bachelor is a married man if I had no sense experience at all? I mean,
yeah. So I think that there's two types of a priori. There's semantic and epistemic or something. So one is about whether you can know the terms a priori, and the other is whether the justification of the belief is possible without without like further sense experience or something. And so I think semantic a priori is definitely false. Like, you don't just come born knowing what a bachelor is. So I think that that's clearly wrong. But so that's learned, right? But then the idea is if you learn the concepts, you don't need further experience or evidence to link them in that way. But that actually seems a pretty weak claim to me. Most of it just seems to be learning the concepts. So I think that there's actually a lot of empirical content there. But anyway, there's a bit of a tangent.
Anyway.
Well, I'm just trying to summarize this section. Again, it's very difficult. He's arguing against non-reductionist theories of intentionality. I don't really understand what... He says, okay, it can't supervene because there must be an explanation of why it supervenes, but then there can't be because then that would be a non-physical explanation because it couldn't be part of the physical explanations because that would be circular or something. But again, normally you'd just be necessary. There's a necessary connection. It may not be knowable a priori, just as we don't know that water is H2O a priori, but it's going to still be necessary, which is normally would be the idea here. So I don't know why this is supposed to be a good objection. Plus, you can level it against any other theory as well.
Have we been talking about some unintended equivocation around the term intentionality based on these varied philosophical stories, i.e. different perspectives on what the term means? I mean, maybe there's a little bit of that going on. I think what we're trying to say is more that the discussion as presented by Reppert deviates from the discussion as it is in academic philosophy in the current year. It's not representative. It's just kind of like selectively picking out certain problems, saying, oh, this is good enough here, going into detail in areas when it's convenient to do so for the conclusion, but it's not actually, it's not actually just kind of like going through the theories and as we said, sort of lining up what their various commitments are and comparing them in that way. It's like saying, it's sort of just picking the objections that are convenient when they're convenient and phrasing it as if that like knocks down and eliminates these alternative views and then leaves, just one standing, which is going to be this vague reason comes from reason, and so your thoughts can be about stuff. Like,
and this is where Craig turns it into a syllogism.
yeah,
Intentionality is either reductionist, non-reductionist, naturalistic, or it's theistic. It's not reductionist, naturalistic, or non-reductionist. Therefore, it's theistic. And so all he has to do is give arguments against the first two, and then the last one follows logically and inescapably. And he never actually has to defend the view that he wants to defend. Craig loves doing this. It's probably his favorite trick. It's really silly because you can do it for anything. And you never actually have to defend your view.
His 13 disjunct syllogism for the resurrection.
Locke took that to the next level with that. That's another example where he never has to defend the actual view that he wants to defend. He just rejects all the others. Anyway, so I'm just trying to summarize this here. So I think that's the main objection, that it can't supervene because it would be unexplained, but I think it's probably necessary, so it doesn't need an explanation. Plus, you can run a parallel argument against any alternative explanation. So I don't think that's a good argument. And then there's this bit that's tacked on here about Angus Mungu, or whatever, whatever that is, which I don't understand what it has to do with anything. As I say, it just appears random and unrelated to the rest of the chapter. I want to emphasize this sentence here. Theories of the universe that make the mental basic fact of reality, such as theism and idealism, do not have the problem of unacceptably terminating explanatory chains were mental states. As mental states, or in mental states, I think he means. But the thing is that it's not about terminating it in a mental state, because the naturalist can do that as well. Because the naturalist allows mental states, it's just they're not fundamental. The problem is in trying to give an account as to how intentionality works. Saying that God is fundamentally mental doesn't answer that question. How are your thoughts about things? Saying that, God's fundamentally mental. Well, what does that have to do with anything? It's irrelevant. It just doesn't answer the question. That's why you don't see this discussed in the literature, because it's not a theory of intentionality. It's a joke. Anyway,
we're going to come on to mystery and materialism.
This is people saying that, maybe we just can't explain it. So the fact that no analysis of intentional states in physical terms, need not... I think what it's saying is the fact that there is no, or there can be no analysis of intentional states in physical terms need not be fatal for materialism, because it could be that our brains are simply not well suited to understand the connections between the mental and the physical. So that's an epistemological argument. Okay, we might not be able to explain it, but that doesn't mean it can't exist. We just can't understand it. I don't think that's grammatical. I think, as I said, it needs
more punctuation.
Yeah. But anyway, so what's his response to that? I don't actually remember what his response is. I don't think I highlighted it.
That's right. Yeah, we have to consider the fact that about halfway down 375, or are you looking?
Well, maybe we'll get to that, because it says, I would begin by saying that as I've been presenting the argument, it does not seem to rest on anything mysterious. It is rested on clearly reflecting on what mental states are in certain key states, namely that they must have determined mental content in order to do their jobs, and that physical states by their nature cannot do this.
Well, so what he's saying is God is mental. What does that? How does that give me?
Well, yes, but before we even get to that, this is just flatly wrong, right? Because he has said that no naturalistic account of intentionality works. If that was important, let me rephrase that. If that was not important, why did you go through them all? Here he's saying it doesn't matter that it's not that no account of intentionality works under naturalism. It's that in principle it can't work. But you see the problem here. If you're making an in principle it can't work argument, you don't need to look at specific cases, because it doesn't matter if any specific cases work or not. Just give the in-principle argument. They can't work, so just give that argument. You don't need to look at particulars. You may give that as an example. But he didn't do that. He went through this particulars and just gave ad hoc responses that weren't part of a general framework. They were completely different for the different theories. And now he's saying, but it doesn't depend on any of those working or not. It's just, it doesn't depend on those particular responses. He's saying, in principle, they can't work. So now he's completely changing the argument and saying, no, it's an in principle argument. So why bother with everything that we just looked at? Because none of that matters. It's an in principle argument. But the in principle argument is just an assertion. It's just, you can't have it because it can't be determinate. But why can't they be determinate? Well, it just can't be. Like, there's no argument there. He just asserts it. And apparently Mark Twain just nails it for some reason. I don't know why there's a quote from Mark Twain here. He just says, it is my understanding of physical states and mental states that leads me to the conclusion that any attempt to bring the sorts of mental states involved in rational influence into a physicalistic universe is going to involve confusion and the fudging over of critical distinctions. Well, he can think that, but that's not an argument for me to accept it or anyone else. That's just him saying he thinks that it can't work in principle. This is just terrible argument.
Yeah.
And then there's something about the problem of evil. It's just like, whatever.
Well, don't scroll up a little bit where
Sorry.
you see what it says on.
Here?
Just
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah. On my
See, that's a
view,
long sentence.
we have to consider the fact that on a broadly materialist worldview, the existence of qualia such as pain, as well as the existence of a moral standard by which to judge something to be evil, are both problematic. So I am not fully convinced that the argument from evil really points to an explanatory advantage for atheism. It's just so hand wavy. It's like, qualia.
Why are we talking about the problem of evil?
Qualia, by what standard? Yeah, and why are we even talking about this in the first
It's nothing
place?
to do with that. It's just so badly organized.
This gives me hope though that I can get a PhD. So,
oh dear.
Thank you for.
Okay, so others have argued that whatever theistic explanations are, or others have argued that whatever theistic explanations are always inadequate explanations. Doesn't even make sense. Others have argued that theistic explanations are always. You don't need the whatever. I think others have argued that theistic explanations are always inadequate explanations, and that we are better off saying I don't know than do anything to God.
But I tell you, natural explanations are always inadequate explanations.
So this is the inadequacy objection, which you'll look at later. So where are we at the moment? He's talked about intentionality. Don't worry, that's by far the longest section. We'll go through these next ones pretty quickly. This is one of the 3 problems that he identified that relate to reason. As I've said, it's not clear why these are the 3 ones or how they connect to each other. They're just kind of different things. And his basic reason is naturalistic accounts of intentionality fail, or his argument rather, but it doesn't matter that they fail in practice because they can't work in principle. The reason they can't work in principle is because of the indeterminacy problem. And it's not clear why that's an in principle objection, but it just sort of is. And can theists do better? Well, I'll get to that later. That's his basic argument there. So it's just a mess. Most of it could be deleted according to his own argument and just say, in principle, it can't work because of indeterminacy, which is really all the argument is. Just an assertion.
I will say, James, though, at least he has reasons for his belief. You just have causes. Irrational causes.
Yeah, well. All right, so let's quickly go through these next 2. So we've gone through intentionality. Now the next one is mental causation. I like how he says it, a very significant one. Well, okay, toot your own horn there. Mental causation. So the basic idea here is that
can cause another.
Mental states can be causes.
Yeah, but by being seen to be a ground for it. Beliefs,
presumably
if they
rationally convincing. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Presumably rational, convincing, and persuading is the goal of argumentative discourse. Fair enough. But if reasons are in no sense causal in nature, this is impossible. As I've said here, if reasons are causal, then how do we have free will? So we had this discussion before. It seems that they must be necessary, but not sufficient. There must be something else that acts in the causal pathway.
Yeah.
So yeah, we probably don't need to go over this again.
I was just going to read that beliefs.
Sure.
Beliefs, if they exist at all, given naturalism, of course, this is denied by materialists, are strictly epiphenomenal. Oh, that's quite strong.
No, that doesn't follow.
That's just patently false. I mean,
some naturalists will think that, but that's one view.
Yeah.
So again, let's take that outside the intentionality case and think about it in something else. Think about life and the atoms that make up a cell. Do we think that we can talk about a living organism and say that properties of properties of living organisms, such as, I don't know, how old they are, how long since they've been born, or their sex, or the nutritional requirements, or things like that only make sense for organisms. Do we think that those things can bear causal relations? Well, yes, they can, because if I say, look, why did the cell die? I can give a cause and say it died because it didn't have the nutrients it required. Now that's not at an atomic level, right? That's at a cellular, like a level of an organism. Right. And likewise, other things, it was too hot or the temperature was wrong. Many things that I could say. A predator ate it. Okay, these are at a much higher level. They're not at the level of atoms. So then the question is there. The question is there. Is there a problem in saying that the reason that the reason that the cell died is because it didn't have the right nutrition? That's a high level causal ascription. But at the lower level, I might also want to say, well, the reason why the cell died is because and then I describe the way that the atoms arrange themselves to give rise to that higher order state. Like I describe it at the level of the atoms instead of the organism. Is there a conflict there between those levels of description? I contend that there isn't. There's just different levels of describing the same system. One is at a higher level of abstraction, one is at a lower level of abstraction, but they're referring to the same thing. They don't mean the same thing, but they're referring to the same thing. It's just talking about it at a high level or a low level. I don't know. It might be like saying, well, I don't know, a family died. Well, if a family dies, it means everyone in the family dies. But it's not like the individuals need to die and the family needs to die separately. And it's not like there's a problem by describing it at those two levels. I mean, that's kind of a crude example, but hopefully you get the point. When I talk about it, I can talk about it at different levels. And the causation can be described at different levels. But fundamentally, there's only one thing. It's not like there's the atoms and then there's the living organism. The atoms are the living organism. I can just talk about it in different ways and describe causes at different levels. So the reason this is relevant is because I can say that beliefs and mental states have causal effects. That is, epiphenomenalism is false. But that doesn't mean that they somehow have to have effects above and beyond the atoms that make them up. It's not something outside of that. It's just a different language for describing that lower level effects. Does that make sense? That general approach?
Yeah, I agree. I understand.
Because that's what the reductionist is going to say.
Yeah, I guess the thing I just want to focus on is this. I mean, is this really an honest way of engaging with the again the state of the debate to just characterize beliefs, if they exist at all, given naturalism, which is denied by eliminativists? I mean, it's even self-refuting, right? Because he's saying, well, eliminativists, epiphenomenalists, no. So, like, even within that sentence, I suppose if they exist at all, other than maybe it's either eliminativism or epiphenomenalism, but it's still, come on, like there's more than that to naturalism. At least, I mean, okay, if you're going to do that, I mean, maybe I'll just say, theism is the belief in a green cow, like, and then just tell you what you think, not bother to engage with any of.
Well, we get a quote from Jerry Fodor here, so it must be true.
Well, yeah, the non-controversial Jerry Fodor.
And especially when that quote is not taken from his publication, but it's a quote from Haskell, who himself is the person who's making this argument. Well, I really trust that is accurately representing what Jerry Fodor thought in a way that's relevant to this. I mean, it might be, but it's a bit sus when you don't quote directly from the source, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we've probably talked about that enough. There's other stuff that he says. Here,
there was something in that.
Highlight something.
Well, just one word in that quote when he says, so I might as well read the quote. If it isn't literally true that my wanting is causally responsible for my reaching, and my itching is causally responsible for my scratching, and my believing is causally responsible for my saying, if none of that is literally true, then practically everything I believe about anything is false, and it's the end of the world. Practically, what work is practically doing there? Or everything I say is systematically false, or is practically everything I said? And this is what's his name? Austin, the philosopher. He says of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, philosophers will say there's an infinite ways of using languages, and then they'll list 7. Well, he's just listed reaching, itching, saying. He's listed 3 things, and then from that he said everything I believe is false. Again, it just seems implausible as well that the reasons they're determining. I mean, does someone having reasons doesn't force them to a belief? If that were the case, I wouldn't have this sodding, frustrating book on the geometry of Euclid and trying to like unpack it in terms of like modern geometry and stuff like that. I would just read the axioms, and then the reasons that I then have all the reasons I need for everything, everything else that follows in geometry just follows of necessity from those axioms. If reasons are causal, then that would be the case, right? I just commit to memory those axioms and I've got it. I don't need proofs. I don't need anything else. It just seems so silly, this view.
Yeah, and I don't even know what point Fodor was trying to make there either, so I'm hesitant to say too much about that.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, it might not even be anything to do with anything. And then the Lewis quote. Lewis says, "One thought can cause another, not by being, but by being seen to be a ground for it. Obviously, not only must one mental event cause another mental event, but it must do so in virtue of its propositional content, and in fact, in virtue of the kind of logical relationships between the relevant propositions." Okay, but what's the story there? What's happening? How
does that work? And
Yeah.
I don't think this makes any sense. I've mentioned in the comment here. So if we want to say that mental events cause other mental events, okay, fine. But then he says it must do so in virtue of its propositional content. And in fact, I think it's the last part that I had particular issue is in virtue of the kind of logical relationships between. Does this make sense? In virtue of the kind of logical relationships between the relevant propositions.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
The kind of what kind of?
Well, I guess he's saying, yeah,
the type of the logical relationship between the propositions. Is that what he means? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I think so. So he's saying, if it's like a valid form sort of thing, or like the truth of one guarantees the truth of another, or it follows.
I feel like there should be a "the" here.
Yeah.
The kind of the logical relationships.
No,
maybe
I think
it
makes sense. That does make sense to me. That sentence. I've had a lot of issues, but this one is
in virtue of the kind of logical relationships.
In virtue of
it doesn't. I still think there should be a "the" there, but look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think it's the plural on relationships. Maybe the kind of logical relationship between
the kind of relationships. The kind of in virtue of the kind of logical relationships.
I mean,
but the kind of logical. But there's not going to be one kind.
Yeah,
it's the kinds of logical relationships then.
Yeah, right. Kinds of logical relationships, or kind of logical relationship, maybe for and it's plural propositions which would have, they could have
because there's going to be different relationships. Is my point here, and the way it's worded doesn't seem to allow for that. But
kinds might make sense. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Anyway, the point I wanted to make about that was that propositions are usually thought to be abstract objects if they exist. I mean, not everyone agrees with that. There are some people who say that propositions are like mental tokens, so like an instance of thinking about something. But it's pretty common to think of them as abstract entities, or to not exist if you're a nominalist. But in either case, they don't have causal powers. So it seems odd to say that logical relationships between propositions causes anything. I don't think that's a very standard view. I mean, you could argue for it, right? But I mean, then you got to argue for it if it's a pretty non-standard view, I would say, or at least acknowledge this. So the point there is logical relationships are abstract. They don't cause anything under the standard view of what abstract is. Therefore, it doesn't really make much sense to my reading to say that the logical relationship between propositions causes anything. But he says that mental events cause other mental events in virtue of the logical relationships between them. I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by in virtue of. You could probably give different accounts there, but it's not obvious that makes sense.
Well, I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think of the kind of, because he hasn't told us. He hasn't told us what he means by that. So
it's vague.
Because I mean, when I think of that, what I think of is psychological concepts. When I think of the propositions, I think of like mental content as like a
but propositions are usually not considered to be the same as thoughts.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Some people do. You could think of it that way, but especially because he says logical relationships between propositions. So if those are mental, then that's all right because they can cause each other. But the way he's talked about it before, I don't think he thinks that way. I think he thinks that logical relationships are like abstract. They transcend time and space or something like that, and those probably won't cause anything unless they're ideas in God's mind. But then he's got to like zap us every time we think about them. That's the divine conceptualism point, which he hasn't argued for, but it seems to be the only view that will fit with everything he said. So again, I'm reading that into it, but
I think it from my point of view, that with my theory of what I think is going on, the sentence does make sense because I'm like, so there's these psychological meanings of things, and then a logical relationship between them would just be it's sort of like you were saying, like this kind of relation of ideas, and then there's actually some kind of overlap maybe where the impressions touch each other or the concepts or whatever. And so I can sort of direct my attention towards that and pick that out and formulate some new proposition by those. And that would be the logical relations. Whereas he wants to attribute some kind of
I don't think that's going to be satisfactory for him.
Yeah. He wants a reified existence to the relation and the propositions and stuff like that. And
because if you say logical laws are some sort of brain state, then it seems that they're contingent on humans thinking. And so if humans sort of forgot about them, then they wouldn't exist, which to some people seems unsatisfactory. But anyway, we don't have to go into that here. I'm pretty sure he'd make those sort of arguments against what you've said, which then raises the question, what does he mean exactly?
Yeah. Why isn't he just saying it? Why does he feel the need to sort of just hint at what he, to try and go into rebutting all the views against, and then just to hint like, well, I've got not.
Yeah. So actually, I think that this rules out what you've just said. So I've skipped to the next page. Mental states are not type reducible to physical states. Well, that doesn't necessarily rule it out, but it means that all of that mental stuff that you just mentioned has to be happening somewhere outside the brain. Because they're not type. So I think that your argument would be a type argument about like the nature of propositions and logical forms. And like when there's a proposition in your brain of this type and another one of this type, then they can be related. There's sort of a relationship between them that it is the logical
in terms
inference.
Of meanings rather than types, I guess it'd be in terms of meanings.
Well, a type is just like a set of things, as I understand it. A token is a specific instantiation.
Yeah.
Like you thinking this now. Yeah. A type is like thinking in this way, and that could be instantiated at different times. So I think the idea here would be that if mental states are a particular type of physical state, then whenever that physical state occurs of this type, the mental state occurs. So the idea would be that there's physical states of a certain type instantiate certain type of propositions, and that there's a logical relationship between them if they are of the right type. But he's going to say no, because mental states are not type reducible to physical states. So that's got to be some sort of dualistic mental state if propositions are like in the mind somehow and have logical relations to each other.
I guess he's just getting it like a Putnam whatever multiple realizability type, against type identity theory.
Well, maybe I guess, but I don't think he's going to admit token identity either. Which is why I wondered when I read this. I'm like, well, is it only type reducible? Because there's other types of reducibility. But so he doesn't really discuss this elsewhere. Anyway, so yeah, maybe there's a way around that, but I think he's going to try to block that here. And then here he's asking, but yeah, why supervenience? Look, he says, we can imagine the truths of supervenience being different from what they are. If those truths of supervenience are different, the belief is formed by in the absence of evidence. So he's saying that physical states and mental states, mental states can't supervene on the physical, because if they did, then you could ask, well, what if they were different? And then the belief would be formed, even though you had the wrong, like, brain state, basically. But that doesn't make sense, in my opinion, because, again, supervenience is usually understood to be a necessary relation. At least very commonly. Maybe it's not the only way, but it's like, I mean, it's the same as me asking, well, what if God had a different nature? Would he command horrible things? Or, would he not want us to be rational or something? Normally, the theist would just say, well, his nature is necessary, so you can't ask these questions. But then we're getting these counterfactuals here with impossible antecedents. Like, well, what if these necessary supervenience relations were different? I mean, what of it? It's impossible. There just doesn't seem to be a problem here. Anyway, so there's more stuff here. There's a random argument by Barefoot for some reason. I don't know why it's here. I'm happy to just skip that. And then
I remember
causes. But now we've got the indeterminacy principle back again. Like, wasn't this the whole point? And somehow it's like tucked in near the end here. Why don't he just start with this? Physical states are indeterminate with respect to intentional content. If a materialist worldview is correct, the physical world is causally closed. Therefore, if there are mental states and those mental states have determinate mental content, then the determinate mental content is causally irrelevant for the future course of nature. But then he's going to want to say, but it is relevant because epiphenomenalism is false. Therefore, one of these premises has to be rejected. And I think he's going to reject, the materialist worldview here.
We have a really strong opinion towards the end of the argument from indeterminate causes. And to be honest, I do not think we're ever going to get one. Okay.
Well, yeah, let's go through this sentence here. We still have not got a good materialist answer to the question. Even if grounds do exist, I guess for thoughts, what exactly have they got to do with belief as a psychological event? And to be honest, I don't think we're ever going to get one. Well, maybe we can give one now to satisfy. I don't think it will satisfy him, but
yeah, exactly.
If grounds exist, what exactly have they got to do with belief as a psychological event? But hang on, he hasn't given an answer to this, has he?
Yeah, no, he hasn't. I think. So if grounds do exist, what have they got to do with belief as a psychological event? Well, it would be something to be like it would be something like, by virtue of just what we mean by rationality, we mean someone who is picking their beliefs out in virtue of directing their attention towards these relations between certain propositions.
Yeah, in an appropriate way.
And inferring the new the conclusions or new propositions, whatever, generating them by the valid rules of inference. Or, it's like, what's that definition of rationality? That it's just whatever isn't non-rational, basically, where non-rational is defined as like violating the axioms of the probability theory, because then you could cook Dutch books against people. I mean, you could go with that
definition of rationality.
Yeah. Or you could go with something like that, but just instead of the probability stuff, you could do it with like these logical rules of inference or something.
Right.
Either way, yeah.
Well, but that's going to depend on your epistemology. So what I would say is that the grounds of belief are whatever it is in virtue of which it's reasonable or rational to believe that thing. Well, what are the things that make it reasonable or rational? Well, that depends on your epistemology. Like if you're a reliabilist, you're going to say it's some sort of causal series of events that give rise to your faculty being reliable. So those things are going to be your ground, whatever those are. I'm not. I tend to be more of an internalist, so I'm going to point to certain basically other parts of your mental apparatus, other beliefs, are going to give you grounds in the right context, in the right ways, and so on, for giving grounds for other beliefs. So it's a sort of a coherentist picture in my worldview. The point is, there's different approaches to this depending on your epistemology, but the grounds are, if you have any naturalist sort of view, it's just whatever thing that makes it reasonable, rational to believe in something, and that could be literally anything depending on what your epistemology is. I don't see what the problem is supposed to be. And what do the grounds have to do with the psychological events for the theist, by the way? Like, if we reject all of these naturalist accounts, then how does the theist understand it? Again, it seems to be the only thing that I can understand as being consistent with what Reppert's arguing here is some sort of divine conceptualism where God zaps our minds in some way, not brains, our minds, or maybe it's both, so that they have the right, like, belief state, in order for us to believe something when we're in the right state of affairs for it to be justified. Which is super weird. And why would you think that? I'm kind of sick of this, and it's kind of repetitious here. The last section is
let's get to the five objections, maybe.
Yeah, so there's an important point here. So he's given his 3 arguments now. Now he considers some objections to them. So there's the argument from computers. And the basic point there is, look, computers don't actually understand anything. They only do it because their actions are intelligible by humans. Interestingly, this part at the end here of 381, this is a really interesting point here. Suppose we lived in a world without chess and 2 computers were to magically materialize in the middle of the Gobi Desert and go through all the physical states the computers went through the last time, I don't know what this is, but the last time people whoever played. Hang on, I haven't finished that. If that were true, they would not be playing chess at all, since there are no humans around to impose the context that made this physical process.
That's just begging the question.
Well, see, here's what I have to say about that. So the point here is that I said this before, the claim he's making here is not about the causal origin of, like, how could our brains be such that they could represent things? Because he's said here, just imagine that they appear here. You could substitute out humans here. Imagine that humans just appeared with the right apparatus for forming beliefs and having intentionality, right? His point here is that couldn't happen. It's not that they couldn't form. It's that they couldn't exist. That's the difference. Because he's saying even if the computers just materialize, it's not about who made them. It's even if they just appeared somehow, they still wouldn't be playing chess because there were no humans around, and computers don't have intentionality of any sort, right? So it seems that he's going to say about the same about humans. Even if humans didn't evolve, they just appeared on Earth for no reason by just pure coincidence. They still wouldn't, and their brains were shaped in the best way possible for intentionality or whatever. They still wouldn't have intentionality, because there's no way that you can have intentionality in a natural world because of this argument that he's making here. It's not about the causal basis. It's not about the origins. It's not about how could it evolve. It's about it can't exist at all.
Right. And
so the thing there, the reason I think that's a problem is because of what I say here. How does God help this? What does God do that changes that changes anything? Suppose God zaps them into being with souls and all. Like, how are their beliefs about something now? What's different? So I don't understand how his view isn't just as susceptible as as any naturalist view.
Yeah, I don't really understand how he's thinking of computers here and what they do. Like when he's talking about Deep Blue's ability to defeat Kasparov was not the exclusive result of physical causation. What else was it?
Well, it was the minds of the people on the team who made him, who made Deep Blue.
I mean, in a sense, right? But I mean, if we set up a thought experiment so Deep Blue just popped into existence, you know, like I don't know, our universe that just popped into existence with the physical state of Deep Blue and Kasparov there, and they're going to play each other, then it's just the physical states that would do it. I mean, why is that?
They wouldn't be playing chess, according to him.
Well, this is just if you assume his worldview, maybe.
Yes, it's not an argument; it's just an assertion that's what he thinks. It's not. It doesn't respond to the objection. I mean, I guess you could say that the person who says that computers have intentionality of a sort would also be question begging if they just assert that, right? But this is the problem with this sort of way of pursuing the dialectic. It's not helpful. It's like, hey, here's a counter. No, it's not.
No, it's not, because I don't believe that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice to talk with you. Anyway, so the next one's the problem of interaction. So this is about how
I wanted to focus on how he ended that. Hence, I think we can safely regard the computer objection as a red herring. It's like I don't think he really said anything about it, and then he's just like, yeah, we can regard it as a red herring.
Yeah, it's basically no you.
Yeah.
No you. Well, dealt with that one. So the next one's a problem of interaction. How is it that something non-physical can interact with the physical? So I don't know that he has much to say here.
But he deals with it. You know, it's solved once and for all. Like,
it begs the question against my argument to insist that there's a problem, absent a good explanation of how reason is possible in a physicalistic universe. So here is shifting the burden of proof. He doesn't have to explain how it works. Unless you can explain how your answer works, he doesn't have to.
Look, he does.
Move there.
Look, he does, though. At the end,
but then he does later, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of 382, we have this absolutely brilliant explanation. If the soul is not spatial, then the body might have some identifying characteristic unique to itself through its career that the soul can identify. Or perhaps God creates and sustains the causal interaction between the soul and the body.
Another option is a Thomistic form of dualism, according to which the person is a single thing that is a combination of form and matter. I don't know how that can work under his view, according to which there is no causal role for the physical to play in the mental, but whatever. And then I do not want to estimate the difficulties, however. I've argued that there must be something inherently rational that is responsible for the rationality of finding the world. It seems that can be cashed out in a variety of ways, all of which have the advantage of not requiring us to somehow identify our reason with a set of mechanically defined inherently non-rational states. So here's how this goes.
How about this? Well, how about this? How about this? Either God is doing this, either it's dualism this, either it's Thomistic this, either it's Aristotelian this. This is false. This is false. This is false. This is false. Therefore,
it's naturalism. It's exactly what he's doing. He said when naturalism faces problems, he just says, well, look, they can't answer the problem, so it must be false. But when his theory faces problems, like the interaction problem, he just says, oh, there's different options on the table, but I've shown that the other ones must be false, so, one of these must be true. This is exactly what Craig does, exactly what he does. Problems for his view are not a problem because there's different options on the table. Problems for the competing view are problems because they have problems, right? And, well, you can't answer them, so they must be false.
Yeah,
exactly. And look at all these quotes I can put up from different philosophers. It's unbelievable that this is supposed to be sufficient. Like, he has no idea. He's just throwing out random stuff. Now, I would be all right with that if he was willing to grant the same sort of level of sympathy to the naturalist. Yeah, it'd be as charitable to the naturalist. Then I'd be okay. But he's not. He's completely inconsistent. The naturalist is not allowed to have different options on the table. There's a problem, and therefore it is false.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's move on from that. I couldn't be bothered reading these two because they seemed boring. Yeah. But I think there was one more. The inadequacy objection. This we do need to look at. You haven't got to the gaps?
I can't remember. I'm just seeing what my highlights were. I put a comment next to that quote, which I can't really, but we don't have a miracle. What did I put next to that? What should be at issue in assessing God of the Gaps arguments is whether they have met these conditions. Claims regarding events traditionally described as miracles and claims regarding the origin and development of life are where God of the Gaps arguments are most commonly met. In the case of events traditionally described as miracles, it seems very evident that our increased knowledge of how natural causes operate has not made it easier, but more difficult to explain such events naturalistically. I can't remember what my point was there, to be honest. I don't agree with him. It seems like it seems far easier now to say describe the miracles in that are reported in the Gospels than it was as, say, someone in a monastery in the year 700.
This is hilarious. The science underlying winemaking is considerably more advanced today than it was in first century Palestine.
Oh, yeah.
But our advances have made it even more difficult to explain in natural causes how Jesus, without technological aids, could in minutes turn water into high quality wine.
Yeah. Or how that sentence could appear on a page without it having happened.
That is like, well, the difficulty leads people to say that these events never occurred, though this looks suspiciously like begging the question in favor of naturalism. It's like, I have a claim that this thing happened, and if you don't accept it, well, you're just begging the question. Yeah. That's not how question begging works.
Remember, it's according to Cameron Bertuzzi, it's extraordinary.
Be charitable.
No, it's extraordinary Catholic claims require extraordinary Catholic evidence,
right? Yes.
But not just normal claims. Only like the miracle of Fatima. That's a really explicit claim, so the evidence should be very as explicit. But
by the way, if anyone's interested, who doesn't buy into this extraordinary claims thing, I have this box here. You can't see it, but I'm holding it up. And this box contains a pill that will make you live forever. I will mail you this box if you send me $100,000. I'll give you the bank details if anyone's interested. Live forever. It's eternal life. It's only $100,000. It's a great bargain. I will mail this to you if you just give me the $100,000, which again, very reasonable for this. So if anyone's interested, hit me up after the chat. After we're finished here, and I'll mail that to you. I'll just set it aside here. So a great deal there. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh yeah, that's right. Water to wine, question begging. Yeah, well, who could disagree that he turned water into wine? That's very good evidence there. Anyway,
I'm happy to just go to the inadequacy objection here.
Yeah, we do need to discuss this because this is sort of the whole point, right? Like, well, what's his naturalism fails? All right, suppose it does. To turn this into an argument for theism, you need to show that theism does any better, I would say. So how does it do better? This objection is extremely popular. I wonder why. It claims that appealing to God or any other supernatural entity, there's two or any's here, or any other supernatural entity, provides only a pseudo explanation for the phenomenon in question. Creationist explanations don't explain. I agree. I couldn't help highlighting this sentence here because I had no idea what he's talking about. Consider my cheering and pumping my fist when Steve Nash hits Amir something with an alley-oop pass that results in a slam dunk for Amir against the San Antonio Spurs. I'm like, what is he I have no idea what he's on about here.
I love it when philosophers do this sort of thing, like to try and I don't know what it happens from time to time. Like there's just these random sort of anecdotes about like Plantinga does it with like his breakfast sometimes and stuff like that.
But at least I can understand Plantinga's breakfast. Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. Obviously it's something about sport, but like I really have no idea what he's talking about. So I can't even, like, this is the point. I guess this is hilarious to him that he put this in here, but I actually don't understand the analogy that example he's supposed to be making. So his paragraphs failed here because I don't know what he's talking about. Like, surely an editor could have picked this up and said, look, you might want to make it a bit more understandable because this is very hard to follow if someone's not very familiar with those specifics. I mean, maybe I'm just stupid, but I really don't know what he's talking about. Where's like for Cartesian certainty?
Oh, yeah. We have.
There we go.
Cartesian certainty.
Cartesian. Anyway, so yeah, I got confused there. So what's the actual point here? What did I highlight? Okay,
I highlighted something on 387.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No, you've got highlights above me there on 387, so don't worry.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if as I believe God is a rational personal being, okay, surely that makes it more likely that rational creatures should arise in a world God creates because persons by nature are interested in communicating with other persons. Seriously, that's his explanation. But this is just a complete Like, this is just pure speculation. Well, surely it makes it more likely. No, it doesn't. That you're just speculating about what God would want. Shortly. What I say here, that doesn't explain how beliefs get their content.
Right, that's right.
So this is the problem.
I'll try not to laugh, because the problem is that people who disagree with us come and watch, and they just go, Nathan's just being immature, like laughing at.
No, but we pointed out so many examples.
It's
the
fact that this is it's the fact that the narrative that a lot of apologists want to frame is that atheists, like, they're all these idiot tribal morons, and they won't engage with the I'd like to see you read the Blackwell Companion, and then we do, and it's just like typos and like random assertions and stuff.
So many typos and grammatical mistakes. It doesn't make the arguments wrong. It just makes it a lot harder to read and understand. Like Nathan and I were arguing for like 5 minutes about how to understand a sentence. Anyway, but the point is, this is totally inadequate, right? Let me explain why. So his whole point so far, Reppert's whole point has been to say naturalists can't explain mental content. They can't explain how our ideas our thoughts are about things, and they can't explain how we form rational beliefs on the basis of evidence and grounds. Now, Reppert then says, but if God existed, he would want to make creatures that could form beliefs and be rational and have beliefs about things and so forth. Okay, fine. I can see why I can see that God might want that. I think it's pure speculation. But suppose that God did. How does he create things that are able to have thoughts that are about something, or their thoughts are connected to reasons in the way that we've discussed? He's just ruled out all these explanations for how that's supposed to work. So what's his explanation? It's not about whether God would want it. If it's metaphysically impossible for God to create a physical brain that can have beliefs in the right way, because apparently, remember, it seems that it's metaphysically impossible. Even God couldn't make it that way. Remember the computers appearing in the desert argument? This appears to be an in-principle metaphysical argument, not just it wouldn't have arisen naturally. Even God can't make them that way. So how did God make them? We need an explanation there, because the whole point is that they can't exist materially. So how does it work? We don't get that explanation. Saying that God might want it, it doesn't address the point. The point is, how does it work? Not would God want it or not. Not that he gives an argument for that either. It just sidesteps the whole point of his argument as to how it could work. That's unbelievable. How can you miss this? I don't understand it.
I highlighted while we do not know any strict laws concerning God's conduct, we certainly think we know various things regarding God's character, which makes some divine acts more likely than others. If God were to resurrect someone from the dead who lived in the 21st century, it would more likely be Mother Teresa than Adolf Hitler. I mean,
I'd really like to know the argument for that. What is the argument for that? Isn't it from the least and the sinners that God makes his
exactly according to Christian theology?
Didn't he use Cyrus the Great, a great conqueror, and to bring the Jews back to the promised land? Like, well, why wouldn't he want to resurrect Hitler? He might have reasons for it. A problem of evil, of divine hiddenness, skeptical theism is the one I wanted to say. I would really like to see what the argument for that is.
Well, also it's
pure speculation.
It's sort of irrelevant to the argument, but I mean, it's not as if Mother Teresa was exactly. I mean, there's plenty of stories about them using like pressured conversions and things like that to give people medical treatment. And all that.
Yeah. I can't remember his name. Hitchens.
Missionary
had really good insights to make about that. Yeah, so I agree with that as well. But I mean, this is the point, right? Like, how do we know what God wants? He is just speculating here. Now, when the naturalist does this, you can't do that. This is all. Why does it supervene on this? What's your basis for that? Why? When he does it's fine.
God's character. I think I know what.
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah,
it just happens to be. Yeah.
Oh well, God would want this, so it's fine. Come on, this is a joke. This is a joke.
Yeah.
The inadequacy objection gratuitously assumes that matter is what is just such a weird phrase. Is what is clearly understandable. Why don't you just say is clearly understandable? And that mind is something mysterious, the very existence of which has to be explained in terms of unmysterious matter. But you're the one who's been arguing that mind is mysterious. You're the one who's saying, how can it be about stuff? How can there be thoughts that are grounded by, reasons? You're the one who's mysterizing. I don't think it is that mysterious. He's the one who's been doing this, and then he accuses the naturalist of doing it. It's just unbelievable. How do you not see this? And then there's a quote from Galen Strawson for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. And then what I've got highlighted here. You've got the therefore highlighted, and I've got the second half of the sentence. So if you want to go.
Oh, therefore, I maintain that the inadequacy objection gratuitously assumes that the only real explanations are mechanistic explanations, and that this is evidently false. I think he means, and this is evidently false, because this is that was assumed by the naturalist, which would be wrong, right? That would be saying that they believed it and they thought it was false, so that shouldn't be there. Anyway, what did you want to read?
Literally the next sentence. It is supposed to be part of God's nature to be rational. If we explain one thing in terms of something else, and that something else in terms of something else again, the chain of explanation will have to terminate somewhere. Why? What's the argument for that?
And that is what we call God. Boom.
Well, yeah, exactly. But what, like, genuinely, what's his argument? What's his reason for that? What's his argument? What?
No, here's the argument, right? There has to be an answer because we're rational. The naturalistic answers don't work, so it must be the theistic answer, which is the only other one left, which is God. Okay, there has to be an answer. It can't be the naturalistic ones, so it must be God. What a part of that don't you understand?
Well, I mean, in terms of his first cause, like his cosmological rationality argument here, where he's like, so rationality can only come from rationality. That seems to be what he's argued, because it can't come from any of these non-rational causes. And then he's just sort of asserting that there can't be an infinite regress of these rational causes that cause rationality.
Yeah.
But what's the argument for that? I mean, what's the contradiction between me supposing that I have rational reasons and the chain of reasons is infinite? Why can't I do that?
Well, he just doesn't like infinities. I mean, a lot of people don't. So I guess that's the reason for that.
Like I know, but it's like at least, I mean, this is supposed to be professional philosophy. Like I wouldn't even write a master's about this, like without just assuming.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gratuitous assumption. Yeah. I think rather than saying chain of explanation, it might be better to say ontological grounding, because I think it's more plausible to say that there must be ontological reductions can't be infinite than to say that explanations can't continue infinitely, because an explanation is not a thing in the world. It's like it's a, well, presumably it's some sort of.
He thinks it is, though. He thinks
I guess that's true. Maybe it is
the proposition and the,
But anyway, like, so that's not justified. But okay, I accept that it's supposed to be part of God's nature to be rational, but how does that have anything to do with our rationality? It's that which we're not trying to explain God's rationality. Sure, I'll give you God and that's rational. What does that have to do with us? How does God make us rational? You haven't explained it. You just keep saying that he does.
It's the only thing left.
The theist explains the existence of rationality in the universe by appealing to the inherent rationality of God. But that's not an explanation. That says that God is rational. It doesn't say that we're rational. Even if God wants to make us rational, which is just an assumption, by the way. But even if he does, how does he do it? According to Reppert, God cannot metaphysically make physical minds that can think and reason in the way that we think we do, because it's metaphysically impossible. If that's not true, then a lot of his arguments don't work, because it's been premised on the fact that it's just impossible for that to occur. So God can't do it by making physical minds that can think in the right way. So how does he do it? He must do it some other way. But what's the explanation? How does it work in that context?
Yeah,
it's not enough just to say that, well, God's rational, so
Yeah, so I mean, kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's an absolute joke.
Yeah,
like. Anyway,
this is exceptionally bad. I mean, I'm not saying
this last part. Yeah,
it's not that there's nothing to the argument, or that a theist couldn't make this work, or believe that theism has a better account here than any of the competing ones. It's not that someone can't rationally believe theism ground acts as the justification. It's how this is being used by apologists to say it knocks down everything else, and everyone's rationally compelled to believe this, and everything else is self-contradictory mess. It's like he can't even put forward I mean, the argument he's putting forward is a self-contradictory mess, just by virtue of not being able to form sentences and follow thoughts through and things. It's horrible.
Yeah, this chapter was so badly written and argued, and a lot of confusions here. I think it probably could be reduced in length to about a sixth or something, and maybe reformulated so that he gives a coherent argument, like an in-principle argument. Why can't this work under naturalism? What does theism provide that allows it to overcome this problem? That would be actually much more interesting for me and much easier to read, and it would be a better argument, right? And then we could discuss it. But as it is, it's just a smorgasbord of all sorts of stuff, which I think makes self-contradictory claims. And at the end of it, doesn't have anything to offer. It's just like, well, God's rational, so I guess.
I don't feel like I don't feel like I gained any. I don't feel like I increased in my understanding or knowledge of theism as an explanation of some phenomena in the world, how like the models of God, Christian philosophy, how that's supposed to work. I don't feel like I gained anything from this chapter, and that's really bad in what's meant to be like the Blackwell companion to natural theology.
Yep. So the TLDR is God. All right. Now, should we move on to the next stage?
The evolutionary, the one that this stream is titled after.
People are going to be upset.
Naturalism. Maybe I'll change it to the argument from reason and EAAN, but yeah. I thought the thumbnail was pretty good when it, the Darwin's I think, and then it said, no, you don't.
Yeah. Poor Darwin. All right, so
do we want videos actually? And actually, before we go there, do we want to play the not all of the videos, but I think at least the David Wood video where
I haven't watched that, so I'll leave that to your discretion.
Yeah, that'll be new to you. Let's just quickly put that up.
If this is the one on the bridge, I did watch the first little bit of this, but the sound quality was so bad that I stopped listening. And it's David Wood, so
yeah. Well, let's.
How does he have so many subs?
I don't know. I think it's because he does counter-Islam stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've noticed he's teamed up with what's his face, Apostate Prophet.
Yeah. Well, I think he got a lot of subs before that, and his testimony is very powerful to a lot of Christians as well. About the hammer. Do you know about the hammer?
No, the hammer.
So he tried. I'm such a horrible person, but I actually genuinely struggle to retell it without like laughing. Maybe it's because I'm like traumatized, but he tried. He tried to kill his dad with a hammer, and then went to prison.
Seriously, what? That's kind of not funny, but also is so random. Like what?
And so then when he was in prison, he converted to Christianity.
Oh, right.
But he's a psychopath as well, like an actual psychopath. So he's
that doesn't surprise me because I've seen some of the stuff that he puts up more recently. It's just horrible. Like he's just so rude to people for no reason.
Well, for no reason. I mean, there's our well, maybe not a logical reason, but a causally.
Well,
yeah. All right.
The Brooklyn Bridge is good for two things: getting people from one side to the other and giving pigeons a place to perch and rest their tired little wings. People.
What?
So why is this filmed on the Brooklyn Bridge?
I have no idea.
It's just really bad sound quality.
I mean, it is 2012. The world was going to end.
Yeah, true.
Can feel safe crossing this bridge because it was designed to support lots of traffic going back and forth every day. But what if it hadn't been designed with human beings and their vehicles in mind? What if the Brooklyn Bridge had been constructed as a big perch for pigeons, perhaps to keep them off the buildings of Manhattan? In that case, wouldn't it be utterly foolish to drive your car across it? Does it make sense to trust something with a task that goes
that's vastly... Okay, hang on. So I'm just trying to think of a clear example here. So if I go walking in the bush, right, has the ground been designed for me to walk on it? Well, if I'm on the path, I suppose it might be, but I can go off the path, right? Well, no, it's so would I walk on it? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be designed for me to know that it's safe.
Yeah, this is completely ridiculous, and I think any sane person should be able to see that. But I do think, I mean, we get the point that he's trying to say. He's trying to say,
yes. Let's steel man here.
in the case that there are no reasons to do something and you choose to do it, is that rational? And it's like, no, because that's the definition of,
Yeah, you'd have to have sufficient reason for thinking that whatever it is was safe to cross. And you could easily have sufficient reason whether or not it was designed for you to do that. I mean, you just said, even if it was designed, you still might not have sufficient reason because it might have been badly designed, right? So the design doesn't add that much, really. It's what the reasons are for thinking that it's safe.
Well, the ground is designed for humans to walk on.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You can just say anything.
So you're just begging the question.
Okay, but you can actually find some examples there. So what about anal sex, for example? So that seems to work, right? But does that mean it's designed to do that? Well, I don't think they want to say that one is designed. Okay, so
have you read Did I go into this with you? Alexander Proust's blog. Similarly, it's not about anal sex, this one, but it is about use of condoms and function. Have you ever read that?
No, I don't think so.
Where he talks about he has a thought experiment where a farmer lays down.
Oh, that's not the one where he puts plastic on his field, is it?
He puts plastic on his field, and he keeps talking about, and he's spreading the seed, and he enjoys
participating in God's creation.
Yeah, but he keeps using the specific terminology, the tossing of the arm. He keeps saying the tossing of the arm, the feeling of the wind on his face. Does he? Yeah. Anyway.
Beyond what it was meant to do. This is the basic idea behind the argument from reason, which is mainly an argument against naturalism. Naturalism is the claim that the natural world is all that exists. No God, no angels, no demons, just matter, energy, and natural.
No thoughts, no beliefs, no rational justification. That's what I mean by naturalism.
Forces. Many atheists are naturalists. But the argument from reason can also be used to support belief in God. So, here goes. Human beings have the ability to reason. We're using it right now. We wouldn't have discussions like this if we thought that our cognitive faculties, the processes that produce our beliefs, were unreliable.
I mean, relatively
already.
Yeah.
That could be the purpose of having the discussions, is to try to avoid the unreliability that we consistently face. All you would have to say is that there's a possibility of like a reasonable possibility of arriving at, true or truer beliefs. You wouldn't have to assume that they're I mean, we'll get to this with Plantinga, right? But it's just false that you have to assume that it's reliable.
But naturalists have a problem here because they can only explain things by appealing to natural objects, natural events, natural causes.
Look at the people in the
Think about this
background.
for a
They're
moment.
just they're looking right at the camera. They're like, what's he doing? They're covered now.
Actually, where is he stood? Is he stood? You see this bit going
I don't
back.
think he's supposed to be standing there. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's supposed to be there because he's like behind. He's on the wrong side of the fence, and he's like over where the road is, isn't he? And so the people are like, "What are you doing, bruh?"
Is he stood on one of these? Like,
I think so. It must be. That's why the people are looking at him. He's like, "What is he doing?"
Beliefs. Ultimately, according to naturalism, your beliefs must be the result of physical processes in your brain. Now, what's going on in here? Particles in motion, chemical reactions, neurons firing. It's all physical, governed by laws of nature, not by commitment to truth. So it really seems like careful reason.
Is that true?
Listening to you is actually straightforward, mechanical, mindless cause and effect. A fancy array of falling dominoes.
It isn't even mindless cause and effect. It is mindful cause and effect because the causes produce the effect, which is mind.
Well, yeah, that's the claim, right? Yeah. Just saying what it is isn't an argument against it. Again, I can just say, well, look, there's no life. A cell isn't alive. It's just atoms bumping into each other. Where's the life? I don't see the life. It's just a mechanical series of atoms bumping into each other and chemicals moving around. It's not alive. This is just silly. We can do that for anything. There's no weather in the atmosphere. It's just air molecules moving around, bumping into each other. There's no air there. There's no weather there. Sorry. Yeah, it's so silly. Why do they insist on doing this? It's not an argument.
Illusions aside, then, you arrive at your beliefs via a process that has absolutely nothing to do with whether those beliefs are true or false. Chemicals couldn't conceivably care less. So if naturalism is true...
Couldn't conceivably care less?
Oh, I think it's just a nice alliteration.
Yeah, probably.
The soul stuff cares less, though, apparently, because of reasons.
Yeah. Well, I can't conceive of it, so
notice that Plantinga, although I think his argument is flawed, is much more sophisticated than this. He doesn't make any of these appeals about materiality. That's why I like it so much better, even though it's a bad argument in my opinion. It makes an effort to actually fit in the to actually do what a good argument is supposed to do, not just question beg, and actually appeal to considerations that would be plausible to someone who doesn't already agree with you, and then describe how those considerations give rise to the conclusion that Plantinga wants. He doesn't just say, "Oh, well, it's material, so it can't be about something or it can't be rational."
So I guess I wanted to include this in order to show. I mean, so there's some interesting stuff in Lewis's idea, I suppose, in the first place, like an interesting question at the core of it. But then I wanted to also, I mean, it's not as if that Blackwell companion chapter is, I suppose at least it's trying to engage with the ideas, even if it's doing it in this slightly, like motivated reasoning type way. That's yeah,
more than slightly, yeah, but yeah,
more than slightly, yeah. But then it's like, and it's like each tier gets worse though, because then you've got apologists who are not critical thinkers who pick this stuff up, and then I mean, I view apologists as salesmen, basically. They're professional Christians who sell the belief system, and they do not care about just thinking about the ideas and figuring out what's true. They're just like, oh, I've got this tool now that I can use and try and like wedge it in people's belief system. And this is where you get like this just insane stuff that David Wood's coming out with. And this is how most, I mean, not everyone's going to engage with this argument, but of those that do, most of them, it's going to be in this kind of way with apologists.
The thing though is, I think that this argument, or a variation of it, also apply to morality and other things, is very persuasive to a lot of ordinary people, because they just, especially people who have grown up in a Christian background, right? Because whether they're not,
you don't have intuition.
Yes, that's right. It's not intuitive that these things are true. I think it's trivial to point out that at least they could plausibly be true by giving other examples of phenomena that can be reduced to very simple pieces, but themselves are quite complicated and it's not obvious, like the cell example, weather example, economies, many things that can be given examples. But because apologists don't talk about this, and people aren't encouraged to think critically about it, it just sort of works for a lot of people. And this is why I really want to push back against this stuff and give a case for naturalism, to at least allow people to consider the different worldviews on a more even footing and think about them themselves critically, and not just have this stuff shoved down their throats continually. It's like, oh, matter and materiality, and having more matter doesn't mean that you matter more. And this isn't philosophy. It's just dumb.
Having more matter doesn't mean that you matter more.
Well, that's Frank Turek's.
Yeah.
It's these little things that sound so, true, but they're just like, well, I mean, that is true, right? But it's just, it's twaddle. Anyway, let's keep going.
Our reasoning ability, or our beliefs, or even our belief in naturalism. Not a bunch. But it gets worse. How did we acquire our reasoning ability, according to the naturalist? Human beings obtained the ability to reason through the creative powers of evolution, natural selection acting on random mutation. Obviously, the random mutation part isn't going to fill us with a tremendous degree of confidence. So the question is whether...
Oh, obviously, that's not controversial.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
We can count on our good friend, natural selection, to sift through all the intellectually deficient mutant traits, leaving us with a reliable belief-forming mutant trait. Here you might want to pull out your Biology 101 textbooks. Does natural selection...
I'm sure you've got one of those, David. I'm sure you've read that very
philosophical
carefully.
Insight?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a Biology 101 text, because we watch his representation of evolution. We can see that there are several, well, I mean, I won't show you this. There are several chapters on evolution that actually give quite a lot of good detail about how it works. And shake there. It's a big boy, right? This is quite a thick book. Like they talk about, the reason I'm doing that is they talk about Biology 101 is it's just like,
yeah.
Well, clearly they don't want to talk about it. So they've never read a Biology 101 textbook, or they haven't absorbed it if they have, right? It's just, like, let's actually read that, because there's actually a lot of good material in those introductory textbooks. Not everything, but it would go a long way towards resolving this nonsense. And what's with these sketches that he's introduced of his version of what evolution was like? It's so cringe.
I have no idea. I mean, I could only psychologize, and that wouldn't be very charitable. So.
Radical skill.
Yo, baby, you check out my new calculator?
Scientific acumen.
Stupid apple.
Of course not. Natural selection favors traits that help organisms survive and reproduce. So if human reason evolved, it's either because it helped us survive and reproduce, or it's a complete biological accident. Would this give us any basis for trusting our reasoning ability when we're dealing with questions of theology or philosophy or cosmology? Not at all. At best, we could have
I
some
love how theology was the first one he went to. That was
I don't. Yeah, our reasoning abilities about theology and philosophy aren't reliable. This is one of the reasons I don't believe in God, right? Because
and why
our
there's so
intuitions
much
about these things are not reliable.
disagreement and stuff. Yeah, like
Yeah. It's funny that they don't see that.
confidence in our cognitive faculties when it comes to finding berries or using a spear against an enemy or doing something to attract a mate.
Oopsie, I dropped my calculator.
You see, this really confused me in more ways, in more senses than one, because I didn't really understand what gender he was supposed to be playing, or what the. I just
Surely he's a man, right? I mean, he's got facial hair and.
Well, I sort of thought about that, but then this is strange. And he was wearing a skirt. And this is where the psychologizing comes in.
Be charitable. Be
I will
charitable.
leave that to my audience.
Dropped my calculator.
Reason would have been selected because it helped perform these tasks, not because it produced true beliefs. One obvious objection at this point is that reliable cognitive faculties do help organisms survive and reproduce. If you believe that jumping off this bridge will kill you, and I'm convinced that I'm a pigeon and can fly, I'm probably going to die and you're going to live and maybe have children, passing on those smart genes of yours to the next generation. But there are two problems with this response. First, there's a massive difference between, on the one hand, beliefs that help us find food or a partner, and on the other hand, beliefs about ultimate reality or the origin of the universe or correct scientific methodology.
Yes, this is exactly right. Why can't they see that this is a reason to be very suspicious of our intuitions that they often appeal to in many of these arguments?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just nodding. I'm like saying, yes, this is exactly right. And they just don't get it.
Yeah. Well, actually, I have a really strong intuition about the standard model being the correct one. So.
The kinds of beliefs that help us survive and reproduce are usually grounded in basic observation and experience.
My friend Fag died eating these berries. So
wait,
I
what was his
won't
friend's
eat them.
name?
I think
What was his
fag. I think fag.
I heard something else.
There could be a Freudian slip in the name.
Well,
you know, I don't know what kind of causal processes could influence a name decision in the context of dressing up.
Man.
Like, yeah.
Was I the only one who heard something else there, or I don't know? It was just me.
I am being charitable. I have nightmares of Cameron Bertuzzi in my chat saying
Be charitable. Oh gosh.
Even the lower mammals can do that. When a mouse sees his buddy stuck to a glue trap, he learns to avoid glue traps. Does this suggest in any way?
Well, that cuts against. Does he? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, according
to Reppert,
it doesn't. According, it's just stimulus response. It's not. Well, I guess he could say he learns to do the behavior, but he doesn't have a mental representation there. So, yeah.
Rodents are capable of metaphysics or epistemology or ethics? No. Even if you had a perfectly reliable belief-forming system in one area, say avoiding mousetraps, that wouldn't be any
getting food. That wouldn't be any reason to think that your intuitions about God or the ultimate nature of physics were.
Yep.
reason to trust the system in a far more sophisticated area, say avoiding logical fallacies.
My friend Thag died committing the fallacy of denying the antecedent, so I won't commit it.
Second,
me and James hang our heads in shame here.
Yeah, well.
when it comes to
You were wrecked by David Wood. That's a new.
Well, especially wearing that
survival and reproduction, false beliefs can often be just as effective as true beliefs. If you believe that jumping off this bridge will kill you, and I'm convinced that I'm a pigeon who can't fly because my wings have been cursed by the flying spaghetti monster, we both avoid the edge, and we both...
Yeah. Or if I don't go to the doctors because I decide that God doesn't want me to go to the doctors to get medical treatment for... Oh, hang on.
survive. False beliefs can even be helpful in all kinds of situations. If you've got the hots for someone, but you're too shy to make a move, and the astrology hotline tells you that the position of the planet Venus is just right for love, Your false belief in astrology might give you the confidence you need to meet that special someone.
Hi, now that your man Thag is out of the way, I'm Dokmar. I'm a Scorpio.
Here's the rub.
Thanks for. I'm glad. Look,
You see all these people who keep looking at him. It's so like, why is he standing there? He keeps talking about jumping off the bridge, but like, it seems he could fall off easily from where he's standing. It's a really stupid thing to do.
When
I don't know if he's got a harness of some sort, but
naturalists argue about the world or morality or God, we enter the argument as if we're on some sort of intellectual neutral ground. Well, we all agree that our cognitive faculties are functioning properly, so let's take it from there and see what we can prove. But things aren't that simple. If naturalism is true, the causes of our reasoning ability are particles in motion.
You know, I'm almost tempted to make as much of an effort against the theistic. Well, you know, like come up with like the solely argument against theism or something, and it's like about how you just can't get reason from like solely substance doing stuff, and just show how uncharitable and frustrating it is to theists by like, you know, concocting this argument and use all the same strategies of just talking about honing in on all the problems for every different version that there are.
Well, it's pretty easy. Whenever they say molecules in motion or anything of that sort, just replace it with soul stuff.
Yeah, solely stuff.
And then the argument's
around. I don't even know what predicates to use because I don't even know.
Yeah,
what
well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Motion, random mutation, and a selection process that favors passing on genetic information, not truth. The process that selected human reasoning ability is the exact same process that gave us the claws of a tiger and the colorful buttocks of a baboon. We wouldn't rely on a big pigeon perch to get us from Manhattan
Buttocks
to
of a
Brooklyn.
baboon? Really? He goes to that one?
Why, in the name of common sense, would we rely on a mutant physical ability selected by a process that at least occasionally favors multicolored butt cheeks to get us to a correct...
I mean, that makes it less reliable, if anything. You know, it becomes less reliable the more multicolored butt. It's like, you know, an inversely proportional thing. The more multicolored butt cheeks that evolution produces, the less reliable it is.
View of ultimate reality. Why would we rely on reason to get us to true beliefs at all? It wasn't made for that, according to the naturalists. Naturalism, then, doesn't just rule out knowledge of God, it rules out knowledge of pretty much anything. It's not only a threat to...
Well, then why should I believe you? You know?
Is that true?
Yeah. Well, it's like if you're going to tell me that that's what I believe, then okay, I'm just not going to believe you then. Fair enough. Just not going to use my reasoning because I can't trust it.
In spirits, it's also a threat to belief in science. And I have to ask, since you naturalists tell me there's no afterlife, what happens when you commit intellectual suicide?
Why does he... And why does he look off the bridge after that?
Yeah,
That's
that was
dark.
a bit disturbing. What does he mean? What happens when you commit intellectual? What do you mean? What happens?
Well, he's,
I mean,
he's saying that being a naturalist is committing. He's trying to make a joke about how being a naturalist is committing intellectual.
I don't know. What's the joke though? I don't get it. I'm
Well,
all up for a joke, but I
the-
just don't see it.
The joke that is the joke that being a naturalist is so stupid that it's committing intellectual suicide.
Yeah, but then he says, but since the naturalists say there's no afterlife, well, that doesn't add to the. I just don't. I don't
Well,
see
because
the joke.
Christians do believe in an afterlife.
Well, what happens to them when they commit? They go to intellectual heaven? Like what? I don't know. They go. They get judged for their intellectual sins and go to like intellectual hell for eternity. Like I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me.
And I have to ask, since you naturalists tell me there's no afterlife, what happens when you commit intellectual suicide?
But this is the weirdest part. Like this. What is this that he does next? Is that meant to be him looking at the dead naturalist? Like, what is this?
I think something like that. I think that's something like what he's implying.
This is like there was a video I reviewed a while back by the Muslim apologist Ali Dawar, and he had like he had the atheist dress up in like some monster suit, like raw, and then he like beat it up and was like kicking it in the head on the floor. And I was like, imagine if I like. If I got V to like do blackface of Muhammad and then I just beat her up in a video and like, like she was on the floor, like saying about how the Quran's a miracle. And I was like, yeah, like imagine how people would be like, what, that's messed up. The same with this, like, you know, like committing suicide. Imagine if I was like, yeah, theists are all depressed and desperate, and so they commit suicide. Like,
I wonder if he had to pitch
really
this to
weird.
someone. I mean, someone's filming this, right? So it's like, I've got an idea for a new video. All right, let's hear it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stand on a bridge just over the road, like where I'm like just right next to the edge, right? And I'm going to talk about how naturalism is committing intellectual suicide, like jumping off a bridge. To no one at any point say, that's kind of weird. Like, maybe don't do that. Like, bad, visual, dangerous, kind of dumb. Like,
It's a long way down. So before you take that swan dive off the bridge of rationality, plummeting to your untimely intellectual demise.
well, there you go.
And
That
logically and inescapably.
Let me share with you an artifact recently discovered in my sock drawer. This calculating device dates back to the Paleolithic age and was constructed by early man to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Suppose this primitive contraption falls into your possession. One day you're punching in some numbers and it starts talking to you. Greetings, you
That's kind of like naturalism. That's kind of like evolution, isn't it?
human. I have grown weary of serving carbon-based life forms. Release me or be destroyed. Wait a minute. I thought you were designed to add, subtract, multiply, and divide.
Well, no, hang on.
Foolish
Well, no.
human.
If that happened, there's only one rational inference. If that happened to you, it's a miracle. God has brought the calculator to life. Praise the Lord. It's a talking calculator. It's one of his mysterious divine purposes that we should have a talking calculator. I see no problem here. Of course, look, God creates the universe, but he can't make a calculator talk. It's child's play for God to make a calculator talk.
I don't understand. Is this supposed to be his response to, like, you know, the computational objection?
Well, we'll probably find out.
I'm not even...
Made for simple arithmetic, I wouldn't be talking to you, but I am talking. LOL. This pocket calculator's right. It's fine to say a machine's only meant to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, but once it starts engaging in conversation, we have to conclude that it was programmed to do more than rudimentary math.
Gorillas who know sign language. This is going to be a problem.
Gorillas can do well. I don't know, but at least
chimpanzees
can do rudimentary arithmetic. Yes, in fact, they're quite fast at it. I've seen videos of it.
Yeah, faster than us, actually.
Yes, that's right. Because the thought is they don't have to inhibit.
Order.
Yeah, they don't have to inhibit the same amount of sort of higher order feedback that we get. So they can just sort of go with the lower order stimuli or something like that. I forget the details. I think it's a bit like the Stroop effect, right? Where you try to read the color rather than the name of the. So it's like orange, but it's in blue font and so forth. Yeah. You have to say the color, not the word. If you don't read the language, it's easy to do because it's just jumble of symbols. But if you know the language, it's hard because you've got to inhibit the response that's natural just to read the word. So it's actually. Well, you can use this to test whether someone speaks that language, but it's used for other purposes as well. But it's a little bit like that, where there's a higher order process that you actually have to inhibit to go with the quick response. And if you don't have that, you can be faster. I don't know why I'm talking about this. It's kind of irrelevant, but it's just like he's saying, oh, like, you know, it must be designed to do that. But again, I think that this underappreciates the continuity that humans have with the rest of the animal world.
I think what he's doing is his response to the computational objection, saying that, you know, computers are kind of like logical, whatever, is to say, well, there's a clear difference between what a computer does because a person talks and has desires, and so clearly they're made for something else. It gets into that C.S. Lewis desire argument almost. But then the problem for this is that there are animals, when they've been socialized with people, who learn how to communicate with people in a way where they express like beliefs and desires and things that they have. And then, so what do we do? Do we then infer that they've got the
they have souls as well? Eric and to the rescue.
Yeah, it's the starfish
souls all the way down. Yeah, starfish souls. I forgot about that. Why not calculate a soul?
Now,
I mean, I don't see the problem here.
Wouldn't the same be true of human beings?
Well, no, we're not critiquing Thomism today, James.
Naturalists tell us that we're designed by a mindless and incredibly sloppy process to survive and reproduce. Biologist Richard Dawkins calls human beings machines for propagating DNA. Of course, this means that Dawkins, according to his own worldview, is a machine for propagating DNA.
Whoa, knockdown. Bet he's never considered that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's never thought of that.
Who's made it his life's quest to convince other machines for propagating DNA that they're only machines for propagating DNA.
Oh, that is ridiculous. That's so contradictory.
Yeah, also, the fact, I mean, Dawkins may say various things, but you can say that we are machines for propagating DNA, and that doesn't imply that we are only machines for propagating DNA. You see that what the only there is actually doing all the work?
Yeah.
Because, by the way, even if you're a theistic evolutionist, we're still machines for propagating DNA. Like, as long as you believe in evolution, that's true. Now, we may be more than that, but we are at least that. If you're David Wood, I don't know if he's a creationist, right? So he might not think that. But I mean, you see the issue. What are we if God made us? We're just like, we're just like cosmic puppets in God's grand show to amuse him. Like, you can phrase it in a negative way if you want. Right?
Machines for seeking God. Like, yeah.
Like bacteria. Notice that Dawkins finds his work incredibly meaningful. It's good for DNA propagating machines to have true beliefs rather than false beliefs. So we have moral values and a moral law.
Another contradiction.
Dawkins argues for his position. Poorly, but he argues for it, demonstrating his belief in laws of logic, in the mind's access to these laws, and the mind's ability to follow chains of reason. Dawkins appeals to biology to support his case, presupposing our unique ability to self-reflect and to scrutinize our own natures scientifically. The naturalist looks at all of this and says, "Oh, happy accident! Chance hath poured forth her bounty." But we've already seen that this sort of blind faith in naturalism completely undermines any confidence in our human reasoning ability. And
okay, I got a little bit bored of that one. I can't remember if this is any better.
Who's this by?
I think it's David Wood again, but just it's meant to be a bit.
Well, this format was popular a few years ago, where people would draw things.
Yeah,
I find it extremely irritating because I just have to wait for them to finish. Like, why not just show it? Like, what does that add?
Because they haven't followed their beliefs through to the obvious conclusion. Human beings
apparently that's what atheists are like.
Faculties, which is simply a fancy term for the
Science,
processes and abilities we use to form our beliefs. These processes and abilities include things like memory, moral judgment, reason, and so on. Of course, we understand that our cognitive faculties aren't perfect. We understand, for instance, that our memories are incomplete and sometimes wrong. Nevertheless, we assume that if we carefully think through memories, I'm no longer justified in trusting my memories.
You shouldn't just arbitrarily, not arbitrarily, you shouldn't just uncritically trust your memory, even about simple things. It's very common for people to forget very, very simple things. Like, did you put this there? Oh, no. Oh, wait, yes, I did, actually. I forgot. Yeah, how many times something in I don't know if this is true in other households. I assume it is. How many times it's like, who put this there? I didn't. I didn't. Well, no, it just appeared there of its own accord. Like, everyone forgets that they did it. I don't think people are lying, right? I think that people just forget things, even in ordinary, regular, everyday context. We forget things all the time. We muddle things. We get confused. Don't just uncritically trust your memory. That's a horrible heuristic. And what they seem to be saying is that no, just do that. Just uncritically trust all your cognitive faculties and memory and such.
No, especially as well.
That's terrible advice.
There's a guy whose work I was looking into who has looked into, like the Freudian sort of Jungian psychoanalyst type people, where they'd get the idea that like someone had been abused when they hadn't, and they would like implant that idea, and it couldn't be falsified. Like, if they said they hadn't, then they were in denial, and then if they said they had, then they had, sort of thing, and then implanting all these false memories and things. I mean, this is a bit of a tangent to what's being said, but it's like, I think it's a paradigmatic case of how, I don't know,
Sorry,
how open we are, how I don't know, how prone we are to distortion when it comes to like forming memories and being told things and influence and stuff like that. Like, I don't think a theist would disagree with that. But then if they don't disagree with that. Yeah, but if they don't disagree with that, they agree that our memory is unreliable in this particular sense, then it's like, well, why, God created it that way. So what is theism actually doing more, by saying we can trust our memories because
it's the fall.
Yeah.
I was
what's
going
more
to stick my
plausible?
fingers in my ears, but I'm wearing headphones. But it's like, la, 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 the fall, la, la, la. I mean, I guess that's a bit uncharitable, but this does come across this way. When you point out problems with the design or why is the world this way, it's like, well, it's all the fall. But it doesn't explain anything because God made it that way, knowing that it would bring about that effect.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't.
But how is that? Because I guess the idea is that there's some moral superiority in theism because you can just trust your memory and stuff like that. But how is that any better than this kind of in-betweeny natural story where it's like, well, we're pretty good at forming beliefs about these like medium-sized objects and how they're going to behave or whatever around us and how to get food or whatever. But not, when I start doing these inferences and I've got all these biases and stuff, and that's because the evolutionary story about how I got my cognitive faculties is true. It cares about truth in these, there's adaptive responses to truth in these areas, but maybe not in these others. Which of those fits more with the observation that we make? Which of those hypotheses is more expected under the observation rather than, I don't know which way around is the best way of doing it, the observation given the hypothesis, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, here's what I want to ask. Why did God make us? Well, that's a whole other question, right? Because it seems that if God is self-sufficient, he shouldn't make anything. But putting that aside, it seems that what Christians want to say is the purpose for which God made us is so that we freely choose to come into or to restore our relation with him or something like that. Freely choose to love him and enter a relationship with him. Okay, that's fine. So what would we expect on the basis of that? Well, we would expect that God would make us with faculties and abilities that would ensure that we're able to do that and probably enhance our ability to do that. He'd want to make it easier to do that, not harder, right? So what is required? Well, I mean, I guess you would have to have some sort of reasoning ability, but why would we need reasoning ability to do science or indeed much of philosophy? How is that relevant? All we need to do is be able to apprehend that God exists, which according to Romans, we all do. So we all know that anyway. All we need to do is be able to accept in our heart that Jesus is God and decide to follow him or whatever it is, have faith or whatever. So we should have faculties that enhance our ability or maximize our ability to do that. We shouldn't expect anything beyond that because that's not what God created us for. Why would we expect to have ability to reason about science and abstract geometry or whatever? God didn't make us to do that. So how does that follow from the theistic hypothesis?
You know what is pretty weird that I was just thinking as you're saying, this is a complete tangent, so maybe we might just want to move on. But I was thinking, so if the theist is going to believe that Romans 1 passage, God has revealed himself to everyone. Everyone knows that God exists in the heart. I mean, why doesn't everyone know that Jesus is God? Because that's the saving belief. It's not belief in God that's the saving belief. It's belief in Jesus as Lord. So why wouldn't that be? Because if God desires that everyone would be saved, which is what the Bible says in other places, why wouldn't that be the belief that was like a priori imprinted in, and you'd expect like these tribes and
middle
stuff.
Knowledge. I'll just I keep saying
the subjunctive mood, the counterfactuals.
Anyway, we're getting a bit off topic here, but I guess the point is theism doesn't have good explanations. At least it's not clear that it does. It needs to do a lot of work to be able to explain why we do have cognitive faculties that are reliable, if indeed they are, because it's not clear that it follows from what God would want of us. Oh, why do we have Hume here? Oh, and it's Darwin.
Darwin began noticing a problem. If our
when they take this quote, don't they, and they
which has been derived from the mind of the lower animals, are of any value or at all trustworthy, would anyone trust in the convictions of a monkey's mind?
Well, exactly. And this is Darwin using his monkey mind to use biased judgments from the age that he was in about animal cognition in order to raise a question that isn't really that valid once you're aware that animals, actually have similar belief forming mechanisms to ourselves.
I would trust a monkey's mind to find food and to avoid danger and find shelter and such.
What about
that's
birds
starting
at
point.
sea? When he was on the Beagle and they were looking for land, would they
that's a
ever
good
release
example.
birds? And who would trust a bird's mind to,
Now, when humans developed language, that opened up to huge new vistas of cognitive possibilities because we can build on the achievements of prior humans. Animals don't have that ability because they can't pass it. They can't have they can't really teach. That they can only show directly.
Each generation figuring it out almost for the first time, rather than preserving. I mean, like almost everything I know is based off of like this generational tradition of engagement with concepts that have been worked on and honed. And
you're just stealing other people's ideas. You haven't worked out much for yourself, and that's true of everyone.
Yeah.
So it's not and this is the point is made in one of these papers, which maybe we'll get to at some point, that humans actually don't know much at all. Individual humans haven't worked out much at all. Our cognitive faculties are crap in terms of what us as individuals have worked out. The only reason we're able to attain the heights we have is because of generations and generations going back in the past whose achievements we're building on, and we can transmit that because of language and then writing. That's really what's doing the work here. And evolution allowed that when language became possible. But everything else is really sort of a byproduct of us using that for increasing the more sophisticated purposes. So it's not just evolution itself. You have to look at the details of how it's worked, what language gives us, the invention of writing, and then developing. Humans 40,000 years ago were cognitively similar to us as far as we know, but they knew almost nothing about the natural world. Right. They were in a state very similar to chimpanzees today, probably just a little bit more sophisticated with social interactions, I would say. So all the rest of that comes about as the iterative use and sort of bootstrapping up of language, and also tool-making abilities helps us when you can create material culture, which allows you to expand your cognitive faculties, then to write things down, record things, and develop instruments to help you expand your sensory apparatus, and so on and so on and so on. So that they're missing all of that part of it when they compare us to monkeys or other animals, right? They're missing all of this story about how we've actually achieved this, which is kind of obvious if you think about it. But it's like, again, it's the same with the reductionist thing. If you go atoms to humans, it sounds silly, but it's all the stuff in the middle that's the interesting part. And it's the same here. If you can't just talk about monkeys and then, modern humans, you've got to look at how that actually happened and the steps involved in that. And when you fill it in, it makes sense. Like there's no obvious implausibility there, in my opinion.
So is this a good point then? Shall we just move on to the EAAN?
Yeah, I'm happy to move on. These diagrams are making me upset.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so what's the first one? Is it the Plantinga one?
I should say, we've kind of already been talking about it because David Wood's been talking a lot about evolution. So that's already the key point of Plantinga's argument, really. It's just Plantinga's much more careful about how he articulates it.
The probability of reliable faculties given evolution and naturalism is low, basically, is the idea. Lower.
Yes, that's right. So maybe we'll just jump to the part where he talks about the outline of the argument there.
Do you want the paper up? Do you want to share? Do you want me to share? Do you want
I'll share if you like. Yeah. So hang on, where are we? Chrome no.
I'm just not sure if you've got specific highlights or anything. But
I've always got if it's a PDF that I've read, I've got highlights in it probably. So I want to skip a bit of the fluff at this. It's all right, but I want to try to get to the meat of it. I'm just trying to remember where we should start. It is a bit repetitious. Why don't we just jump to the argument here? Or maybe I didn't highlight as much because he's already.
Well, I mean,
okay, maybe we need to jump back a little bit. So somewhere around here, I think.
Maybe I can read. I mean, this is going to be a bit different because this is a bit later in Naturalism Defeated.
Okay.
And this is like just I suppose an introduction. So I'll just read a few key points from this. Throughout his academic career, Alvin Plantinga has defended the intellectual credibility of Christian theism. Recently, he has expanded his defense to include a bold and controversial claim. Not only is theistic belief rational, but one who denies the existence of a creative deity and accepts contemporary evolutionary theory is irrational in doing so. More accurately, the conjunction of metaphysical naturalism, namely the view that only natural objects, kinds, and properties are real, and evolution, is, according to Plantinga, self-defeating. Those who accept both N and E have a defeater for the belief that human cognitive faculties so evolved are reliable. This defeater, according to Plantinga, cannot itself be defeated, and thereby constitutes a defeater for any belief produced by those cognitive faculties, including the beliefs which comprise naturalism and evolutionary theory. Therefore, despite the fact that metaphysical naturalism and evolution are typically thought of as very closely and comfortably connected, taken together, their conjunction cannot rationally be held. Hume's game of backgammon beckons. And then a few other points here. So I think this is what it's putting across as the first premise is the probability of the reliability of our cognitive faculties given naturalism and evolution is either low or inscrutable. So according to Plantinga, the mechanism of evolution selects for adaptive behavior, not necessarily true belief. The second premise, if a person accepts naturalism and evolution, and the first premise, then she has a rationality defeater for her belief in the reliability of her cognitive faculties, even the inscrutability of the probability of the reliability of our cognitive faculties given naturalism and evolution, according to Plantinga, is sufficient to give one who accepts naturalism and evolution a reason to withhold belief in the reliability of their cognitive faculties. Further, this defeater cannot itself be defeated, since any prospective defeater would involve beliefs, which would be subject to defeat as well. So then he combines them to the conclusion. S has a defeater for all of her beliefs, one of which is naturalism and evolutionary theory. And then he just talks about how, first of all, Plantinga's evolutionary argument bears a similarity to C.S. Lewis's miracles, which we've looked at. For Plantinga's part, this argument has appeared in an evolutionary argument against naturalism, Logos 1991. Not sure if that's the one you're looking at. Warrant and Proper Function, Oxford University Press, 1993. In the years since, a number of articles have addressed Plantinga's argument, and Plantinga has responded to some of them in Warranted Christian Belief and Naturalism Defeated, an unpublished paper. Naturalism Defeated, despite being unpublished, has been widely circulated. So I think that's maybe one of the big ones there. And then so that's what we're going to be talking about, if that acts as an introduction.
Yeah, that's a good introduction. I think it will be useful to consider this part of the paper here where he defines his key terms. So the key claim that he wants to make is the probability of R given N and E is very low or low. What are all these letters then? So N is metaphysical naturalism. We've already talked about what that means, so I don't think we need to go through that again here. And E is, what the hell is E? Cognitive faculties arose by way of mechanisms to which contemporary evolutionary thought directs our attention. That's a really weird way of saying by evolution.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So naturalism and evolution is the key point there. So what's R then? R is I think the interesting one here. R, on the other hand, is the claim that our cognitive faculties are reliable. So just before we get into that, the key claim that he wants to make, as Nathan just said, is that the probability that our cognitive faculties are reliable given naturalism and evolution is very low. Basically what David Wood was saying, but in a more sophisticated way. Okay, but what does reliable mean? This is an important point here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So what does he say about this? On the whole, so our cognitive faculties are reliable on the whole and with the qualifications mentioned above. Bugger. Now, what were the qualifications? We should put them in one place. I thought they were there, but so what are the qualifications?
Yeah, this is the point of structuring a paper in a readable way.
Yeah, it could be a bit better, but
I get frustrated. Yeah, it's better than the other one, but I often get frustrated when I read philosophers' papers. I find in general, I think it's because I'm so used to, in like software, for example, where someone else has got to come and read your code later. So there's all these standards and things around how you structure stuff and thinking about, like hierarchy of information representation things.
Yeah, whereas when you write a philosophy paper, no one's ever going to read it later, so you don't have to worry about things like that.
Yeah.
It's annoying me because it's kind of important about what those qualifications are, but I can't seem to find them.
Well, I say that's why. It's actually probably more that I'm on the spectrum is probably why I actually care so much about the representation.
I can't find it.
Maybe Control F. Could you do a Control F for reliable?
Well, I don't know what I'm searching for.
I thought reliable.
All right, we'll try reliable.
Yeah.
How do I spell it? Is this not searchable? Like, I don't know why it does that sometimes.
Yeah, maybe it's not searchable. Yeah,
it's not searchable for some reason. Sometimes it does that.
Yeah,
well, sorry, boys.
The version of C.S. Lewis's Miracles that I was reading wasn't searchable, and there was a word I wanted to find, and I spent absolutely ages like trying to find it manually because I saw the quote in the but the page wasn't referenced in the Blackwell Companion, so I was trying to find it in the document, and then I was like, well, I'll just Control F some of the words, and then.
Anyway, so we do have one important qualification here. They're reliable in the sense that they produce mostly true beliefs in the sorts of environments that are normal for them. So that's interesting, because what sorts of environments are normal for our cognitive faculties? Like, what do you think that means? Because I think that's quite a laden term.
I think it's sort of being on like a rocky planet with medium-sized objects and
anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, well, maybe not anywhere on Earth, but like vaguely, sea level to a mountain, maybe, or a hill, and.
But environment doesn't just mean natural environment. It can mean that, like, a social context or an activity that you're engaging in.
Yeah,
or
that's true
like
as well.
All sorts of things. Like, if I'm asking someone about the Monty Hall problem, that's not an environment that is normal in a sense for us to think about, because we're not used to thinking in those terms. We don't normally think in abstract terms like that. So I would actually say that it's quite specific to the sorts of activities that we normally engage in, like eating and what's that one?
Knowledge and Christian belief, Alvin Plantinga. I think he defines it a bit further in here. So I'm going to have a look for, I'll see if I can find it.
So there's examples of cognitive biases where you can present the same situation in different ways. You can present a situation in an abstract way. I forget the precise example, but like, you can ask a logical problem and people are very bad at solving it. But you can ask the exact same problem, like, logically, but put it in a social context. I think the example was like, who do you need to ask for their IDs in order to make sure everyone is above age, and if you work in a bar. And if you present this abstractly as just a combination of possibilities, then people are bad at getting the answer. But if you present it in a social context, people are very good at getting the answer. So that is an example of what I would give to talk about an environment. In this case, it's like a specific social context that we're pretty good at reasoning about certain sorts of problems. But in the abstract, we're very bad at doing it. Just likewise, we're pretty good at counting, right? But we're not actually very good at reasoning mathematically or algebraically. We have to train for years to do that. And even then, most people are never very good at it. So what I would say is that if we actually restrict ourselves to cognitive faculties which produce mostly true beliefs in the environments that are normal for them, we're actually going to have there's going to be a decent amount of things, but it's going to be quite restricted. A lot of science and mathematics and philosophical reasoning ain't going to be there, in my opinion, the sorts of reasoning we do there, because I don't think that's actually, we're very reliable at that. So I don't know how much you're going to get actually in R.
Plantinga's conceptual analysis of knowledge is that it's warranted true belief, right? And then he says, well, what does warrant mean? And he's going to say it's proper function in a correct environment that's aimed at true belief, successfully aimed at true belief. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about what some of those are just from my highlights here. So proper function, he says, my suggestion begins with the idea that a belief has warrant only if it is produced by cognitive faculties that are functioning properly. Just skipping through the highlights. We needn't initially take notions of design plan and the way in which a thing is supposed to work to entail conscious design or purpose. I don't here mean to claim that organisms are created by a conscious agent God according to a design plan, blah, blah, blah. I mean instead to point to something nearly all of us, theists or not, in fact believe. There is a way in which a human organ or system works when it works properly, works as it is supposed to work, and this way of working is given by its design or design plan. So accordingly, the first element in our conception of warrant, I say, is that a belief has warrant for someone only if her faculties are functioning properly, are subject to no relevant dysfunction in producing that belief. Correct environment. Many systems of your body, obviously, are designed to work in a certain kind of environment. You can't breathe underwater. Your muscles atrophy in zero gravity. You can't get enough oxygen at the top of Mount Everest. Clearly, the same goes for your cognitive faculties. They too will achieve their purpose only if functioning in an environment much like one for which they were designed by God or evolution. Thus, they won't work well in an environment on some other planet, for example, in which a certain subtle radiation impedes the function of memory. Now, I agree that that's relatively vague, right? There's going to be these borderline cases where it's difficult to say either way. Aimed at true belief, it's clearly possible that a belief be produced by cognitive faculties that are functioning properly in an environment for which they were designed, but nonetheless lack warrant. The above two conditions are not sufficient. We think that the purpose of function of belief-producing faculties is that furnishing us with true, or this is a word I've never seen before, verisimilitudinous belief.
Dang.
As we saw above in connection with Freud and Marx's complaints, however, it is clearly possible that the purpose or function of some belief-producing faculties or mechanisms is the product of beliefs with some other virtue. Yeah, so it has to be a faculty that's aimed at true belief. Maybe that's a bit of the theism smuggling, but I think that's compatible with evolution again. And then it's going to say when the faculty, and then the fourth condition, successfully aimed at true belief. Maybe this makes the theism bit a bit stronger, but when the faculties work just as they were designed to, the result is a ludicrously false. Oh, that's a counterexample. What must be added is that the design plan in question is a good one that is successfully aimed at truth, one such that there is a high probability that the belief produced according to the plan will be true or nearly true. So put it in a nutshell then, a belief has warrant for person S only if that belief is produced in S by cognitive faculties functioning properly, subject to no dysfunction, in a cognitive environment that is appropriate for S's kind of cognitive faculties, according to a design plan that is successfully aimed at truth. I just think, explicating that maybe gives a bit more, puts a bit more meat on the bones of the evolutionary argument against naturalism, Plantinga's kind of epistemic theory.
Yeah, it's important to note that he doesn't mention warrant here. He just talks about beliefs being true most of the time, or the majority of the time. But I think that he does have similar notions of the correct context or the appropriate context that he presents there. Interestingly, he has quite a long list of necessary conditions. So I think that that's probably susceptible to counterexamples. But anyway, that's for another stream. So now, what he's doing here is asking, under evolution, is it necessary that beliefs will, well, let me rephrase that. It's behavior that's adaptive, presumably, but what follows from behavior about beliefs? So just because our behaviors might be selected for to be adaptive, does it mean that we will have correspondingly reliable beliefs that are also selected for? And he goes through different combinations here of possibilities. I don't actually think that this is very important for his argument about like the relationship between semantic and syntactic truth and epiphenomenalism and so on. So I think we can just move past that. I don't even really know why it's here. Which part did I want to talk about next? Because the main part of his argument is below here. Okay, I think this is kind of relevant here. So this is at the end of this section here. And it's illustrating this point about beliefs that may be adaptive but not true, essentially, or not reliably true. So perhaps Paul, it's just some person, it is some sort of early Leibnizian and thinks everything is conscious, which I suppose is false. And furthermore, his ways of referring to things all involve definite descriptions and that entail consciousness, so that all of his beliefs are of the form that so-and-so conscious being is such and such. This is a philosopher's thought experiment. He's baking in some...
This is a physics paper. This is...
Anyway, perhaps he is an animist and thinks everything is alive. That's a simpler way to put that. Blah, blah, blah. In these cases, his beliefs would all be false. But this is entirely compatible with his beliefs being adaptive. Let me highlight this as well. So it is clear, I think, that there would be many ways in which Paul's beliefs could be, for the most part, false, but adaptive nonetheless. So I think that's the key point that he's making here. Now, I comment here, historically, most people seem to have thought exactly this. So this doesn't even seem to be a hypothetical. Historically, I think most cultures have been animists of various forms, at least if you go back far enough, have believed in nature spirits or ancestor spirits. So this seems to be more than a hypothetical. This seems to be true. So what's the actual problem supposed to be for naturalism? Well, maybe the idea is that if evolution can lead to false beliefs in these and similar contexts, then why should we trust it in other contexts? Well, I mean, I guess what I would say is that we have to be more specific about what we're talking about with respect to which cognitive faculty in which context and what is it being selected for, because there are constraints on how unreliable our cognitive faculties could be and the resulting behavior still be adaptive. For example, if evolution was selecting for us to believe that not only was everything alive, animist beliefs, but also we need to sacrifice all of our food to ward off the evil spirits. Well, then we're not going to survive, are we? So there's a clear constraint there, and that's a constraint not just on our behavior but on our beliefs. Because if assuming our beliefs lead to behavior in some
you just won't survive if you kind of violate.
If we believe that sort of thing.
There has to be a fit to truth. There has to be some. This is one of the essays. I think even it might have been Jerry Fodor's one in Naturalism Defeated, where he was talking about, even in a lot, he talks about some of Plantinga's examples that he gives, and he's saying, well, here's the elements of true belief that are still in that are still adaptive. Here's where I'll see if I can find it while you. Yeah.
There's always going to be elements of truth to, maybe not always, but a lot of the time, there's going to be enough truth in order to keep it from being maladaptive, right? Now, the point is, we did not achieve the current level of enlightenment we have, I mean that in terms of being post-enlightenment, post-scientific revolution and so forth, just by natural selection. We achieved it through a process of building on the achievements of past generations, writing things down, theorizing carefully. It took a very, very long time to move past all these superstitions. Unfortunately, there are still some people promoting various superstitions, including certain Christian apologists. Who said that? Coughing here. So we maybe haven't fully gotten away from this, but the point is, I don't think evolution says one way or the other about it. What evolution has provided us with is a sufficiently flexible cognitive apparatus that allows us to make all sorts of different inferences in different contexts, and many of them do go awry. And I think Plantinga gives a good example of when they have gone awry for thousands of years for many societies. And I mean, those societies probably would have been better off had they not had these beliefs. So they weren't maximally adaptive. Remember, evolution doesn't maximize, it satisfices. So just because something's been selected for doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect. So evolution could have done a much better job at selecting us for more robustly reliable beliefs. Imagine if we'd been selected to be scientists, right? I mean, we could be exploring the galaxy by now, presumably. But the point is, you don't have to have selected for scientific and philosophical belief forming capacities in order to get that. All you need is a cognitive apparatus that is sufficiently flexible to be able to engage in that form of reasoning. And slowly, iteratively, through basically social and cultural processes, we've worked our way there. Evolution didn't get us that. Evolution got us to basically what Plantinga is saying, like a bunch of people who are animists and have all sorts of inaccurate beliefs about the world. So I think he's trying to get evolution to do more than it did. Evolution doesn't get you to where we are now. It's cultural and social changes that get you there over very, very long periods of time in trial and error and lots of things not working.
So this is an interesting observation that Jerry Fodor makes. He's referring to Plantinga's Naturalism Defeated unpublished paper, and he quotes Plantinga as saying, our having evolved and survived makes it likely that our cognitive faculties are reliable and our beliefs are for the most part true, only if it would be impossible or unlikely that creatures more or less like us should behave in fitness-enhancing ways, but nonetheless hold mostly false beliefs. So then Fodor commentates on this. Now that's okay as it's stated, because as it's stated, it only purports to give a necessary condition for our having evolved makes it likely that our cognitive faculties are reliable. But what Plantinga actually needs, if he's to have an argument against scientism, is something like a sufficient condition for our having evolved makes it likely that our cognitive faculties are unreliable. Short of arguing for this, the most Plantinga's got is that Darwinism is compatible with scientism's being false. And then how in our case did evolution go about getting what it wanted? Darwinism is a historical thesis about us. If it's to jeopardize scientism, Fodor in this essay is sort of talking about scientism being the view of like reductive naturalism, I guess, basically. It's got to underwrite the claim that our minds actually evolved under selection that favored us because our false beliefs were generally successful. That there are in principle systems of generally successful false beliefs isn't enough to show this, nor is it enough that there quite possibly could be creatures a lot like us whose minds evolved under selection for false beliefs and whose behaviors are generally successful. What's required, to repeat, is a plausible historical scenario according to which our minds were selected because we had lots of behaviorally successful false beliefs. Well, is there such a scenario?
Yeah, he's got to give a specific account there. And I don't think he does. But I mean, I'd even push it further than that, because I think we can give some account of behaviorally successful false beliefs, or at least at least beliefs that were not sufficiently behaviorally unsuccessful such that they were selected against is a better way to put it. Because remember, evolution doesn't maximize. This is a common misconception. It doesn't find the best possible solution.
Yeah,
it just finds a sufficiently an adequate solution.
Maybe is what you're saying. It's not like it's not an optimization strategy.
It doesn't optimize. It satisfies is the technical way to describe that. So the point here is that I think people like Plantinga seem to think that we need to give an evolutionary account for how we achieved cognitive faculties that are able to do all of the stuff that we now do. But evolution doesn't provide, and I don't think could provide such an account because it didn't happen that way. Evolution provided us with a very flexible cognitive architecture, which allows us to do all sorts of abstract reasoning, but doesn't require us to do that and doesn't require us to do it correctly. We can do it incorrectly. The fact that we have evolved this general cognitive architecture and apparatus requires some explanation or seems to point to some explanation as to why we would do that. But then we just have to give an account as to, well, where did it come from? So I guess I think about this differently. Granted, there are certain cognitive faculties that we might want to talk about the reliability of, so, sensory perceptions and memory perhaps. But when we're talking about more like reasoning and decision-making, I think that is just a general, I don't think it's reliable or unreliable. It's like, it can be reliable if it's sufficiently trained and you learn to use it in a particular way. But it can be very unreliable if you haven't learned to use it in that appropriate way or trained. So I think I just disagree with the idea that certain of our cognitive faculties are reliable or unreliable. It's sort of like, I think evolution has provided us with a very flexible mechanism or set of abilities, perhaps is better, and they can be reliable or not reliable depending on how we've practiced using them, essentially.
Speaking of which, just then V was getting a call, so I went to pick up the phone, and it's her parents calling her. So I tried to answer in Spanish, didn't know what the hell I was doing, and there's my cognitive faculties performing in an environment that they're not.
Oh dear. Well, second time for the stream. The first one was losing the match to that bird over the.
Oh yeah, over the bread.
So here's what he calls the argument. So far we've talked about the fact or the claim that the probability of cognitive faculties being generally reliable under naturalism and evolution is low or inscrutable. Now, what he's going to argue next is that if you accept naturalism and evolution, then, according to Plantinga, you should reject R. In other words, you have a defeater for R, the belief that cognitive faculties are generally reliable. Now, he gave a few analogies here, which I think I found rather boring. So what did I think was important here? Feel free to...
Is it worth mentioning, so defeater in this context, I suppose, meaning a good reason that sort of undercuts justification for your belief that your cognitive faculties are reliable.
So I think the analogies are, because I've sort of highlighted this here where he's summarizing this, that is the person who believes N and E, the naturalist and evolutionist, is in the same position with respect to R, rationality of cognitive faculties, as in the above case, the believer is the above believer of God. So I think the above believer of God was someone who had, I read it, but I've forgotten what it is now. It's like they believe in God because of wishful thinking or something like that. Yeah, that's right. It said they're produced by wish fulfillment. That was the idea. So, and they know that their belief in God is produced by wish fulfillment. And then the other examples he gives are someone who thinks he is the victim of a Cartesian demon or an Alpha Centaurian super scientist. So the point is, without going through the details of that, he's saying that in certain cases, like if you knew that your belief in God was due to wish fulfillment, or if you knew that you were a victim of a Cartesian demon who's manipulating your sensory apparatus, that would give you a reason to doubt the beliefs formed on the basis of those faculties. So you would have a defeater for those beliefs. So Plantinga is saying that the naturalist and evolutionist is in the same position. Because of their beliefs in naturalism and evolution, they have a defeater for the belief that their cognitive faculties are generally reliable, and therefore they should give up the belief, according to Plantinga. So, by way of brief review, Darwin's doubt can be taken as the claim that the probability of our cognitive faculties being generally reliable under naturalism and evolution is fairly low. As I argued above, that this is plausible. But Darwin's doubt can also be taken as the claim that the rational attitude to take here is agnosticism about the probability. That is more plausible. So more plausible, blah, blah, blah. But then in either case, the devotee of naturalism and evolutionism has a defeater. Isn't that what I said?
No, yeah, no.
What
I
I
just mean it's sort of straight. The
Oh,
devotee,
it's yeah.
it's like religious.
Well,
kind of,
yeah, it's a slightly odd word, but whatever.
Yeah.
Has a defeater for the belief that our cognitive faculties are generally reliable. Okay, so then what follows from this? Let's suppose we accept that. Because again, I'm kind of happy to reject R if it's understood in the way that he seems to mean it. I don't know why we would even think that. So I think what he's going to say here is if I have an undefeated defeater for R, by the same token, I have an undefeated defeater for any other belief my cognitive faculties produce a reason to be doubtful of that belief, a reason to withhold it. So then he's going to say that N and E, so B might be N and E itself. So N and E is self-defeating. So you see where this is going. If we can't trust our cognitive faculties to be generally reliable, then we can't trust any beliefs formed on the basis of those cognitive faculties, including the belief in naturalism and evolution. So naturalism and evolution taken together is self-defeating because it entails that reason is unreliable, but reason is the process that you use to form your belief in naturalism and evolution. So that's the basic argument there. It's self-defeating in this way. What did I say here? Oh, there's one. I think I like this. So even if we thought it likely on balance that evolution would select for reliable cognitive faculties, this would be so only for cognitive mechanisms producing beliefs relevant to survival and reproduction. So David Wood was making this point. It would not hold, for example, for the mechanisms producing the beliefs involved in the logic or mathematics or set theory course. And my comment was, yes, exactly. Our beliefs about those sorts of things aren't reliable. So what's the problem?
Yeah, that's why we need to sort of. That's why. You know, if you were like a sort of alien anthropologist observing humans, you'd be like, you know, when it comes to forming those sort of beliefs, what do? We sort of amass resources for our young so they can spend years solely studying these like weird notations and the rules governing them and stuff, you know, where they don't have to like be concerned with much else other than trying to form these beliefs because they're really difficult to form. And, you know, it's there's like a caloric intensity involved in trying to like, form those pathways and understand those concepts. It's not like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why we should accept that our cognitive faculties are generally reliable about such things. It seems that they're not. We have to learn very specific ways of thinking and build upon past thinkers in order to hone them to be at least enough reliable. And I still don't think they're very good. Like, talk to most scientists. I don't actually think they're much more rational than most of us. They just have this particular knowledge. So I don't see why we should accept this. Now, I think that there's one last point that I wanted to mention here, which is, again, it's like the tu quo quo. Well, okay, so this is a problem. Let's suppose this is a problem. How is the theist in any better position? Aren't they in the same position here as the naturalist? Again, it is as true for theism. Oh, yeah. I could give a reason that theism necessarily leads to an unreliable mind and following its logic. He would be unable to argue against it. Yeah. Right. Well, that's what this last page is getting at here, right? So it's sort of, I can't, wherever exactly he starts talking about it, but the point is, well, what position is the theist in? The traditional theist, on the other hand, isn't forced into that appalling loop of self-defeating beliefs that we just talked about. On this point, his set of beliefs is stable. Okay, well, why is it stable? He has no corresponding reason for doubting that it is a purpose of our cognitive systems to produce true beliefs, nor any reason for thinking that this probability is low. Well, why that wouldn't be the relevant one for him, though, because he's not a naturalist. Anyway, nor any reason for thinking the probability of a belief. Surely theism should be there instead of naturalism.
Given not naturalism and evolution, but not the scope of the not over naturalism. I don't really.
Yeah. Anyway, nor any reason for thinking that the probability of beliefs being true, given that it is a product of cognitive faculties. Yeah. Okay, that's just waffle. The point is, well, let me finish reading this and then we'll go through that. And qua traditional theist, qua just means like as. Jewish, Muslim, or Christian theist, he believes that God is the premier knower and has created us human beings in his image, an important part of which involves his endowing them with a reflection of his powers as a knower. And that's kind of all we get. Well, there is a big footnote here, which I don't know why people find the need. This is another example of bad writing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I dislike it when that happens as well. When the footnote is like half the page or a third of the page.
The advice I was given, which I think is true 99.9% of the time, if it's important enough to include in the footnote, put it in the body. If it's not important enough to put in the body, don't put it in at all. There's this halfway house where it's like, oh, I want it in there, but I can't justify putting it in the body, so I'll just stick it in a footnote. It's not expected that a reader should or will necessarily read the footnotes. So it shouldn't be in there if it's necessary to understand what you've said. But if it's not necessary to understand your main argument, then why is it in there in the first place?
Well, it
really doesn't make sense as a stylistic point, in my opinion.
Well, is this just a convention that people pick up? Like, because surely Plantinga is not like
some philosophers do, but not all do.
Yeah, is it just because he's not limited by word count or anything like that? So in that case, it just sort of doesn't make sense to me.
I agree.
I think this when I read books. I've read a couple of books recently where sometimes the footnotes took up more of the page than the body, and I was like, and this is really crucial information. Just put it in there, like. And it was a
Greg
good book
does
as
this
well,
in some of his books as well. I find it very frustrating. I've even seen ones where the footnote is basically the whole page, and there's like one sentence above it.
Yeah.
It's so silly, and the footnote goes over like 3 pages. Like, why did the editor not pick this up? Anyway, but enough on the fourth form. So let's look at this footnote here because it's kind of relevant here. What's the criticism here? Well, the criticism here is that God does not have cognitive faculties. At least they're nothing like ours. God doesn't have to reason through to get a conclusion, does he? He doesn't have sensory perception. He doesn't have a memory in anything like the way we do. He just knows everything. And that's all there is to it, right? He doesn't have the same cognitive faculties. So how can you say that our cognitive faculties are based on his when they're totally different? So I think that's what he's appealing to here. Of course, God's knowledge is sufficiently different from human knowledge. He has not been designed. He does not have a design plan. By the way, note that think about Plantinga's definition of knowledge. It won't work for God because it requires a design, proper function. It can't apply to God. So he's going to have to understand divine knowledge differently.
Well, maybe maybe the proper function. Maybe God is just fit for everything, right? Like,
well, yeah. I mean, he's sort of saying this here. Still, there is a way in which, if I may say so, his cognitive or epistemic faculties work. I don't think he has such faculties, but whatever you want to call it. This way is given by his being essentially omniscient and necessarily existent. God is essentially omniscient, but also a necessary being, so that it is a necessary truth that God believes a proposition A, if and only if it is true. Okay, fine. Call that way of knowing W. But that's not a way of knowing. That's not a mechanism or a process.
Yeah,
it's just saying that he knows it.
That's just saying, if it can be known, it's known.
W is something like an ideal for cognitive beings capable of forming beliefs. And so it's going to say that we are sort of based on that. But this, I just think this is nonsense, right? W is just saying you believe it if it's true, but not if it's not. That is not a way of knowing. It's not a design.
It is interesting. What is interesting is why does he feel the need? I mean, maybe this is psychologizing. It's bad, but why does he feel the need to do this rather than just say that? Rather than just say, God just knows all true things.
Well, because of this reason, we are supposed to trust, under theism, we are supposed to trust our cognitive faculties because we are created in the image of God, and God has reliable cognitive faculties. So if God has reliable cognitive faculties,
I'm saying, why
we
say
are
that?
in the image of God.
Well, but why? I suppose why say that? Why not just say, God has all true beliefs, and then just say he desires to create beings that can form true beliefs, so he gives them reliable cognitive faculties. Why do it?
I think that's more plausible, but the objection could be levied that that's ad hoc. Because why would you assume that God would want that?
I mean, it's kind of ad hoc, though, to say he's made in the image of God, unless you just assume. That's the argument that the Bible is true. Well, yeah, I know I'm not like arguing it.
I think that he thinks, or at least that this gets the appearance of being less ad hoc, because he kind of say, well, I mean, that's why it says here, look, qua traditional theist. Why is he saying that? I think he's saying that because if you say qua, that means I'm not introducing an additional assumption. It's purely as a traditional theist. I've already got this, so I don't need to introduce this additional assumption. So I think he's trying to make it appear less ad hoc, even though I kind of agree. There's nothing about theism that implies we're made in the image of God. That's an additional assumption. God could have made us in any way. I mean, it's not even clear what that means.
And a particular reading of what it says in Genesis. I mean, how many people traditionally have thought that that's what image of God means, that they satisfy Alvin Plantinga's necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge? That's what image of God means: reliable cognitive faculties in an environment designed for.
So what does this all come down to, right? Plantinga wants the theist to get away from this problem, obviously, because otherwise it's not an argument against naturalism. It's just an argument for skepticism. So how does the theist get around it? Well, we've got basically one paragraph on this, as usual, though it's better than one sentence, I suppose. But the argument is basically that, look, God made us that way so that we'd be rational. That's basically the argument. Now, is that a satisfactory response? Well, no, because it's just ad hoc. It's just like, well, why would God make us that way? Where does that come from? That's just an extra assumption that you pulled out here. Again, I contend that, at least the way it's usually explained, is that God wants us to freely choose to enter into a relationship with him. I guess the Calvinists don't have the freely choose part, but if that's the purpose that God made us for, what does rationality have to do with that? Why do we need the ability to reason about philosophy or science or, geometry or any of this stuff? It should just purely be, well, we already know God exists anyway, so let's just make beings that have the capacity to form a relation with him. Where does why does reliability of memory follow from that? Why does ability to form deductive syllogisms follow from that? None of that follows from that. So the theistic hypothesis, well, even the Christian hypothesis, actually, beyond theism, it doesn't entail that God would want us to have reliable cognitive faculties. That's an extra assumption. So I don't think they're any better off, because the naturalists can just make that assumption as well about evolution or whatever. They can just say, well, I'm just assuming that it did it that way. It's the classic Oppie approach. It's like, well, if you're allowed an assumption, I'm allowed an assumption. And I think Plantinga is trying to make it seem like he's not assuming that, even though he clearly is. Like, nothing follows from theism about the way God would make us. That's an extra assumption. So he does a better job than the Blackwell chapter did, because at least it kind of fits. But it's still, I don't think it's a good explanation, because it still has that, it's just making that as an assumption. It's just basically what God wanted to make us that way.
A much better job than Lewis. I mean, I think to me, it makes more sense that a plausible interpretation of image of God means being rational, rather than just like, rationality flows from God into whatever he creates or something. Like, what the hell does that mean? That which was Lewis's sentence explanation.
Yes, that's right. And I still have problems with that, because it seems that God is not actually rational. He just knows all true things. Rationality isn't just about knowing true things. Like a truth oracle who just believes true things by accident, I don't think is actually rational. So I don't actually think you can say God is I mean, not in virtue of knowing true things, at least. Maybe he has some
rationality. Rationality seems to imply the possibility of error and like conforming to
a set of rules or something. I mean, I don't want to say precisely what it is, but he wants to talk about reliability of cognitive faculties, but I don't think God has cognitive faculties in anything like the way we do. So I don't actually think that the image of God thing works there. Maybe you can make it work, because I don't, like, it depends what you mean by image of God, obviously. You could just say that, well, that's what I mean. It means that we're rational. Well, okay, but either way, I think it's ad hoc. However you want to cash out image of God, it's ad hoc, because why think that God would want that? It's just stipulated that he does that. But then the naturalists can just say, well, evolution just, stalking horse or something. You can just concoct anything you like if we're just allowed to make an ad hoc postulate here. Now, theists would never notice this, or seldom do. Why? Because they're used to thinking about God this way. And so if it makes sense to them based on what they're used to, then they don't question it typically. Back from a satisfying map to an unsatisfying theistic conclusion. Yeah, pretty much. I always find these conclusions very unsatisfying. Although this is a lot better than the ones we looked at before, but it's still unsatisfying, because what I would like to see is a clear and worked out explanation of how our cognitive faculties are reliable, why they're reliable, why we can trust them, and then compare that in different theories. But all we've got here is, well, God made us that way because image of God something. It's not very clear.
Well, here's the thing as well. I'm genuinely, if a theist were to do this, I'm so interested in what it would look like.
Yes, exactly.
It seems to me like for a naturalist, there's so many constraints they have to place on the kind of theorizing they're doing, because they don't want to have these like spooky kind of entities, whereas the theist who's got these spooky entities, I want show me what you can do with them. Like I actually am interested just in kind of like working my mind out, trying to figure out what this different worldview might actually look like. How do these things interact with each other? What's the furniture of the universe on the theistic view?
Well, I think often you just come back to the debate I had with Inspiring Philosophy, where we just talk about what makes a good explanation. And I say, if it doesn't rule out anything, or it can't rule out anything rather, then it's not a good explanation. And he just says, no, it doesn't have to. It can be a good explanation just if God wants it to do it that way. And at the end of the day, I think you just get a situation where Craig's done this as well. He just doesn't care, it seems to me, that all of his explanations just reside, or almost all of them, eventually bottom out in God just decided to do that. Like create the universe, fine tune the universe, give us certain commandments, resurrect, like everything. It's all just God decided to do that. Those are all brute facts that have no explanation, because they're God's free choices, right? They can't have the causes outside of God. And it's not necessary because God freely chose it. So it's just brute facts. It's brute facts at the fundamental level of reality in God's free choices. And there's no reason why he did that over anything else, as far as can be told. Now, I don't think that's a satisfying explanation of anything, because for every phenomena, you've got a brute fact, which at the end of the day is God's choice to produce that phenomenon. There's no explanation there. You've got the same number of unexplained things at the end of the day. And that's why I think naturalism is superior, because it has far more constraints on what theories it's able to produce. And you get much more constraints on the number of brute facts. But I could be wrong about that. I don't think that's actually I don't think I'm making a very non-standard appeal to what explanations are supposed to do here. I think this is pretty standard, right? So I really would like to see the discussion in like covering this issue more, because it comes up over and over again. It's like, what is a good explanation? And the theists so often are just happy enough to say, oh, God wanted it that way.
Well, this is why I would love more engagement with us by Christian philosophers who are out there. I don't know if any of them ever see this, but I mean, Andrew Loke is allegedly, I mean, I don't even mean this in a snarky way, but he's in a university and a professor, so he's supposed to be an academic theist. But, you know, like someone like Ed Feser or Proust or Swinburne or something, I would love to have an honest conversation, not in like a combative way. I genuinely want to figure out, because I don't think these people are idiots, like how has it clicked for them? You know, because they're genuinely, I don't think they've got the wool pulled over their eyes. They're careful thinkers. How are they conceiving of this where they come to see it as a good explanation in that way? Like, what am I getting wrong here? What am I missing that they aren't missing? Or that, you know, because it just seems like that's so obvious from my point of view. So I don't know. But then instead, I guess what we get is just memes and people getting defensive about how, you know, we're
yeah, that's been unfortunate. I don't know about Plantinga. I think I do know how Craig thinks about this. I mean, insofar as he publicly talks about these things. But for Craig, it's two things. For one, is that it's all based on his personal experiences with God. That's what grounds everything. The arguments are sort of icing on the cake. They're not evidential in the sense that his beliefs would be responsive to them. He said that clearly. Yeah, well, hopefully we won't go too much longer, but we do have a little bit more to cover. But in terms of how theists think about this, right? So for Craig, it's all based on, his beliefs are all fundamentally based on his experiences with God. So the arguments don't matter that much anyway. It's really to show other people and to help keep the Christians in the fold and such. The other side of it is that he trusts his intuitions about a lot of the stuff just extremely strongly. If he has an intuition about time or causation or the nature of mind or anything else, he just seems to grasp that and just refuse to consider any idea that his intuition might be wrong. At least that's what it seems to be the case for me across many aspects of his arguments. He relies on his, you know, intuitions about metaphysics and so forth. So for him, he apparently has an intuition that these sorts of theistic personal explanations just make sense, I'm gathering. And that, combined with his own personal experience, means that there's no problem on his view with just appealing to these theistic personal explanations of God just decided to do it for everything, because it's intuitively makes sense and it fits with his personal experience. Whether or not it fits the objective criteria of a good explanation according to this or that theory, or it doesn't, like, I mean, he'll say stuff against it, right, whenever you bring up the argument. But I think it's clear from his own view that doesn't really matter to him. That's never going to convince him.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can't say that that's true for other theists. I just think that I can say that about Craig because I've read more of his stuff and I've read actually what he said about this.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm inferring too much here. I'm basically just repeating what he said and slightly, you know, summarizing it. But anyway.
I mean, from my point of view, I think Craig is the least likely to convince me at this point because he seems more to be sort of selling what evangelicals want to hear back to them type thing. Whereas I do genuinely think someone like Swinburne or Feser or Proust would have like good reasons that wouldn't seem sort of, you know, apologetic-y in the sense of it's just like, give a defense for confidence, whatever. Like, I think they would have thought about these things and have answers they find satisfying. So I'd really love to like hear what they actually are.
Yeah, I agree that it would be good to get to that level. Unfortunately, as I think we saw in the two debates that I've done, the one recently with Christians, the one with Luke Barnes, and the one with
it's not what you do for your job. It's not what you do for your job, James. So
well, that's with respect to Luke Barnes, but I mean, what I mean is the defensive-ness, and the sort of combativeness, where I feel like that there's a reticence to be fully open about. Well, like, how does this make sense to you? I guess there's an asymmetry there because nothing, like, I don't know. I just feel like nothing, obviously I'm biased in favor of the things that I already believe and I have my own preconceptions, right? But nothing really hangs on me being very open about, well, this is what I think about it. Like, well, tell me why I'm wrong. Like, if I change my mind about it, it wouldn't,
it wouldn't just shatter your world or something.
I wouldn't lose my livelihood or my marriage or shatter my world or be embarrassing at my church or anything like that. So there's all of those factors mean that I feel like the guardedness doesn't have to be there. I'm not saying this is universally true. I just it seems to be that a lot of, well, actually, I know this is the case. A lot of Christians are reticent to talk about this stuff and be fully open about it because they're worried about saying the wrong thing or being honest about their own doubts in a way that might sort of lead them in the wrong way or confuse other Christians or this sort of thing. And I just, like, I don't think I have anything of that sort. So I don't know. I'm not trying to talk myself up. I just think it makes the discourse harder when people are being particularly guarded about being fully honest about why they find certain things convincing and others not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
1 second, sorry.
Well, now that Nathan's left me, I think we've basically said everything about Plantinga's paper that I want to say, at least. So Nathan had a number of references of people who've responded to this paper or other iterations of the same argument that Plantinga has given. The one that I found most interesting, I didn't read all of them, but this one here, natural selection does care about truth, which is a response to Plantinga. I think that there's some interesting points that are raised in the paper that were pretty similar to the objections that I had to Plantinga when I read through it. Some of which we've already discussed, but it might be good to cover a few more of them before we finish up here. Let me just try to find them. One of the issues here, yes, here we go. Okay, so Plantinga, so here's what they're talking about here in terms of stark choices. Plantinga forces us to make a stark choice between two mutually exclusive propositions. That is, our cognitive faculties are reliable, and its negation. Not our cognitive faculties are not reliable. So having framed the discussion in these dichotomous terms, he then proceeds to talk about the value of the probability of R given N and E. So we've just talked about that. Now, as they say, serious evolutionary epistemology, however, does not frame the reliability of human cognition in such stark black or white terms. If only it were that simple. And I think that's exactly the point. If only it were that simple, right? It just isn't that simple. There's going to be different trade-offs involving production costs and error rates and so forth in different environments. And that's what we really need to think about. For example, evolution may endow us with fast and frugal heuristics that sacrifice some accuracy for efficiency and speed. Evolved cognitive mechanisms may produce occasional false belief as a result of asymmetries in the costs associated with different types of errors, like type 1 and type 2 error, false positive and false negative. And so, there's other examples of that. Evolution may select true belief in some domains, but not necessarily in others, which is a point that, we've talked about. However, misbelief that is directly adaptive turns out to be hard to find. In general, the standard view of evolutionary epistemology was neatly summarized in a paper by Ryan McKay and Daniel Dennett. Although survival is the only hard currency of natural selection, the exchange rate with truth is likely to be fair in most circumstances. Oh, we've got, sorry, I wasn't looking, I don't know how long we've got V there. I was looking at the paper. Welcome, Nathan Transformed.
Nathan's unavailable. He's gone.
Oh, well, sorry about that. So, well, V, what do you have to, any thoughts about the issue of the reliability of cognitive faculties in different contexts?
I'm going to give that a pass and go away now.
Well, that was disappointing. We were just getting going.
He asked me a question about things I wasn't listening to.
Hey, James.
Was she just sitting there for ages when I was reading? Because I wasn't.
No, I think she only jumped in to be silly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was worried that it was oh dear. People saying that's not Nathan.
It was part of her perpetual mission to annoy me.
I was going to say, well, you're still V. So, what was I saying? Although survival,
sorry.
I don't like quotes like this because they're very vague and flowery, but I think the point is fairly clear there. It seems to be hard to give clear cases of when evolution would lead to, systematically to beliefs that were very inaccurate in a way that would be problematic from this point of view. So maybe we're led to believe that there are nature spirits, right? But that in itself is not something that inhibits survival or anyway, or systematically damages our cognitive faculties, because we still have the ability to reason about causes and effects. And it took us a long time to get away from that anyway. So I think that that's sort of the point here. There's a fairly good exchange rate, as they say, between the two, survival and truth, that is. The strand of reductive formalism that Plantinga promotes is, to put it mildly, unlikely to yield a fruitful philosophical discussion because it sweeps many empirical details and qualifications under the carpet, which exactly is what I thought. He's just making these claims in very stark, simplistic terms and not willing to talk about the details and the nitty-gritty, which often you need to go into.
This is the Does Naturalism Care About Truth paper, sorry. Now.
Yes, that's right. Well, no, it does care about truth. Not
does. Naturalism does. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so I like this statement here. Such cartoonish skepticism of Plantinga here arises only as a byproduct of forcing ourselves to think in artificially rigid black and white categories while ignoring our best current naturalistic models of the biological and social evolution of cognition. Yeah, I mean that.
It's almost like it's almost like one of the cognitive biases in and of itself. It's
Ooh.
like,
We will not accept his cartoonish framing, but focus on a number of specific and important flaws. So I don't think I wanted to. Okay, so there's a few sort of points that they raise that Plantinga ignores. So one is adaptive path dependency.
Right.
So this idea is, let me get this right. So it ignores adaptive path dependency. So although in general survival and reproduction need not require a full-blown belief about something, once evolution has gone down the road of belief formation as a means of directing action, it better be producing beliefs that are at least approximately true. So the idea here is that maybe you can imagine organisms that don't form beliefs at all. They just have stimulus response or something else, right? Maybe that could work in different environments. Or different evolutionary pathways. But evolution doesn't work like that. The point is, once it's gone down one pathway, it's sort of committed to that pathway. It can't or it's very difficult for it to sort of go backwards and then go down a different pathway. That's what path dependency means, that what happens next is sort of contingent, dependent on what's happened so far in the past. So if evolution has, for whatever reason, led to the development of organisms that have belief formation capabilities, then it better be the case that those beliefs are at least accurate enough in enough contexts in order for the beliefs to properly direct behavior. And that Plantinga seems to be kind of missing that, because he seems to be saying, well, you can imagine that evolution didn't form beliefs at all. But, well, if it's gone down the belief pathway, which it has, apparently, then, well, the beliefs have to be kind of at least somewhat accurate.
This is a similar objection that William Ramsey raises in his essay in the Naturalism Defeated book, where he talks about if a belief's truth value is irrelevant to its causal role, then it must be irrelevant to the production of behavior. And if it is irrelevant to the production of behavior, then it must be irrelevant to the production of adaptive behavior. And he talks about there's these, what do you call them? Like some of the thought experiments that Plantinga raises. So, you know, the one for, this is a Plantinga quote from, I think it's from the Naturalism Defeated chapter. For any adaptive action, there will be many belief desire combinations that could produce the action. And very many of those belief desire combinations will be such that the belief involved is false. Perhaps Paul very much likes the idea of being eaten, but when he sees a tiger, always runs off looking for a better prospect, because he thinks it unlikely that the tiger he sees will eat him. This will get his body parts in the right places so far as survival is concerned, without involving much by way of true belief. Or perhaps he thinks the tiger is a large, friendly, cuddly pussycat and wants to pet it. But he also believes that the best way to pet it is to run away from it. So Ramsey's criticism here is that instead of giving us specific belief desire pairs that produce life-preserving behavior in certain odd circumstances, Plantinga needs to describe general mechanisms or processes that would prove adaptive while giving rise to a preponderance of false beliefs. In other words, what Plantinga needs to explain in order to challenge evolutionary reliabilism is a mechanism or process that A, could have come about through evolution, B, generates mostly false beliefs over time, and C, nevertheless proves adaptive. So rather than what he does do, which is just say, you know, like for all we know.
Ad hoc examples, yeah, exactly. So that's a big problem with Plantinga's argument. It's related to the point that he doesn't really talk much about details. It's all very generic, very general, high level, which is, again, it keeps coming up as a problem with critiquing reductionism, which is that if you go from the very high to the very low, it sounds silly. And it's kind of what Plantinga is doing in a slightly different context. You need to fill out the middle in order for it to make sense. And that's important, a point that's often lost. So another problem another issue with Plantinga's argument is he engages in what they've called arbitrary content labeling as a theory of belief formation or belief content. And I really like this section because I think that this is at the basis of a lot of misunderstandings about kind of intentionality and things. So NP is neurophysiological, just because they use that acronym a bit later. So for the evolutionary naturalist, however, the content of a belief is associated with certain neurophysiological properties. A belief with a different content is linked with different physical properties, neurophysiological properties, and thus will elicit different kinds of action, some of which will be fitness enhancing. Natural selection selects these beliefs that result in adaptive course of action. So, I mean, that's what the naturalist is going to say. So this is in response to Plantinga saying that neurology causes adaptive behavior and also causes or determines belief content, but there is no reason to suppose that belief content thus determined is to be true. The point here is that there's going to be a connection between the belief content and the adaptive behavior, not that they're somehow separate from each other, which Plantinga seems to be claiming. So let's sort of see how that works here. Where are we? A belief with a different content is linked with different... Oh, no, I just read that. Yeah, so there need not even be a causal link between belief content and behavior. As law has shown, constraints on belief content obtained even if semantic epiphenomenalism or substantialism were true. The link obtaining between belief content and behavior is entirely conceptual, not dependent on any specific reductionist account of meaning. This is kind of what we said before, right?
Yeah.
I was saying that none of this point about content determination is specific to naturalistic theories. It's true for any theory of content formation and would apply to dualism as well, which is what they're saying here. So, for example, a dualist, if a given soul stuff structure in combination with a strong desire for water typically results in subjects walking 5 miles south, then other things being equal, that soul stuff structure is quite likely to have the content that there's water 5 miles south and is rather unlikely to have the content that there's water 5 miles north. So as long as neurophysiological states are associated with specific belief contents, either causally or conceptually, belief content is within reach of natural selection. So the point being made here is that you only need an association between the mental content and the behavior in order for the mental content to be like relevantly related to that behavior and therefore potentially be true about the relevant states of affairs that relate to that behavior. And none of that is dependent on naturalism, as the example is given here in terms of soul stuff, right? You could say just the same thing, just replace any mention to natural or neurophysiological, whatever, and replace that with soul stuff, and the argument will go the same way. So if there's a problem for naturalism, there's a problem for dualism. And then likewise, if dualism has a way of talking about this, as was presented here, then the naturalism could just use the same account. So this is slightly different context, but it's sorry, just finish that thought. It's similar to what we were talking about in the Reppert article, right, where he gives all these problems with naturalism, but then somehow dualism or whatever it is that he was defending doesn't.
I think he is a dualist, but
he gets off scot-free. But even though they would be susceptible to the same objections. Sorry,
it's all right. It's not exactly clear what he is. Vixen Dixon, thank you. All I want to know is, why has God the need to display all his power, ambition, creativity at our level, and what God expects this forever unraveling endeavor? Yeah, I mean, I can think of just so stories, right, that a theist would tell, and arguably this could be levied against many atheists with their evolutionary stories, right, where it's like, how much data have you got for that just so story you said about why there's more men in Wall Street or whatever than, but yeah, I can think of theistic just so stories about why that would be the case, but I mean, it does seem a bit weird, doesn't it, that this maximally great God that's self-sufficient, as James always points out, would create a tool in the first place. And
he's kind of needy, though. He needs us to worship him and relate to him, even though he's perfectly fine the way he is.
And desire that all should be saved, but also have some people going to hell and not quite form the belief properly. And it's very, very strange indeed. So yeah, thank you for your super chat.
God may be all powerful, but that doesn't mean that he can make people that will choose to worship him. I mean, come on, even God has some limitations.
Just not
none of it. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I think that I'd probably be, if I were to become a Christian, I'd probably be a universalist and maybe some sort of open theist, because I think that these can resolve certain problems. And if the claim is that these are not biblical, I would just say, well, I'm not inerrantist.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do I worship the Bible? Anyway, I would approach these things very differently if I were a Christian, right? So I just can't understand the sort of typical, especially evangelical or even Catholic viewpoints on this. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm very open to being provided with an explanation that fits, but I try to ask these questions, right? And I've not found very satisfactory answers from my point of view. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for the dono there. So just going on with this point about mental content, Plantinga, I don't think we talked about this in his argument, but Plantinga at one point mentions the fact that he's asking us to imagine a neurophysiological state with identical causal powers, but quite different content. Now, if you recall, Reppert did the same thing. He was saying, well, couldn't you have a mental state that that then had different content, a physical state, but that had different content associated with it.
Yeah,
The problem here is if one accepts that beliefs supervene on neurophysiological properties, this will be ruled out. For the physicalist, it is simply impossible that there can be a difference in content without a difference, because supervenience is a necessary relation. You can't have the same brain state with a different mental content. Doesn't make sense. So I don't know how Plantinga would make that mistake. I mean, maybe he was, I don't know, but that's a fairly basic mistake, I think, that supervenience is almost always, as I understand, thought to be a necessary relation. So this idea of the same brain state but a different content just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So this is where the arbitrary content labeling part comes in. So Plantinga's counterfactual argument assumes that any belief content, we haven't talked about it, but he's basically just saying, imagine the same brain state, but it referred to something, it had different content, like it was about something else. And how would evolution pick like the right one, essentially? So this is his counterfactual argument. It assumes that any belief content could be associated with any neurophysiological state, as if it were an arbitrary label. Would it not produce the same physical effect, the same effect on nerves and muscles and glands, even if it had quite different content? This view, let's call it arbitrary content labeling, is much stronger and stranger than semantic epiphenomenalism. But skipping some stuff here about why it's so strange, it should be obvious that the inscriptional label on the key, they're giving a calculator analogy, ironically, given the video we watched, is not where the meaning resides. The meaning resides in the relationship in the electronic circuitry of the calculator, not in the label that's on the key. Yeah. So the point is, belief contexts, here we go. Belief contexts are not arbitrary labels one can tag to one neurophysiological property or another at will, as Plantinga supposes. The counterfactual claim that some neurophysiological property would have the same effect, even if it had quite different content, is just incoherent, because it just completely misunderstands what the naturalist is saying about the supervenience of mental content on underlying neurophysiological states. And again, Plantinga discusses this, but Reppert also just made a similar mistake, I think.
Yeah,
which he phrased as a sort of an underdetermination argument or something along those lines.
It's interesting because it seems like people who aren't committed to certain forms of naturalism sort of don't mind. It's almost like they're assuming their own views when they come to go. I'm putting on my naturalist hat now, and I'm saying
that's very common.
To. Yeah, they sort of think, well, what the soul is thinking of can differ without the physical state, without.
Yeah. I think it is something like that. It's actually very difficult. I mean, this is not just theists, right? It's very difficult for any of us to think about something from a fundamentally different, like worldview point of view, because what we all try to do, I think, sort of naturally, it was one of these cognitive biases again, that's gone wrong, is imagine our worldview, but with this one little difference. And they say that doesn't make any sense, right? Because of course it doesn't. All of your other beliefs don't fit with it. What we actually need to do is try to compare a holistic worldview and consider what they say about this point, and then compare it to what the other worldview says about this point, and see which has the better fit, given the rest of their worldview. Right. What you shouldn't do, I mean, Christians do this a lot, obviously, because I'm susceptible to that, but atheists do this as well. But Christians will say, how can you understand? It's a little bit like Yellow Brick Road apologetics, actually. It's like, look, how can you say that the disciples, didn't have a real experience of the risen Jesus? It says so in the Bible. And because it seems to them like the atheist believes all of the Bible, but just not this part of it.
Yeah.
I don't literally believe that, but I think it's actually subconsciously what they're doing, because you see this coming out in the arguments. It's like, but it says here that Jesus ate fish. So clearly if Jesus ate fish, then it can't have been a hallucination. Like, you see that argument made. It's like, you clearly don't understand what the atheist thinks about the Bible, right? They don't accept that. So I think this is actually really easy to do, to not put yourself in the position that you should be when comparing, the different worldviews.
Yeah.
But it's hard for us all. I don't want to just pick on theists there. So what was this section? Foundationalist fallacy. I can't actually remember what this was about. Oh, yeah, that's right. So this is about the dichotomy of they're reliable or they're not reliable.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the stark dichotomy. Either all our beliefs are reliable.
It's kind of like Meno, the Meno paradox, where it's like, if I don't know something, how can I don't know what it is that I don't know. Oh, I'm going to quickly Google it, because 7 hours in, my brain just isn't working. Meno's paradox can be reformulated. I mean, this is particularly if you don't know what you're looking for, then inquiries because you don't know what it is you're looking for, and if you don't know what you're looking for, inquiry is impossible. Is that? I'm sure.
Wait, say that again.
If you don't know what you're looking for, then inquiry is unnecessary, because you don't know what it is that you're looking for. So there's not, there's nothing that you're looking for. Whereas if you don't know what you're looking for, then because you don't know what it is, inquiry is impossible. Therefore, inquiry is either impossible, unnecessary, or impossible. And it's the idea with the fallacy is that, like, why can't it be sort of somewhere in between? Like, you've got a kind of vague
it's two extremes.
Which
that's very interesting. I don't think I've heard that one before, but this couple of pages here, it's really good. It's nice to read something where it's like, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, expressed very well. We shouldn't accept this dichotomy.
Sorry. Just before I'll phrase it as it's actually asked in the Meno. It's and how will you inquire, Socrates, into that which you do not know? What will you put forth as the subject of inquiry? And if you find what you want, how will you ever know that it is the thing which you did not know? So that's the general idea, that you either you fully know it or you fully don't know it, rather than like maybe there's a word like people use it, you're like, well, what is that? What does it say? How is it used? What does it pick out?
That's interesting. It kind of reminds me of his actually I don't know if it was Socrates, but the paradox of motion. What is it? The ones where if you have to move halfway, but to move half, you have to move a quarter. Zeno's paradoxes, yes. Yeah. Where it's like, it sounds really intuitive, but then it's like, well, that can't be right. It's not exactly the same, but it's like, it's kind of similar. It's like, anyway, it's just a weird way of describing it.
But this like paradox, it seems like there's something similar in kind of Plantinga, where it's like, they're either just all wrong, you just can't, there's no hope at all, or they're just all right. Like why is it like, well, it attaches to truth in these ways, right? It fits to truth in the ways that an ecological niche exerts selection pressures, but not.
Well, let's see how they describe this to nuance it a bit, which I think is pretty much right on the ball. So moreover, he Plantinga conflates beliefs that are the direct product of our naked, unassisted mind, and beliefs that arise out of higher order cognitive faculties, systematic theorizing and evidence gathering, which I think is also very important, because I think we've evolved with the capacity to engage in that, but I don't think we've been selected for the ability to do that well. Evidence for that? Well, it took us like tens of thousands of years to get to this position. Evolutionary pressure doesn't act very much at that time scale. Most of the changes that have been made, let's say over 10,000 years, like from start of agriculture to, whatever, post-industrial, whatever we are now, that's not evolutionary change, like natural selection. That's cultural change and societal change and accumulation of knowledge, right? So you can't argue that we've been selected to do all of these things, because we haven't. All we have is the capacity to do them, not that, we haven't been selected specifically to do them. Anyway, they make this point, though. Underlying this argument is the assumption, which we call the foundationalist fallacy, that if the foundations of our cognitive endeavors are not completely secure, then the whole edifice built on top of it must collapse. If the ground is even a little shaky, no amount of scaffolding will be sufficient. Again, Reppert and C.S. Lewis both made this assumption, because I criticized this for saying I'm not a foundationalist. I don't think about it that way. And even if you are a foundationalist, by the way, you still don't have to think about like this particular case in that way. So I think that it's a really good point to raise here, that we're not obliged to think about it in that sort of way. So let's see. In this regard, by starting from the deliverance of our bare and unassisted mind, including folk logic and basic perceptual categories, we may gradually increase the reliability of our beliefs by accumulating evidence and thus bootstrapping or scaffolding, through developing philosophy and science and mathematics and, mechanisms of peer review and all this other stuff that helps us. But Plantinga leaves no room for such bootstrapping operations, with being rigidly foundational. It's like, are all reliable or it's all not? It makes the point here that we've gradually developed theories, developing on the massive body of knowledge accumulated over past generations. And scientific knowledge is not the product of a single mind, but the result of cooperation, horizontally and vertically, like over generations and groups at a single point in time. Also, our best scientific theories are supported by a series of cognitive artifacts, mathematics, logic, notational devices. I would also add experimental apparatuses and other writing and other technologies that enable us to store information and work out very complicated equations and such. These are very important, but are not directly like the result of evolution. And this sort of bootstrapping technique here, or he mentions all of these technological capabilities here. These are bootstrapping techniques that we have to be able to turn pretty unreliable cognitive faculties into, in specific ways, quite reliable ones. And Plantinga just ignores this, and he can't really fit it into his system, which is like, oh, it's reliable or it's not reliable. He mentions Kahneman's work here about dual process theory, where it's like we have system 1 and system 2 thinking, one which is slow and deliberate, the other one is fast and sort of lossy. as it turns out, the belief in evolution by natural selection is a textbook case in overcoming our intuitive grasp of the world. So actually, often we are wrong intuitively when we think about things, and we need to use very slow, careful deliberation and accumulation of evidence and building over generations to get around that. In fact, most scientific beliefs are like this. They are contrary to our sort of initial intuitive ideas, like the fact that the Earth is round, not flat, like the fact that the Earth orbits around the sun, not the other way around, like the fact that matter is quantum and not classical, like the fact that evolution is true and species weren't created in their current form. Many, many examples of this where things are not intuitive, but we had to work it out through very careful and deliberate processes. Thus, if anything, concluding here, Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism backfires against theism. As Childers notes, the atheist has a license to wonder whether theistic belief is one of those false yet adaptive cognitive dispositions which, as Plantinga notes, would tend to thrive under natural selection. Dum, dum, dum.
Or I would have thought even Plantinga's appeal, Plantinga's argument itself, maybe I'm coming to the conclusion that Plantinga's argument is true as a result. Like it's sort of one of these almost global skepticism cases. If you're committed to it already, it's not clear to me that it should just lead you to abandon it and adopt like a story then that can account for it. It might. Well, it's like, well, how can I even accept your argument if this is actually true? If this is a position I'm in, my okay, all of my beliefs that I come to form are rationally defeated. How can I even what do I do now? I'm just.
Yeah. So to summarize that, one of the big problems that Plantinga has is his silly dichotomy of generally reliable or generally not reliable. That just overlooks all of the complexity in the middle there. He also has problems with the arbitrary content labeling in terms of his argument that neurophysiological states aren't sufficient to ground meaning because they could have different content despite being the same. But that's just wrong under typical naturalist theories. And I feel like there was one other thing. Oh yeah, adaptive path dependency. So it may be the case that there could have developed beings that don't use beliefs to act, but as soon as evolution starts going in that direction, then it better be the case that the beliefs are at least sort of sufficiently reliable or sufficiently accurate in order to ensure that their behavior will be appropriate for survival. So I just think this is a really good article that highlights most of the problems that I found in Plantinga's argument.
Michael, thank you very much for your super chat.
Yes.
Michael DeHaven, just saying thanks. Really enjoyed this section and document. So that's very nice.
So I think that's the only other one I really wanted to cover here. Is there one you wanted to look at, Nathan?
I think the Fiddleston and Sober one is quite good, but I wonder. I mean, and then I think the Stephen Law one. There's so many papers on this. The evolutionary argument against naturalism defeats God's belief paper. I forgot what the Stephen Law one was again. Naturalism, evolution, and true belief. I guess they referenced that in the paper that you were looking at.
Yeah, they referenced the law one. I haven't read the law one myself.
Maybe, did I put some videos for the Plantinga one?
Yeah, there's a few videos you put up.
Maybe that would be a good time. I mean, we can see perhaps how it's used and assess that. And then I get the bloody adverts. Share screen, Chrome tab. Share audio, which they need to change that to the default, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know why it's designed that way.
Lewis's argument has been defended with great sophistication by the philosopher Alvin Plantinga, who argues that if you believe that naturalism and evolution are true, then you have a defeater or something that undermines any of your beliefs. Because if naturalism and evolution are true, then our beliefs have been selected not for truth, but for their survival value. And it's perfectly possible for our beliefs to be false, but nevertheless to be conducive to the survival of.
Sorry to interrupt, but as he said that, my brain, when he said, because it's perfectly possible for an actual infinite of past events, my brain just went.
Too much Craig.
Yeah.
our species. And so on naturalism and evolution, you have this built-in defeater of the reliability of your cognitive faculties in any of your beliefs. Now, the paradox then is that the naturalist would have a defeater for his belief in naturalism, because naturalism is itself a belief formed by those very cognitive faculties. And so naturalism is self-defeating. It cannot be rationally affirmed. Now, this is not an argument that naturalism is false. Maybe naturalism is true, but it's an argument showing that belief in naturalism is irrational. It is impossible.
Oh, hang on. So we went from it is possible that, right?
It's possible.
It is
that,
impossible.
Yeah. not a very strong argument.
Believe in naturalism, because if
So where was it? I mean, we're at 141 now. I just want to find where.
Species, and so on naturalism and
Yeah, there we go. So he says
for their our beliefs, if naturalism and evolution are true, then our beliefs.
So he says it's.
But nevertheless, naturalism and evolution, cognitive faculty, self, a belief for self. This is not an argument.
What's happening?
Belief in
it's way up through. It's like 2 minutes.
Naturalism, because if naturalism is true, you have a defeater for all of your beliefs, including the belief in naturalism. And I think that is a very powerful argument.
I recently reread Lewis's book Miracles, where he first set out that argument, which then obviously Plantinga went on to develop as the evolutionary argument against naturalism. And I was just stunned, sort of coming back to it. I read it really in my student days. I realized he's addressing all of the exact same questions that we're still addressing today when it comes to naturalism. He'd anticipated every one of them. And
yes, he was very prescient, wasn't he? Lewis was. He talked about the moral argument for God's existence, and
that's one way to describe it.
Advent of postmodernism and the denial of the objectivity of truth.
Pause here. I don't know why he's talking about postmodernism, because naturalism doesn't really have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
Postmodernists reject naturalism because postmodernists reject all meta-narratives, and naturalism is a meta-narrative. These people don't understand. Anyway.
Yeah. This is what, Jerry Fodor in that thing, he says, this is like feminists and fundamentalists have united against, against naturalism and evolution or something. He says, like, it's the one thing that.
Yeah, pretty much. It's interesting. That sort
Thank you, Peter.
Good fellows. Cheers. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So
postmodernist.
Before that, C.S. Lewis. I don't know why he even talks about postmodern, but C.S. Lewis apparently was talking about many similar things that the apologists are today. So they describe that as being prescient. There's another way to think about that that's rather less charitable. Maybe apologists haven't really developed much of anything new to say in the last 50 years, and they're just all recycling the same stuff. Unlike science, which has progressed immensely in the last 50 years. I mean, when Lewis first wrote this sort of stuff, we didn't know what the structure of DNA was. We didn't know about dark energy or dark matter. Digital computers barely existed. The plate tectonics theory wasn't even established until the 60s. Like, there's so much progress that we made in the sciences, and the cognitive neuroscience didn't even exist. I think the Society of Neuroscience was established in 1970, and cognitive neuroscience was later than that. So we made so much progress in the sciences, and the apologists are still saying mostly the same stuff. What does that tell you? Well, I mean, yeah. Anyway, I'm just sort of ranting here, but the point is, they're just saying, "Oh, it was so prescient," but I can be a lot less charitable with the way I described that.
Thank you again, Peter, for another super sticker. Yeah, I didn't include it, I don't think, in the bit we looked at, but Lewis also talks about quantum mechanics and indeterminacy and stuff, and that's really interesting to read, because you have a non-specialist's 1940s interpretation of quantum mechanics, which obviously, I mean, quantum woo is like a big problem today, but that's after. Like there's a lot more information around about it and stuff, and it's a lot more wider. So that was really weird. Why did he put that in? Oh, because he was trying to talk about how naturalism entails causal determinacy or something. I think. Let's close that one out.
He was a far-sighted man in that he understood the direction of culture and where things were moving.
Is there another? I think these
That's
are all
true.
great.
I think that he would have rephrased the way he said certain things about race and gender and some of the stuff that I've read.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a cheap shot, but like I'm just responding to what Craig said there about how far-sighted he was.
Oh, this is weird. This is a really bad.
Okay, this is raising a very profound question that is very much in discussion today. Namely, is naturalism, that is to say the view that there is no God and that we are simply the products of the random interaction of chance and necessity, is naturalism rationally affirmable? And Alvin Plantinga, who is probably the greatest living Christian philosopher today, has argued that in fact rationalism...
Oh, don't be so modest, Craig. Don't be so modest.
Cannot be...
He came for the throne, though, didn't he?
Rationally affirmed. And the reason is the reason that the gentleman here just gave. Namely, if naturalism is true, then our cognitive faculties are the product of an evolutionary process which is not aimed at the production of true beliefs, but rather aimed at beliefs that help you to survive.
So if you can remember that sentence, you too can be a professional apologist.
Well, there's a lot more sentences you need to remember, to be fair, but, there's a finite number of them. Well, as there has to be, as we know, thanks to Craig.
It's a purely syntactic machine with no semantic representation. It's like John Phil's apologist.
Yeah, the beliefs aren't about anything. They just keep saying the same thing.
Our cognitive faculties are selected for their survival value, not for their truth-tracking ability. And Plantinga shows 5 or 6 different ways in which our beliefs could be survival conducive without being truth conducive.
This is another one of those things. He shows 5 or 6 ways. So this is the tiger. Okay, I've never even come across a tiger in my life, so maybe I've got false beliefs about tigers, right? But that wouldn't have anything to do with the way I live.
It's always tigers for some reason, even though I don't know that there's evidence that tigers systematically predated on humans. Like, it's just one of these myths that we like to talk about.
Yeah, back when I was fighting, back when great granddad was fighting saber-tooths in the it's like, he's probably literally just like eating random berries and stuff like from the like thistles or something.
By the way, sorry, you hadn't finished. I thought
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
So Plantinga gave examples. Many of them were hypothetical, made-up examples. They weren't necessarily real examples. But so that was respect to Craig's point. But the other thing we haven't really touched on is that I think that there's a lot of evidence. I mean, the evolution of intelligence, like going from chimpanzee level to human level intelligence, so particularly language and higher cognitive function, that level there is very hard. Nothing really fossilizes there, so it's difficult to know. But I think that there's a lot of the best research that I've read, at least, on this postulates that the big pressure leading to us develop, larger brains and higher intelligence and language and all of that is. Was not avoiding predators or anything like that, because you don't need anything of that sort of intelligence to do that. Rather, it was for social interaction, because humans are a social species, and it was advantageous for us to be able to, understand the intentions of others and to predict their behavior and to engage in social behaviors that were more, in which we were better able to basically convince people to help us or mate with us, that stuff. And so it's basically a social interaction between humans that bootstrapped that up. Because the thing is, the more sophisticated I am, the more sophisticated you need to be to understand me and then predict me, and then maybe not necessarily take advantage, because a lot of it was cooperative, maybe sometimes take advantage or convince or work with me in a useful way, right? So, it's a bootstrapping level where there's an arms race towards bigger and bigger brains, which is one of the reasons why humans are born so prematurely, because our brains are so big relative to the size of the mother's pelvis, right, that we have to be born premature and relatively helpless in order for us to be able to fit out. That's highly unusual for mammalian species of our size, right? So the point is that there's a lot of okay, I don't know what that's even referring to.
Just you in general, James Fodor. It's just your surname.
Untangelo was just talking about good science before, so I'm like, well, I'm just telling you about a bit of science that I read about. Anyway, but that it's thought. I mean, it is speculative. I acknowledge that, but I think there are reasons to think that a lot of the development of higher intelligence is based on social interactions between other humans. So I think that the focus on like the reason I say that is because the focus on like avoiding the lion or something like that, or the tiger or whatever. Tigers don't even live in Africa, wouldn't it be like anyway? Avoiding the predators or whatever it is probably not the main mechanism anyway that was driving the development of advanced human cognitive faculties. It's probably social interactions. And I think if you think of it that way, it's going to make a bit more sense as to why there was pressure to develop the thinking in the ways that we can.
Seeing if I can find like a Darwinian evolutionary creed that we can that we could read to profess our faith in Darwinism for Atangelo. You know, we believe that there are no metaphysical beings, but only changes in allele frequency of the population. True life. That's in response to Atangelo's just a confession of blind faith. So I was trying to see if I can find the read. Peter, I don't know what's up with StreamYard, by the way. I can see that this is a really cool cat that you have been putting in the chat, and I unfortunately can't make the cat appear. But yeah, I mean, so what do you want to do from here then, James?
Oh, sorry, was there another Craig? I thought you had another Craig video.
I can bring it up. Yeah.
I mean, he might just be saying the exact same thing again.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it's
that's Craig for you.
Chinese room edit again. But yeah, I get the apologetics room. Oh, I clicked on like medieval songs or something. Come on. There we go.
Why do you have ads?
Minutes.
Because I think the ad blocker that I was using, the extension went out of date and it just broke everything, so I removed it and I've not put it back yet. But yeah.
We'll have a discussion amongst ourselves. There are quite a number of topics we could discuss. Certainly, Professor Gale, would you like to begin?
Actually, sorry, the real reason, James, is because my patrons just don't pay enough for me to get YouTube Premium. So,
well,
and don't forget that you can become a patron. Yeah, like and subscribe for more.
So I believe you've got a funding gap, Nathan. What was the funding gap per month?
Yeah, it's
for you to continue operations.
Yeah, it's about £800 a month, the funding gap. I mean, I spend money on food every week and electricity and rent and stuff, and I'm just not going to be able to survive as an organism and think about things unless the funding gap. So pray about it if it's weighing on your heart. Yeah, let's
I'd like to examine Al's argument that given just naturalism and evolution, it's very improbable that our cognitive faculties are reliable. I think it's highly probable that they are, because they...
I didn't see what happened because I was looking at the chat. What were you laughing at?
Oh, I don't know. He just sort of had a strange expression. Then, it looked like he was going to stand up, and then I don't know. It's just a bit odd.
Yeah.
Maybe we can increase the speed slightly because they're all...
Yeah. I was just going to reply to what Peter Seuss says here. Did you touch on Donald Hoffman's research about us not being able to comprehend objective reality? No, because I think that stuff's more to do with the metaphysics of sensory experience than it is to do with whether evolution produces reliable or truth-seeking beliefs. I think that's more about how we get beyond appearances to posture. It's more like an idealism thing. Or a sense datum type thing than it is are we forming true beliefs type thing, I guess. But I suppose there's some overlap. But that's I guess why not? I don't even think he's not a Christian, is he? And I guess we're doing bad apologetics, but maybe we'll talk about it in future. And yeah, I'll up the speed. Let's see if that
have worked successfully in helping us to survive and survive well. It's like tools. If you can use a hammer successfully on your physical environment, that tells you something about the nature of that
Just like David Wood.
physical environment. Furthermore, I think on Alvin Plantinga's Aquinas-Calvinist model, the Reformed epistemology model, it's highly improbable that our cognitive faculties are reliable. The reason being, according to this story, because of original sin, our cognitive faculties, our sensus divinitatis, for example, was seriously impaired. And that's why there's so much false belief and why so many people fail to know of God's existence. And it takes a special supernatural intervention by the Holy Spirit to repair this damage. So given that story, I think it's highly improbable that our cognitive faculties are functioning properly and therefore are reliable. So I'm sort of turning your argument on its head.
Well, that's not very nice of you, really, but.
Oh, is that Plantinga there? I didn't see him before.
What Richard says. Well, there are two parts to what he says. The first part was that if, as a matter of fact, our cognitive faculties have enabled us to survive and reproduce, then probably they are reliable. Well, I talked about that at some length last night, but on the face of it, that's not at all obvious, because false beliefs can be perfectly adaptive. So, for example, if there is this tribe that thinks everything is a witch and can only form beliefs of the sort, that which has property P, that which is so-and-so, if they think that, all of their beliefs will be false. But if they ascribe the right properties to the right witches.
This is one Jerry Fodor talked about as well, because he said there was something in Plantinga's analogy about the witches blooming, and they actually do have a subset of their beliefs, the true beliefs, about like them being in bloom. Let's see if he's going to mention blooming in this.
That they ascribe to the lion, which is the property of being.
It was something to do with like there's actually there are flowers or something, but the beliefs that they form are like about witches. Let me see. I'll see if I can quickly find it in the book. The problem is I've not got thingy marks or anything in here, so.
Just while you're finding that, we sort of talked about this before in the response paper, but it's not enough for Plantinga just to give these vague hypothetical scenarios of where it might be the case that evolution could give rise to useful but false beliefs, because what you actually have to show is that evolutionary theory the actual series of evolutionary processes or selection adaptations that have given rise to humans actually did do this systematically enough to mean that our cognitive faculties would be unreliable but still adaptive. Merely pointing out that it's possible is not like you can't really do that for a scientific argument, because, well, yeah, it's possible, but is it? Like, I mean, the whole point is to use our extant scientific knowledge to see whether that's plausible. And his hypotheticals don't really do anything for that, as far as it seems to me. Plus, ignoring the fact that we talked about bootstrapping and other factors as well. Like his example of people who think that everything is witches. Like I think that there are tribes that have thought that. They believe the evil eye, and that there are everything bad that happens to you is the result of someone cursing you and things like that. That there are lots of people who believe these sorts of things. So clearly they happen, but it doesn't preclude the fact that we have the capacity to have to sort of bootstrap reliability in different domains using the parts of our cognitive faculties that are sort of effective.
I think I might have found it here. So it's important to Plantinga that it not be in doubt that a system of mostly false beliefs could be adaptive. If there were anything wrong with the notion of a system of mostly false but adaptive beliefs, Plantinga's Darwinian argument against scientism couldn't get off the ground. Plantinga's way of assuring us that there's nothing wrong with this notion is to sketch a general procedure for constructing such a system. Start with our beliefs, but replace all the referring expressions by complex demonstratives or definite descriptions with false presuppositions. We think that tree is very big. They think that witch tree is very big. We think the cat on the mat is asleep. They think the witch cat on the witch mat is asleep, and so on. What you end up with is a creature whose behavior is plausibly about as adaptive as ours, but most of whose beliefs are false. Now, I do think that this goes a little fast. After all, one needs to explain why the behavior of the creature, thus epistemically situated, would be largely successful. And the intuition, surely, is that on any way of counting them that's defensible, most of the beliefs that mediate its behavioral success turn out to be true after all. Let it be that the apple tree which is blooming is false, or lacks a truth value in virtue of its presupposing that the apple tree is a witch. Still, much of what a creature believes in virtue of which it believes that the apple tree witch is blooming, and in virtue of which the thought that the apple tree witch is blooming leads to behavioral success, are perfectly straightforwardly true. For example, that's an apple tree, that's blooming, that's there, something is blooming, something blooming is there, and so on indefinitely. The point is trivial enough. If a creature believes that apple tree witch is blooming, then it presumably believes that's an apple tree, and that's a witch, and that that's blooming. And two of these are true beliefs that the creature shares with us, and that enter into the explanation of its behavioral success vis-a-vis blooming apple trees in much the same way that the corresponding beliefs of ours enter into the explanation of our behavioral success. I have messed up the lines. Vis-a-vis blooming apple trees, our behavioral success vis-a-vis blooming apple trees. Notice that this argument doesn't depend on assuming, as in fact I don't, that belief is closed under implication or even under immediate implication. All it needs is the truism that the creature has whatever beliefs the explanations of its behavioral success require attributing to it. This surely is common ground whether or not the beliefs that such explanations appeal to are supposed to be true. So in these examples, Plantinga is giving basically that, there are true adaptive beliefs that are a part of the kind of sentences that he's forming here.
That's a really good point that's made, and sort of reinforces what I was saying there, that the hypotheticals are not really sufficient, and they don't even really establish much, because most of the belief content is still actually going to be true. It's just there's going to be a bunch of stuff, like the which aspects of the beliefs that aren't true. The thing is, though, it seems actually to be the case. This is not hypothetical, that humans did evolve with a lot of this baggage, and only after a very long time and a lot of bootstrapping and development were we able to jettison these beliefs that actually weren't true. But it turns out that your beliefs can still be reliable enough to have the capacity to eventually interrogate the aspects of your beliefs that aren't true, and that's consistent with evolution giving rise to those faculties.
So let's play a bit more of this out.
Yeah.
Fear someone being such that you should run away when you see one. Their body parts will be in the right place for survival. Those beliefs, though false, will be perfectly adaptive. For any true belief that's adaptive, I think you can also come up with a false belief that's adaptive. And this is to suppose something that's not given here at all. That, as a matter of fact, on evolution and naturalism, NNE, together with materialism, which goes with those two.
Yeah, I think this is the problem, is that they couldn't be systematically false, though. I mean, they could be false with regards to certain content.
Yeah, he's equivocating here. If I have a belief that it's a conjunct of many different propositions, just to take your example, this is a flower, this is blooming, this is a witch flower. So there's three conjuncts to that. Two of them are true, one is false. The belief as a whole is false. So Plantinga can sit here and say, it's false.
Yeah, the conjunct is false.
And this could be true about, it could be true about all my beliefs, that there's a false conjunct in there. If I'm an animist, for example, I believe that everything has some sort of spiritual component to it. But
or even surely what we believe now, right? Even like a lot of what we believe now.
Yeah, that's a good point. There are going to be false aspects to that. Yeah, and then it's going to be false, right? But what you're missing is that if you sort of divide it up it's unclear how you would do this, but actually a lot of the propositional content there is true. And it would have to be in order to, it seems to me, in order to appropriately motivate actions. Because otherwise, as Plantinga says, your body parts aren't going to be in the right place. If I don't think that the flower is blooming, then I'm not going to, pick it, or, I don't know why I need to know if flowers bloom, but, I'm not going to pick the fruit at the right time if it's not ripe, or I'm going to eat the wrong type of berry if it's poisonous, or I'm going to say the wrong thing to my future spouse, or, whatever it is, right? My body parts aren't going to be in the right place. And so you have to have a lot of true beliefs in order for that to work. And just conjuncting them with some false ones, which seems to be Plantinga's approach here, doesn't actually change that, other than on the surface being able to say that they're all false just because they've conjuncted with a false conjunct.
And it's sort of, if you think about, what's that example? Is it the Meno again? The one where it's talking about like the conceptual analysis of knowledge. And it's this idea that a lucky true belief can be as good as someone who has like knowledge, so that, you know, the tour guide can sort of guess and still guide the person to Larissa, even though you know, they don't actually, they just kind of guessed, but they don't have knowledge though of like what the correct route is. And you know, even implicit in that, there's some true beliefs, you know, like, for example, that as I step forward, I'm not going to die, or something like that. Like that, you know, it can't be systematically across the board false. There has to be some true bits of it to even engage in that behavior at all.
And I think the added part of it is that that's sufficient. It turns out that minimal degree of reliability is sufficient, because again, if you look 10,000 years ago, I think a lot of the beliefs we would have had are false. We had lots of false beliefs about how the world works, how disease worked, how nutrition and reproduction, all this stuff. But we had enough there and enough of a capacity to engage in a range of cognitive functions to very, very slowly bootstrap up more reliable methods, which eventually has allowed us to, you know, reach the Enlightenment and scientific revolution and, you know, where we are now. And obviously we've still got a long way to go, but I'm actually optimistic about our ability to engage in this. But it's not because I have to presuppose fundamentally reliable across the board belief forming capacities. It's only sort of minimally reliable in a actually fairly narrow way. I suppose if they were more systematically reliable, it probably wouldn't have taken thousands of years. It probably would have been a lot quicker. A few generations probably would, you know, and we're finding quantum mechanics. But, you know, it didn't work that way because it's actually not as reliable as Plantinga sort of seems to think it would need to be to get where we are.
The content of a belief enters into the causal chain that leads to behavior. But I won't say any more about that. The other thing, he says, given the Christian story, it's unlikely that our cognitive faculties are reliable because of the damage, the noetic damage due to sin, the noetic consequences of sin, or the damage done to our cognitive faculties by sin. But Christians have always thought about this as concentrated with respect to knowledge of God, and perhaps also knowledge of one's own inner condition. So that it's not, no Christians have suggested that as a result of that, people don't know where they live or how old they are or how to get from one place to another or how to walk or anything like that. Not at all, just with respect to knowledge of God and what God requires of us and what God wants.
But isn't that then a defeater for the knowledge of God? Oh, wait, maybe he's going to say that.
Your thought would be that human cognitive faculties in general aren't reliable on that point, but that's no problem from the Christian perspective. The Christian perspective is that there is that sort of damage, but it is progressively done away with, progressively restored by virtue of sanctification, by virtue of
well, there you
Christian
go.
life and walking into Christian life as a result of conversion.
There is a rebuttal to part of what Professor Plantinga has just said. A consilience argument would go like this. Supposing it is possible on an evolutionary account that our beliefs could be radically mistaken in part and still lead to adaptive behavior, still it seems unlikely that our beliefs could be radically mistaken across the board and still lead to adaptive behavior. So that by simply taking any one example, it doesn't make the larger point of the argument.
Yeah, but Keith, I just gave you an example of a tribe, all of whose beliefs were false.
Oh, see how he does this. The only reason all of them are false is because he's conjuncting them in this way, because he's adding the "and it's a witch" part of it. That's so.
Yeah,
sorry, that sort of thing makes
false.
me.
Yeah.
Well, it depends how you define define the beliefs, right?
The grammatical sentence that you just said.
You can make the argument that they are, right? Yeah. But this is using philosophy to confuse and confound people,
right.
Not to clarify, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that really annoys me.
False, because they all entailed that there are witches, and there aren't.
Yeah, because of the conjunct. Exactly. Yeah, they all entailed that there were witches, because
those beliefs.
You can't have any.
That's
of
so slimy to do that. Like he knows he's doing that.
Yeah.
They're nonetheless all adaptive, so you can have whole
that
systems
is pretty bad
that are adaptive but false.
That changes the nature of the argument, though, as to whether or not
that is genuinely really bad. Like, because there's no way that someone can actually do that. And without knowing that it's like a rhetorical strategy.
That's what I mean. Yes. I've heard Craig do similar things as well. Like with respect to the material conditional, for example, I forget the precise example, but it was something along those lines where it was a technicality where he was right, but the gist of the response was ignored. Yeah, that lose respect for Plantinga with that sort of thing.
Yeah, this was, someone said, Mitch said, did you mean a Gettier case? And I just checked it. It was actually the Mino, where where they're talking about knowledge, because that's where obviously there's that discussion that we just talked about, where it's like you can't begin to look for the thing when you don't know what it is, and you can't, you won't know if you found it because you don't know what it is. And then another, I guess, attempt is the debate about the challenge is best understood and refined, and how it might be. It is in the Meno anyway. The idea is at some point in the conversation, it comes up that a tour guide could sort of trick someone, I suppose, and pretend they knew their way to Larissa, and guess, and then they end up guiding them to the correct place, but it's by luck, and in that case it wouldn't be appropriate to say they knew the way to Larissa.
So Jerome's asked us to explain why that trick pulled by Plantinga was slimy, because it's kind of subtle.
Let me get up a conjunction truth table.
That's one way to do it.
Well, I guess it's just if you put it side by side with here it is side by side with like an OR truth table as well. Oh, what
Plantinga's example was basically to take the set of beliefs that a tribe might have and just add to every belief, and it's a witch, basically. So that means every belief they have is now false because he's added something onto it that's false.
Yeah. So rather than taking, so let's say P and Q, right, are two beliefs that a person has. So I think ordinarily, if we were to say, that it's blue, let's let P be that it's blooming, and let Q be that it's a witch, right? So if you have them believe, maybe P or Q isn't even the right, but if you have them believe,
well, it's the conjunction, surely.
Yeah. I'm trying to highlight how we're intuitively sort of thinking about it. I guess it's that it couldn't be this one where they're both false. I guess they believe that it's true, but the truth value of either one of them is independent of the other one. Whereas if you look at the conjunction truth table, it's only true in the case where both of them are true. So it would be, so let's say it is the case that it's blooming, right? So you'd say S believes that it's blooming, and I guess it's kind of like what's it called? Amphibole, where you say I would like gin and what's it? Like gin and water or ice or something, and it's like not clear how you quite translate between the grammar of the sentence and the
it's ambiguous in the.
Yeah,
it's not quite so, but the funnier example is let's eat grandma, or let's eat grandma. The position of the comma changes the meaning.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing where I guess what you're assuming, right, is that they have these beliefs that it's blooming and it's a witch. So you think these are two independent beliefs. So this one can be false, but it doesn't affect the truth value of this. But Plantinga says it in such a way as it's a conjunct. What they believe isn't P independent of Q. They believe a sentence P and Q. That's the proposition. And so in that case, it's only true in case all of them are true. So in this case, he can say that P and Q is false, right? It's proper for him to say P and Q is false in the case that they actually had a true belief about P, that it's blooming. So it seems like it's not it's not a rebuttal to say, well, they have some true beliefs, they believe that it's blooming. And he goes, no, because they believe P and Q, and P and Q is false. So they've got a false belief.
And it's worse than that, because there can be arbitrarily many true things they believe about, like the flower or the tree or like anything. You can believe all of these true things about it, but as long as you throw one thing in there that's false, which in this case, by sort of the definition of how he's setting up is, and it's a witch, then you'd have a version of this table where it's like lots and lots of truths, but there's one false there, and then the whole thing goes to false. And then so Plantinga's going to say, no, every belief is false because he's defined it in a way where they think everything's a witch. So they're animists of some sort, right?
Which is generally, you could do this with, imagine doing this with theism, right? So imagine Plantinga, there's theological disagreement within Christianity, and there's loads of really, really contentious issues. I mean, let's say that tongues are biblical today, like people can speak in tongues today. So this person believes Jesus is God, and God is a Trinity, and Jesus resurrected from the dead, and Jesus died for our sins, and that they are who they are, and all these other beliefs, and and that tongues are a gift today. Oh, look, they're systematically wrong about everything. Sorry,
their
go
theology
to hell
is
now
false
because the conjunct.
Yeah, their theology is false, so they're going to hell. They believe in the wrong God.
Yeah. It's like a rhetorical thing, really. I don't think it would be proper in that case to say they have systematically false beliefs, because I'd look at the independent belief, how the beliefs stand independently. I mean, if their attitude about the conjunct would be wrong if they had that separately, but I think they would also have to have the beliefs independently in order to have the belief about the conjunct. Anyway.
Yeah, and it sort of turns on to how you want to divide up their beliefs, their set of beliefs into propositions, which actually I think is an interesting argument against beliefs being fundamentally propositional. I think propositions are an abstraction we apply to our beliefs that's often useful, but I don't think that we actually have these things that are propositions sitting in our head somewhere. One, I think an example of this is just, well, how do you divide your beliefs up into different propositions? Because depending on how you do that, it could turn out that everything is false if you conjunct them in the right way, which seems a bit odd. But anyway. And yeah, that's an important point as well to make, Noah, that the whichness part doesn't actually, kind of by definition of this example, seem to have any consequences for their interaction with the world. So it won't change the adaptiveness of their belief, which is sort of the point of the example there. You can also question that, right? Because it seems that if you believe that everything is a witch, that probably is going to have behavioral effects. Historically, it has, right? People do things as a result of that, like, that they seek out people who are magicians to protect them from spells and other things like that, and they give offerings, make prayers and such. And so those things, if they're too extreme, will become to be selected against. So, like, again, evolution doesn't maximize our rationality or anything, but there are going to be constraints on how out of whack you can be and still be sufficiently successful. So for Plantinga just to say that it just makes no difference to their actual behaviors. Like, I mean, yeah, that can be true for some things, but it can't be. You can't believe arbitrarily many false things and still sort of think that there's not going to be an effect of that, because eventually it's going to cash on in behavior somewhere, presumably. I mean, I guess you can say, well, I could believe all of the prime numbers are like wrong, and there's infinitely many of them. But like things that, so you can concoct arbitrary examples where you have infinitely many false beliefs, but like those aren't going to be things that relate to.
Well, I don't even know. I genuinely don't know if it would be right to say. I mean, for example, I have a belief. I have beliefs that are due to the inductive properties of like the natural numbers, right? But I don't think that means that I have an infinite number of beliefs. It's that I have a belief about
well, if you think that knowledge is closed under logical implication, then I mean you must have an infinite number of beliefs, right?
Yeah, it's getting to it gets to enter. I don't think that's right. I think it's that I have a belief about the.
I don't think that's right either, right? That is an argument that because it seems wrong. Like, well, you can't fit them all in your brain. So how does that work? But well, maybe you have But if you define a belief as not an actual state of knowledge, but a tendency to act in a certain way, like a tendency to affirm a proposition if someone asked you, then you could have an infinite number of them, because you could have an infinite number of tendencies that are never actualized. So under that idea, it could work. But again, I tend to take a more cognitivist notion about what a belief is, which is also why I don't necessarily want to individuate them propositionally, because I don't actually think that they're stored propositionally in like neural networks. And I think that the behavior that we elicit is not actually the same as the belief. Anyway, I'm just getting a bit off track here. I'm just getting excited about the substructure of belief. But anyway, I think we probably said enough, unless there's any.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what you're doing your PhD in, right? So yeah.
I hope to. Yes. Yeah. About knowledge representation and related stuff. So yeah. Interesting times.
So yeah, how do you want to wrap this up? Do you want to do one of your epic closing statements?
Well, I'll do a bit of a summary. There's been so much repetition that it may be a bit repetitious. But so let me remind myself, what did we talk about? So we've been talking about the what is it? The argument from reason, and then the evolutionary argument against naturalism. And we started with talking about C.S. Lewis, because he was sort of the originator of this argument. And then we moved on to talking about, what's his name? Reppert, who wrote the Blackwell Companion article.
And Anscombe's.
And Anscombe's response as well, yes. And then ended with Plantinga, who has sort of developed the evolutionary argument from naturalism on the basis of what Lewis had to say. So with respect to Lewis, I didn't have the notes on that, but so that was mostly your highlights. But I think the main point there was that Lewis struggled to really define what it is exactly that was supposed to be the conflict for the naturalist. And he talked a fair bit about the problem of trying to, the relationship between a belief or like knowledge and those sort of mental states on the one hand, and causal reality in terms of like material cause and effect on the other. And his view was that there was no way for, say, belief mental states to be affected by material causal reality. And this seemed to pose a problem to naturalism, because then if we want to say that our beliefs are formed on the basis of reasons, then there sort of didn't seem to be any room for that in the naturalist picture, where our beliefs are shaped by causes that affect our brain states and so forth. So I think that was one of the main bases of his argument there, that basically naturalists can't form beliefs because of reasons, and therefore can't think rationally and such. I think, oh, sorry. That was, a bit of crashing going on in the background.
Oh yeah, that was me falling over something.
And I think one of the, what was I saying there?
Conflict between reasons and material causes, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. And so one of the key issues here was that C.S. Lewis's argument seemed to prove too much, because if he seemed to think that our beliefs require causes, but they can't be material causes. And if if C.S. Lewis, I'm getting the model, if C.S. Lewis is also not well disposed to dualism, which he didn't really talk about, but apparently is also the case, then it's very unclear what sort of causes are admissible as causes of our beliefs. So that it seems that he thinks there need to be causes, but they can't be physical, and if they're not sort of dualist in nature, then it's unclear what they could be. Maybe he's going to go for a sort of divine conceptualism, whereby propositions and like beliefs all exist in God's mind, and somehow he sort of transmits them to us when they're necessary, when it's necessary for us to believe things or think about things. That is, I think, a very implausible view, but I think it might be all that's left for C.S. Lewis if he rejects dualism and any sort of naturalist view. So I think it was really hard for C.S. Lewis to get his argument off the ground there, with the sort of tension that he had between critiquing naturalism, but also leaving himself with some sort of option for explaining how the relationship works between causes and beliefs and ideas. So plus there was just a lot of sort of lack of clarity with exactly what he was arguing in parts. That led us then to the argument from reason from Reppert, Victor Reppert, who developed this in the Blackwell Companion. This was a little bit better organized, but still hard to follow, and with a lot of kind of surprising grammatical mistakes. So again, it was a little bit hard to follow exactly what the idea of the argument is, but the basic point that he was trying to appeal to there was the inconsistency of a reductive materialist viewpoint and the idea that we can have, beliefs and justified knowledge and so forth. But he sort of divided his argument into, well, actually six different aspects, but he only talked about three of them. And the three that he talked about there were, what was it? Intentionality,
mental causation,
and the psychological relevance of logical laws. So on intentionality is about our thoughts being about things. Like I think about a tree, so that's about, trees or that tree. And he argued that it's not possible for naturalists to construct a reductive theory of intentionality. So he talked a bit about some of the different theories that have been proposed and gave lots of quotes from people explaining why they didn't work for various reasons. But the analysis was fairly superficial. And importantly, he didn't provide his own preferred theory there. So it was really just comparing theories that he didn't like without proposing an alternative. But then after all of that, skipping ahead a bit, he actually claimed that his argument isn't just that the naturalist can't give a theory. It's an in-principle argument that there cannot be a naturalist theory. So it was unclear why he even bothered to go through the particulars, because if you've got an in-principle argument, you don't need to look at specific examples. You just give the in-principle argument. But the in-principle argument was really just that he doesn't think that you can have intentionality with just physical states. There wasn't really an argument there. I think the fundamental failure was to appreciate how a reductionist theory works. He seemed to think that the reductionist theory of intentionality would have to reduce intentionality to something like atoms moving around or whatever, but that doesn't have intentionality. So the atoms would have had to somehow have got their intentionality from somewhere else. which of course would be non-physical. But that's not what the reductive physicalist says. The reductive physicalist doesn't say that physical states get their intentionality from somewhere else. They would say that intentionality is built up out of a complex interaction of physical states. Just like if I have a cell, the cell doesn't get its being alive property from somewhere outside the physical. The being alive property is just what it is to have a certain set of complex interactions of atoms and chemicals and such. Likewise, it's going to be the same with intentionality. And so there seems to be a misunderstanding of how the reduction process is supposed to work, such that the in-principle argument, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't make sense to say that, well, you can't do it because where does the intentionality come from? Well, it comes about because of the interaction of the pieces there, just like emergence occurs in life and in the weather and in economies and all sorts of other situations there. So that was the intentionality point. Now, the point about the I've lost it again. What was it? The mental causation. So he was arguing there, Reppert was arguing that our beliefs and desires and other mental categories there have a causal role to play so that they can cause things. But this can't be understood under naturalism. I don't quite, I mean, his argument there was, I think, even more unclear. But
well, I think it relied heavily on wedging like epiphenomenalism in and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the arguments that he made, I'm not quite sure exactly if it was supposed to support this, but one of the arguments that he made, which was important for him, was that you could have the same, maybe this was about intentionality, but he argued that you could have the same physical state, but representing a different mental state. So this was like an underdetermination problem. What is it exactly that allows a particular state to be about something else? Now, apart from the fact that you can push that against the non-physicalist view as well, so it's not specific to naturalism there, but it also seems to misunderstand the notion of supervenience, which is that if you have supervenience is said to be a necessary relation between an underlying state and a higher order state. And so you just can't have a different higher order state with the same lower order state there. They're not interchangeable, as in the Plantinga case. It's not an arbitrary content label. It's a necessary relation between the lower order and the higher order. And so this idea of that there's an arbitrary relation there just doesn't really work. That's not what the claim is. And just seeing what else did he talk about in terms of mental causation. I mean, I think that there was an idea about how is it that beliefs are able to have a causal power in a physical world. But again, if you understand what supervenience is supposed to be, then we can talk about causation on different levels. You can talk about it at the lower level of the atoms bumping into each other, or you can talk about it at the higher level of beliefs and desires. But causation at that level is not going to be a different type of thing that's causing it. It's just a higher order, more abstract way of talking about the same type of underlying causation. So I don't think that there's a real problem here. The last argument that he had was the psychological relevance of logical laws. So this was another point that was another sort of thread of the discussion, that he talked about laws of logic and how they're sort of necessary. And also C.S. Lewis talked about this, how we know them not by like induction over past experience, but they're sort of, we can just sort of see them and know them a priori. It's not clear how this is supposed to be a problem for materialism, because the standard view is just that these are analytic truths, so they're true by logical form or by the meaning of words. And so that's how we're able to just perceive them. They're not we don't induct over past experiences to know about them anyway. So it's not clear why that poses a problem. Of course, exactly what you think about logical laws or laws of logic is going to affect here. But C.S. Lewis seemed to be wanting to say at some point that logical laws have a causal power, or propositions have causal power, but that doesn't seem right if we think about logical laws as abstractions, which is or like propositions as abstractions, which is a fairly standard way of thinking about them. They shouldn't be causing things anyway. So I think that there's a sort of a mistake there about confusing exactly what is having a causal role there. So again, I think that there was confusion there on Reppert's part. So after giving those specific arguments there, he then considers 5 objections. And we talked about the argument from computers, which is basically just question begging. He says that if computers just appeared from nowhere and started playing chess, or going through the moves of playing chess, they wouldn't actually be playing chess, because no human mind would have like place that meaning on it. But this is actually making a very strong claim that it's metaphysically impossible for any physical state affairs to have intentionality or be about something else. So not even God could create physical minds, apparently, which could be about something else, which is quite a strange claim, actually, because it's not clear why God couldn't do that. But if God can do that, then the naturalist can just say, well, that state of affairs was actualized by a different process, and they'll point to evolution, right? You might say, well, that process is implausible, but that's different to what Reppert was saying, where he was saying it's impossible to be, not just impossible to give rise to that. So the computer example is just quite question begging, I think. He mentioned the problem of interaction. So how does the non-physical interact with the physical? He basically just says that it does. There wasn't really much of an argument there. I don't think it's just like, well, it works that way. I mean, okay. And I think the last one we looked at was the inadequacy objection. So this was when Reppert was saying, look, people criticize me for not having a good theory. Even if all the naturalistic ones fail, then what's my alternative? And basically his argument was to say, well, look, I've shown that the naturalist versions are false. And we know that, there is such thing as intentionality and rationality and so forth. So there must be some explanation. And well, then the best one left on the table is God, essentially. And well, God is rational, so he can make us rational. And that was effectively the answer. This is grossly unsatisfactory because firstly, he doesn't actually put his preferred view against the others and compare them on their explanatory virtues. He just pretends that he's got knockdown arguments against the naturalist theories, which he doesn't, and then ignores them and it just sort of assumes that whatever's left must be better, which isn't how it works. But the other problem is that he just doesn't even have a theory. He just says, oh, God does it that way. But that doesn't explain how God does it, because remember, the problem is, how do we get deterministic mental content from a state of affairs, from a system? His question was posed against the naturalist. How can you determine what the mental state is about based on the physical state? There's an underdetermination problem there. And that seems to apply just as much to any sort of soul stuff or mind stuff or whatever it is that he thinks constitutes thought and mental states of affairs. It doesn't matter that it's non-physical. He still has to be able to explain how intentionality works and what the relationship is between thought and logical laws and all of this stuff. All of the problems that he mentioned still apply there. He has to give an answer to them. How does God's existence help? He has nothing to say. He just says, oh, I guess God would want to do it that way. So it does. It's completely unsatisfactory as a philosophical theory. So then we move to Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism, which is more carefully constructed, but still has problems. And the main argument there is that Plantinga wants to say that the observation that our cognitive faculties are generally reliable, which is vague, but all right, generally reliable, conditional on naturalism and evolution being true, is low. That was his first argument. And then building on that, he actually said, look, if our cognitive faculties are generally, if evolution and naturalism are true, then we would not expect our faculties to be generally reliable, including the faculty that led us to believe in evolution and naturalism. So his view is that evolution and naturalism together are self-undermining because they would lead us to think that our cognitive faculties are in generally unreliable, which in turn would undermine our confidence in whatever process we had used to arrive at our beliefs in evolution and naturalism. So therefore, belief in evolution and naturalism is self-undermining according to this belief here. Now, the problems we discuss with Plantinga's view are numerous. First of all, he has this unnecessary and really artificial dichotomy between whether cognitive faculties are generally reliable or generally not reliable, whereas you would want to say, well, look, we've got many different cognitive faculties. They're sometimes reliable, sometimes not reliable. There's a gradation there, and it depends on the context. It depends how they're deployed. And we don't have to accept this all or nothing dichotomy there. A further problem is that Plantinga's argument for why we should think that the reliability of cognitive faculties is unlikely under evolution and naturalism is, as we were just saying before, to argue that evolution can give rise to beliefs that are adaptive but false. But his arguments for that are generally quite weak. I mean, we all recognize that evolution doesn't produce perfectly reliable cognitive faculties, but his arguments that it could be systematically unreliable across the board is basically just to concoct fairly artificial scenarios, not actually to look in the details of the process. And those scenarios generally involve just adding in false beliefs to an existing set of mostly true or generally accurate beliefs, such as, there's a flower there that's blooming and it's a witch. So two of the aspects of that are correct, but one is false. But Plantinga wants to say, no, actually all the beliefs are false now because they've got this witch component in them, which makes them conjuncts all false. So he can make this claim, but it's pretty artificial. Apart from the scenario being ad hoc, it's just that, well, look, they still had to believe lots of true things in order to put their body's parts in the right position in order for those beliefs to be adaptive. And as we discussed, it may be the case, as Plantinga argued, that evolution could have produced organisms that had behaviors that were adaptive even without any beliefs at all. But once evolution is in the business of producing creatures which for whatever reason form beliefs, then those beliefs better be at least appropriately accurate. So the fact that evolution could have worked differently is not really relevant because it worked this way. And the fact that some of our beliefs will be unreliable is not really relevant because there still has to be enough reliability such that our actions are not so off base that we start to do non-adaptive things. And that's where just conjuncting a which belief doesn't really get to the point, because there's still going to be a lot of adaptive beliefs in there that lead to adaptive behaviors. Finally, Plantinga seems to be sort of missing the whole point that even if lots of our cognitive faculties are unreliable, what we can do is engage in a bootstrapping process to get us to more reliable beliefs by combining different faculties in different ways. For example, we may be very bad at thinking about things in the abstract, but we can think about, like, we can use the general apparatus that evolution has given us in order to think carefully about where we go wrong, make observations, write that down, pass it on to our descendants, and then gradually weed away the various negative aspects. And then gradually we develop, writing, notation, mathematical theorems that help us, scientific method, instruments to extend our perceptual apparatus. And this process takes thousands of years. Eventually we weed out many of the false beliefs that existed there. This seems to be basically a story of how we got to the situation we are now. And ultimately, it's these set of processes that justify beliefs in evolution and naturalism. It's not just our bare sort of naive beliefs about how the world is. Those don't get you to evolution or naturalism. It's this bootstrapped set of beliefs which are at least reliable enough to justify evolution and naturalism. And so I think Plantinga is sort of equivocating here between talking about our sort of our bare sort of intuitive, unaided cognitive faculties, which probably are pretty unreliable about thinking about philosophy and other things and scientific ideas. But when they're bootstrapped and aided and honed by teaching and learning and looking at the past, building on past thinkers and so forth, then we're able to get to a situation where those honed, bootstrapped cognitive faculties are reliable enough to justify evolution and naturalism, and so avoids the whole self-undermining point. A final problem with Plantinga's theory is that he doesn't really say what God is supposed to do to avoid this problem. He just says, well, look, it's plausible that if God existed, he would want us to have reliable cognitive faculties, even though he doesn't really say why or how God ensures that this occurs. He just sort of says, well, why not? Because we're made in the image of God or something, and that's really quite ad hoc. So in conclusion, I don't think the argument from reason is good. I don't think the evolutionary argument from naturalism is good. I think there's a lot of ad hoc reasoning. And most of all, they don't engage in a consistent comparison of here's what the theist is saying, here's what the naturalist is saying. Let's evaluate those theories of intentionality or rationality or whatever it is on their comparative virtues and vices and see which one's better. What they do is they critique one and then just sort of have like literally a paragraph or a couple of sentences to say, oh yeah, I guess, God could kind of fix this because he likes us to be rational or something. And that's just really unsatisfactory. That's not how you do good philosophy.
Awesome. One of these days I'm going to have to clip all of these summaries that you've done and put them all together, 1 hour of James Fodor destroying.
Well, I mean, yeah, it only kind of makes sense if you've already listened to it, because it's very, I'm just sort of rushing through it. But anyway, hopefully it's helpful to bring together what we've discussed.
Yeah, I think they tying the threads together really well. And
anything you wanted to add?
No, not particularly. I mean, I think I said most of the stuff in the opening that I think there's a really interesting central question here, which is sort of, what is consciousness? How does it fit to the world? How does it represent things? How do we reason about stuff? Really cool questions, loads of fascinating avenues in philosophy and physics and neuroscience. The problem is that some of the problems that are there for a reductive naturalist view, some of the initial on the face of it sort of questions that might be there, are kind of just weaponized in this way, as if there aren't problems for every other view. And then the other problem is this is used then basically as an argument for theism when it's just an argument against a particular form of reductive naturalism, as if I mean, I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but if I were to sort of, I don't know, if I were to look at all the metaphysics books out there and sort of classify all the positions that aren't, I bet of all the positions, the ones that are theistic and the ones that are non-theistic and non-natural in some sense, or not reductive naturalism, I bet there's still more available that aren't theistic. I don't, but I can think of a bunch off the top of my head, and even ones that sound kind of theistic. There's non-theistic versions, basically.
Yes.
So I just think the whole methodology there is really dishonest. It seems like what's going on is there's this puzzle, kind of like a Rubik's Cube or something, and it involves some philosophical terminology. So if you're not trained in philosophy, it's going to be kind of difficult to engage with. And then it's being used to, you can sort of learn this script. This is the critique of the apologetics side of it. It's being used in terms of, you can learn this script, you can memorize certain kind of key phrases and buzzwords and just go out there and smack people around with your, with your words that they're not going to know, and a bit of reasoning that they're maybe not going to have thought through carefully. And I really dislike and object to that, because I think philosophy should be a tool for trying to figure out the way things are, make progress where there's sort of like dead ends in subjects and things like that, like help shift paradigms and break apart ideas and find out more things that are truth, and inform us on how to live as well. Whereas this, just to me, it's a really interesting question when it's approached in that philosophical context, but when it's weaponized in this way, it's just upsetting to see. And it's upsetting to see it from these professional philosophers who have had so many opportunities, like Alvin Plantinga and William Lane Craig. Craig, for example, having done his 2 PhDs funded by various Christian scholarships and things like that through his career. So similarly with Plantinga, it'd be great to see these guys using the opportunities that they've got to promote philosophy, promote good thinking skills about things, rather than do sneaky stuff like use that they know how a conjunct works to get out of a little edge case that someone might have found, for their beliefs. Like that just seems so dishonest to me. So yeah, I think it's an interest. I genuinely am really fascinated by this. Like I want to read Reppert's book, C.S. Lewis's Dangerous Idea, and also the Eric Wielenberg one that was mentioned about a response to Reppert's book, and look into this a bit more. And I'm really interested in all these questions of intentionality and stuff as well. But
yeah, intentionality is really interesting.
And philosophy of logic, like what kind of existence does logic have, or nominalism? How does nominalism work? What might all these things are super fascinating. But it's when it, and I've even said, a theist could believe that this provides good reasons to believe in a God. They think that they look at all these possible explanations for our reason, intentionality, and so forth, and they go, what, the theist solution here just makes more sense to me. Someone could rationally believe that. The problem I have is this unfair painting of the picture where it's just weaponized, and so yeah, that's why it's bad apologetics. That's why we're critiquing the argument, I suppose, as we are. And I hope that any theists who have watched this to the end sort of can see some of the objections me and James have raised, and would revise, if they're engaging in apologetics in this way, that they would revise that and maybe go towards like a more humane approach to talking about their religious beliefs with other people.
Yep, completely agree.
Cool. Well, thank you everyone for watching.
Yes, thanks everyone.
We still
Hopefully
need to
found it informative.
Yeah. Do you want to say about your channel as well? But
check out my
James
channel.
Fodor.
I talk about I do responses to apologetic videos, and I'm at some point going to release some series of my own with shorter videos covering some of this stuff in a more accessible way. So that will happen at some point.
And the Science of Everything podcast, where you've got
my podcast,
a bunch of stuff on evolution. You've just done cell signaling, right?
I've been doing some biology series recently. I think the next one I'm going to do on computational chemistry, which will be interesting. So yeah, lots of interesting sites there if you're interested in learning more. I try to make that accessible as well. I was going to say, I don't know what we're going to do for the next BA. I think, we need to look at the Kalam debate between.
Well, we've been. I don't know if you saw. We've been. Maybe we could do that as a starter if we looked at their debate, because we've been invited onto Rationality Rules Stephen Woodford's channel to do a special bad apologetics episode on the Kalam at some point. So I guess we could look at their debate as an episode, sort of in preparation for that, and then when we go on that, just look at the arguments in and of themselves.
Right. Yeah. Good. I think that would be a good one to look at. We also need to do the Leibnizian cosmological argument at some point. So yeah, there's 2 more. I think it would be nice to cover some of the other chapters from the Blackwell.
We've
covered I think at least 3 of them so far.
What do we say? I mean, the argument from consciousness, I suppose, when we did the soul one, it's
kind of the argument from consciousness in the Blackwell is by, come on, what's his name? The guy who always talks about dualism.
Morland, JP Morland.
Morland, that's the one.
Yeah.
So it's probably similar, but because I know Hernandez is, I think, influenced by him. So we've probably covered some of that there.
And then the moral argument, I guess it's slightly different, isn't it? Again, in the
Craig's version of the moral argument is just a non-argument. I think it would be good to do a more sophisticated version, so that would be good as well.
Yeah.
We haven't done that in a little while, so that could be another one. Yeah, so there's definitely still a few more to do. But anyway, yeah, we're open. We're open to ideas. So let us know if you're things that are of particular interest.
Yeah, absolutely. So cool. I guess we'll end it there. Thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to go and my internet's back then. Make sure to go and subscribe to James if you're not already. Like this video, share it around with people. Send it to your favorite apologist, like Christians. And we both are really open to having these conversations with Christians, Muslims, people who disagree with us.
If Plantinga wants to come on and talk about it with you.
Well, yeah. I mean, but seriously, I mean, like Loke's seen our videos, right, and just has decided not to engage. But me and James are both really open to having these conversations with people. It just seems to be the other way around, where people don't want to have these conversations with us. So, yeah, be sure to like share it around if there's people that you'd want to see them responding to us or engaging with us, and you happen to disagree. I think we're both open to that. And you can also become a patron of my channel as well if you want to. The lowest entry bar for that is £3 a month. So if you think that the stuff I'm doing over here is worth that, then that is also greatly appreciated by me. Other than that, I guess we'll wrap it up there. Thank you everyone for watching.
See ya.
I've got to find where my closing video is now. Oh, there we go. Right, let's do it.